Hi, I'm Nellie H. Steele, Sovereign of Suspense and author of The Secret of Dunhaven Castle. This is an original audiobook written by me, produced by Novel Idea Publishing, and read to you by a real human narrator. Enjoy the story.
The Secret of Dunhaven Castle, written by Nellie H. Steele, narrated by Naomi Rose Mock. Chapter 1. The white envelope Dr. Cate Kensie held in her hand had the power to change her life. She ran her fingers across the smooth surface as her heart skipped a beat. She considered tearing it open to discover if the contents would save her or sink her. The department secretary's cheery voice interrupted her rumination. "Hey, honey!" She sidled next to Cate and shoved a few pieces of mail into various professors' boxes. Her gaze lowered to the envelope in Kate's hands. "I saw that come in earlier. I was hoping you'd pick it up before you left today." Cate stared at it again, wondering about the contents. She waved it in the air before stuffing it into the front pocket of her tote bag. She took a step toward the door. "Got it. You're not going to open it?" Molly asked, spinning to face her. "Later. With Riley," she said with a tentative smile. "Right now, I've got to get to my class." Molly waved her hand in the air. "Well, they'll wait." Cate chuckled as she spun and backed through the door. "On a Friday afternoon? Doubt it." "You're right. You better get there before they all sneak out. Have a great weekend." "You too," Cate called over her shoulder as she darted toward the stairs and descended to the first floor and pushed into the waning warmth of the spring day. The dark clouds gave way to bright sun, and she squinted against it as she fumbled in her bag for her sunglasses and slid them on. A rogue breeze rustled the newly grown leaves on the trees, splattering the remnants of the rain from them onto the sidewalks below and blowing her long brown hair across her porcelain skin. She whipped it into a makeshift bun, securing it with a hair tie from her wrist. She shoved her hands into the back pockets of her jeans as she strolled past the neatly manicured lawn and tan buildings surrounding it. The contents of the envelope peeking from her bag's pocket flitted through her mind, followed by the dwindling funds in her bank account. With any luck, it held the answers to all her problems. She'd find out after her class. Until then, she had a lecture that demanded her attention. She pushed through the doors into the half-empty stadium-style lecture hall and trotted down the stairs. "Who's ready to learn about Paul Revere?" Met with less than enthusiastic responses, Cate plowed through her lecture, ending in the fun tidbit that Paul Revere never shouted, "The British are coming," during his famous ride. The students remained less than thrilled until she announced they'd stop there. The melee of 20-somethings shoving notebooks into backpacks and scrambling for the exit drowned out any further announcements. She sucked in a breath and shook her head as she packed her notes in her bag and left the lecture hall and campus behind for the week. As she pulled from the parking lot with her muffler rattling, she wondered if she'd soon be leaving the campus behind forever, or making Aberdeen her home. The white envelope poking from the black bag caught her attention. Her heart pounded again, and her palms turned sweaty as she considered opening it. Thunder rumbled overhead, and she tore her eyes away from it, ducking to stare up at the black clouds gathering on the horizon as the next storm pushed into town. She stomped on the accelerator, speeding down the tree-lined street, past the picturesque homes to the nondescript block of a building she called home. "I better hurry so I have time to walk Riley." She slid the car into a parking space, grabbed her bag, and hurried into the building, past the out-of-order elevator, to the stairway to hike to her third-floor apartment. Her 10-pound teddy bear dog, Riley, met her as she pushed into the apartment. His feather-like tail waved in the air. She dropped her bag and scooped him into her arms, giving him a kiss on the top of his head. "I missed you too, buddy. We better hurry. Getting pretty dark out there." The little dog offered her a lick on the cheek as she retrieved his harness and leash from the hook near the door. She slid his gear on, grabbed her keys, and stepped into the hall. The angry rumble of thunder overhead quickened her steps down to the tiny patch of grass outside. Wind gusted past her, ripping her hair from the awkward bun and blowing Riley's floppy ears inside out. She tugged her blazer around her, shivering against the sudden chill in the air. She hoped the sudden turn in weather wasn't a harbinger of bad things to come. The letter burning a hole through her bag upstairs snuck into her mind. She slicked a wayward lock of hair behind her ear and crossed her arms against the cold. "I got a letter from the dean, bud. Hurry up so we can read it." Riley glanced at her before he returned to sniffing the grass. "Come on, Riley. There's not much more to sniff," she said, as lightning lit the ever-darkening sky and thunder boomed again. Riley let out a grumble as he eyed the clouds before he trotted back to Cate and planted his front feet against her leg. She lifted him up and carried him to the building. "If we get good news, I'll buy you a house with a yard, okay?" The dog's dark, almond-shaped eyes sparkled up at her as she climbed the stairs again. A deserted hallway met her when she pulled open the metal door to the 3rd floor. Her rumbling stomach pushed her to hurry, despite her exhaustion from the day. The clicking of an unlocking door echoed in the hall, and before she could reach her apartment, the door diagonal from her place popped open. Cate smiled at the gray-haired woman as she passed, hoping to escape a conversation. She couldn't. "Oh, Katie, just the person I wanted to run into," the woman said with a wave of her hand. Her eyes lowered to the dog in Kate's arms, and the fake smile she'd plastered on faded. "Oh, and Riley, Cate corrected, resisting the urge to also correct her on her own name. "How are you, Mrs. Klein?" "Oh, fine. Better than him." She poked a finger at Riley. "He barked all day long. I nearly called the police." Cate bit her tongue as she offered a silent prayer that she'd soon be able to move. "Sometimes he likes to bark at his toys." "Oh, no, dear, no. This isn't playful barking. He's upset, probably frustrated being left alone all day long. You leave so early and get back so late." Cate kept the smile glued on her face. "Unfortunately, I don't have much say over my schedule." Mrs. Klein wagged a finger at her. "Oh, now, I'm very good friends with Dr. Longmire, and he never had a schedule like yours." "Well, he was a tenured professor, so he had his selection of courses." "Oh, well, that's right," the woman answered, with a dismissive wave of her hand. "I always forget that you're not a real professor." Cate huffed out a laugh as her irritation built. "Not tenured." "Or tenure-tracked," Mrs. Klein added, with a derisive smile. "That's right." Kate's mind flitted to the letter in her bag. Well, not yet, anyway. "Well, I better be going." Mrs. Klein clamped a hand onto Kate's arm. "Oh, before you go, dear." Cate held back a sigh. Mrs. Klein pressed her lips together in a polite smile. "I was wondering if I could trouble you for $20. It's just until my daughter can get to the ATM for me. I've run out of cash. I'll get it back to you just as soon as she can replenish my slush fund." Cate murmured as she considered it. "I'm not—" She flicked her gaze to the woman's face. She'd never see the money again if she gave it to her, but the woman's daughter rarely visited her. Cate pressed her lips together in a thin line before she nodded. "I'm not carrying cash on me, but if you give me a second, I'll grab my purse." She tugged her arm from the woman's grip and stepped toward her apartment. Mrs. Klein followed her across the hall, lingering at the door as Cate unlocked it and stepped inside. She rummaged through her bag for her wallet and pulled it open, studying the few bills inside. She grabbed 2 out and passed them over to the woman. "Here you go, Mrs. Klein. Why don't you take $40? just in case your daughter doesn't come by soon. Oh, no, dear, I wouldn't want to short you, but, well, I mean, if you're offering. She pulled both bills from Kate's hand, then added, You know I'm good for it. Of course I know you are. Well, I'd better let you go. Have a good night. Mrs. Klein disappeared into her apartment before Cate could answer. Cate swung the door shut and flicked the lock. As she stooped to return her wallet to her bag, she spotted the envelope. Her heart skipped a beat again. Maybe soon she could escape her tiny apartment and settle into a real home. Home. She frowned, wondering if anywhere would feel like home again. The vision of 2 headstones stormed across her mind. She worked to shove it away, replacing it with the image of a cute cottage with a white picket fence surrounding a spacious yard. Riley's cold, wet nose nudging her cheek pulled her from her daydream. You're right, we'll read this after we eat. Cate dropped the envelope onto the entry table and stepped into her kitchen. After settling a bowl of kibble in front of her tiny pal, she pulled open the refrigerator door. Her lips puckered as she stared at the almost empty wire racks inside. She straightened and pushed the door closed. I should have gone to the store, although my bank account disagrees. Rising to her tiptoes, she grabbed a bowl from the cupboard and fished a box of cereal from her corner cupboard. After adding a splash of milk, she settled at the table with her meager meal. Riley planted his feet against her leg as she chased the last few marshmallows around with her spoon. She traced the white strip of fur stretching from his nose to the top of his head. Okay, buddy, let's find out if we're moving or not. After washing the bowl, she forced herself to grab the letter and settle on the couch with Riley next to her. Her pulse quickened. She stared at the simple white envelope. Her stomach leapt into her throat. Until she opened it, her fate remained a mystery. Hope remained. Once she read the words, though, the outcome was fixed. She had to know. With a deep inhale, she flipped the envelope over and slid her finger under the flap until it popped open. Her hand shook as she pulled the letter out, unfolded it, and scanned it. Her shoulders slumped, as did her heart, as she spotted the words, unfortunately, sorry, and regret. She let the letter fall onto the coffee table as she sank her head into her hands. After a moment, she retrieved the letter and gave it a thorough read. Dr. Kensie, the Dean's office has received your request to change your current position of instructor to a tenure-track position along with the positive result of the department vote to retain you as permanent faculty. Unfortunately, we regret to inform you that this is not possible at this time. We are sorry that we cannot accommodate your request and acknowledge and appreciate your work for Aberdeen College. We encourage you to continue your hard work and apply at a later date. It was signed by the dean of the college, or rather, as she took a closer look, the signature had been stamped by her secretary. Cate exhaled again, tears welling in her eyes. She tossed the letter down on the coffee table and reached over to stroke Riley's fur. He gazed at her quizzically with dark eyes. Sorry, buddy. No house just yet. She fell backward into the flat couch cushions with a disgusted sigh and rubbed at the ache building in her temples. If her temporary contract wasn't renewed soon, she'd need to find another way to earn money, and fast. Despite what her department chair told her, obviously a tenure-track position was not in the cards for her at Aberdeen. She hoped at least a few summer courses were, or she'd soon not have an apartment in which she could escape from the world. Needing a distraction, she flipped on the television, settling on reruns of a sitcom. She absent-mindedly stroked the fur down Riley's back. It soothed her as much as it soothed him. We'll figure something out, Riley. Her tired eyes started to close after a few episodes. She snapped her head up and glanced at the clock. Close enough to bedtime for me. Let's call it a night, Riley. The little dog roused next to her, stretching his chin up before he kicked his back legs out and opened his mouth in a wide yawn. Tired, buddy? Me too. And a little depressed. Maybe the fresh air will help. Come on, one last walk before bed. Riley followed her to the front door where she slid on his harness before pulling the door open. A tall man loomed in the hall, his shadow darkening her doorstep. Cate bounced back a step, stifling a scream. Chapter 2. Riley issued a sharp bark at the stranger as Cate stumbled back a step. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and her pulse raced. She sucked in a steadying breath, swallowed hard, and forced out an apology after hushing Riley. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. Not a problem. The tall man's posture straightened, if that was possible, and he lifted his chin, his thin lips forming a frown that didn't match the words coming from his mouth. He stared down his aquiline nose at Cate and Riley as he smoothed out his well-tailored black suit. Dr. Cate Kensie, I presume. Kate's brow furrowed as she noted his British accent, and she nodded at his question. Yeah, I'm Cate, Catherine, yes. I'm Dr. Kensie. She scooped Riley from the floor where he continued to bark, shushing him again. The wrinkles around the man's mouth deepened as he studied the small pup, waiting for him to cease his yipping before he spoke. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is William H. Smythe, Esquire. I am an attorney with Smythe, Smith & Smithton, LLC in London. As I stated in the letter I sent announcing my arrival, I represent the estate of Lady Gertrude Mackenzie. He removed a business card from a well-polished silver card holder he dug from his pocket and passed it to Cate. She accepted the proffered card, giving it a cursory glance as her mind attempted to piece together the situation. London? You're a little far from home, aren't you? She chuckled, grinning at him. Her smile quickly faded as the expression on his face never changed. She licked her lips before continuing. I'm sorry to say I never received a letter from you. That statement garnered a reaction, albeit slight. The man's eyebrows flicked upward before settling to their normal position, and his jaw clenched ever so slightly. My apologies if you did not receive the letter. We sent it to your business address, as your personal address took a bit longer to track down. But since Lady Mackenzie insisted the matter be dealt with in a timely fashion, I took every step possible to contact you. I apologize for the lateness of the hour, but my flight was delayed. Given my plans to depart early tomorrow morning, I had little choice but to come to your residence. Cate stared blankly at the man, still unable to fathom the purpose of his visit. He returned her gaze, adding more when she failed to answer him. As I said, I'm here representing the estate of Lady Gertrude Mackenzie. May I come in to speak with you about the details in a more private setting? He motioned to the interior of the apartment as his eyes darted around the hall. Cate scratched her head and glanced at his card again, still clutching it in the hand that held Riley. I'm really sorry, Mr. Smythe, but I don't know anyone named Gertrude Mackenzie, or anyone from London for that matter. I can't imagine what this has to do with me. Riley offered another protective growl, baring his tiny teeth at the man. Actually, Lady Mackenzie was from Scotland. I am from London. As I've already stated, Dr. Kensie, this concerns Lady Mackenzie's last will and testament. I would prefer to discuss any additional details in private. He offered another suspicious stare around the hallway. Down the hall, a door clicked closed quietly. Cate shot a glance toward Mrs. Klein's apartment, recalling her chance encounter with the woman earlier. She narrowed her eyes at the door, imagining the woman with the glass pressed against the wood. Oh, sure, though I don't know if any Lady Mackenzie is from Scotland either. I'm still not certain what this has to do with me. Oh, did you have a history-related question? I've done some consulting in the past, and I'm happy to help with that if that's the nature of your question. Cate slicked a lock of hair behind her ear, and she babbled nervously. The man tapped his foot impatiently on the tattered hall rug. Dr. Kensie, please, if you wouldn't mind, I would prefer that we discuss the business in private. He motioned again into the apartment as he glanced around the hallway. Cate shook her head, tucking another strand of hair behind her ear, and stepped aside from the door. Oh, right, yes, come in, please. Sorry, I didn't mean to keep you waiting in the hall. She waved him inside before glancing into the hallway as she shut her door to any prying eyes. She expected Mrs. Klein would now create a fantastic tale about why Cate invited a strange man into her apartment on a Friday evening. Riley gave another protective growl as the man crossed the threshold, and Cate shushed him again. She tilted her head toward the living room to their right. We can head in here. She led him into the cramped space, motioning to the couch and armchair. Please make yourself comfortable. Mr. Smythe lowered himself onto the worn cushion, teetering on the edge as though he hated to touch it. Cate sank into the adjacent armchair and placed Riley on her lap. Can you tell me what this is about now, Mr. Smythe? He removed several folders and a small plastic bag from his well-polished briefcase and set them on the marred coffee table. As I said earlier, my firm and I represent the interests of Lady Gertrude Mackenzie of Dunhaven, Scotland. Specifically, I am the executor of the late Lady Mackenzie's will. Yes, you mentioned that, and I still have no context for your visit. I'm not acquainted with anyone by that name. Unless you'd like a consult, I've no idea why you're here. Mr. Smythe shuffled through the folders, tugging one from the pile. Immediately following the death of Lady Mackenzie, I was to track down her closest living relative in order to execute the instructions within her last will and testament. Cate's eyes darted around the room, in search of more information. Oh, okay. The man fluttered his eyelashes as though annoyed with her. You are Lady Mackenzie's closest living relative, and, therefore, her heir. An amused grin crossed Cate's lips, and she sputtered a chuckle. What? You must be joking. No, I think you've made a mistake. I don't think I have any relatives, or at least none in Scotland. Cate's mind whirled at the so-called revelation. It couldn't be real. Mr. Smythe's face settled into his perpetual scowl. I'm quite certain no mistake has been made, Dr. Kensie. We will, of course, verify your identity with a DNA sample, but I am confident that will be a mere formality. Subject to the DNA verification, you will inherit the bulk of Lady Mackenzie's estate, which includes her title, Dunhaven Castle, the grounds on which it resides, its contents, a sizable sum of money to maintain the estate, and one gold timepiece. One of the stipulations of the inheritance is that you must live at the estate on a permanent basis, and it is not to be sold. Cate's lower lip bobbed up and down, but no sound emerged. She tried to make sense of it, but her head spun. This must be a mistake. She had no aunts or uncles, cousins, or grandparents. She didn't have any relatives, and certainly none in Scotland. She stammered. Castle, is this a joke? Am I on camera? She glanced around the room, half expecting to see someone filming this for a reality television show. I can assure you this is no joke, Mrs. Smythe replied, his face straight. Cate eyed him. He didn't look like he was joking. In fact, the man didn't seem capable of humor. She swallowed hard, trying to collect her thoughts. Okay, so this Lady Mackenzie, she was a relative. My relative, and she left me everything she owns? Outside of a few odds and ends, yes. She was a distant relative, an only child, and she never married nor had any children. You were identified as her closest living relative, to whom the bulk of the estate, along with her title, was left, pending a DNA verification, as I've already said. The details, he continued matter-of-factly, are all here in this folder, along with information about the estate and pictures for you to review. He flicked open the folder and produced a few photographs. As you can see, the property is in excellent condition and has been quite well maintained. He shuffled through to grab another piece of paper. Additionally, the current estimated sum is large enough to continue to maintain the estate with ease for several generations. He pointed discreetly to a large number, marked near the bottom of the page. Kate's eyes widened, and her chin dropped to her chest. "Is that dollars?" she said, shock lacing her voice. The number of zeros on the estimated amount seemed sufficient to support more than a few generations, in Kate's estimation. "No," he said stiffly. "It's in pounds." Kate winced at her own stupidity, and she slid her eyes closed, as her cheeks blazed with embarrassment. "Oh, right." Mr. Smythe rambled on with more details. "Along with the property, you'll inherit the title carried with the estate, Countess of Dunhavenshire, and lastly, the gold timepiece, which can only be imparted to you directly from me once your DNA has been verified. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to collect the sample and leave you to enjoy the remainder of your evening." He fished a sealed cotton swab from within the plastic bag. Kate's forehead wrinkled again, and she waved her hand in the air to stop him. Wait just a second. How do I know you're legitimate and not going to use my DNA for, well, something else?" He set his jaw, his eyebrows raising at her in an unimpressed stare. "I'm not in the habit of collecting DNA samples from nearly unemployed history professors." "How did you—" she began, before being cut off by Mr. Smythe. He motioned to the letter on the table. "The letter. My apologies your request didn't work out the way you hoped, but if you wouldn't mind, I would like to finish my job and retire for the evening." Thought spilled directly from Kate's brain to her lips, coming out in a jumble. "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to make this harder than it needs to be, but I just don't... I can't... Well, to be quite honest, Mr. Smythe, I'm in shock. I've never even heard of Dunhaven. No one has ever mentioned relatives in Scotland, certainly not relatives with a castle. I'm stunned that this woman left her entire estate to me." "While I can understand your surprise," he said, sounding as though he'd never been surprised in his life, "I can assure you my only intention is to execute the last will and testament, as specified by Lady Mackenzie. That execution has led me to you after a lead from Lady Mackenzie herself, and an extensive investigation into the Mackenzie lineage. Of course, a DNA test will confirm easily that which we already believe to be true. If you will allow me to collect the sample, I can be on my way." Kate pursed her lips as she parsed through his statement. A lead from Lady Mackenzie herself? How did the woman know about Kate's existence when Kate had never known of hers? She flicked her gaze up, meeting the impatient stare of Mr. Smythe. "Oh, right, sure. Yes, of course. Gee, you must be working overtime on triple rate to collect this on a Friday night as it is." She offered a nervous chuckle, hoping the humor eased the tension. He ignored it again, tearing open the package containing the swab, handing it to her, and instructing her to swab the inside of her cheek. Kate handed it back, and he deposited it into a plastic vial before slipping the vial into the plastic bag. He stowed it in his briefcase and snapped it shut. "So I can't get the watch of all things before my DNA is verified? That's funny." She chuckled at her own joke. He gave her a stern look. "It was quite an important item to Lady Mackenzie, and comes with careful stipulations to be given only to her closest living relative. So no, you cannot." She pinched her lips together. This guy really had no sense of humor at all. "Course. Sorry," she answered, feeling heat rising in her cheeks again. She rose to her feet as he stood, setting Riley on the chair behind her. "The DNA results should be returned within 2 weeks. Once verified, I'll contact you again to discuss the details and finalize paperwork. Should you need to contact me, I'm staying at the Marriott in Rosemont tonight, and will be back in the office on Monday. You have my card with all my numbers and my email." He thrust out his hand. She slid her hand around his. shaking it slowly. Okay. Well, thank you, I think. And you'll let me know either way? Yes. Good day. Right. Good day or night or whatever. She walked him to the door and closed it behind him. In a daze, she returned to the living room and sank onto the couch. Riley stared at her, cocking his head with curiosity from his perch on the armchair. She blew out a long breath as she stared at the display of folders still on her coffee table. Riley, what in the world is this about? How could we possibly be inheriting a castle? Looks like we may have a bit of a mystery on our hands. Chapter 3. The image of the sprawling Gothic castle stared back at her from the top of the stack in the manila folder. Cate shuffled through the papers a second time, still unable to solve the mystery of her late-night visitor. She didn't have leads. With no family to contact, tracking down information about relatives would prove difficult. A small body moved next to her, stretching and climbing onto her shoulder to lick her cheek as she lay on her side. "Good morning, buddy," she said with a chuckle, flicking the folder closed before she ruffled the fur on his head and kissed him. With a yawn and a stretch, Cate rose from her bed as the sun glinted through the window. As she tugged on her clothes after her morning shower, the conversations from the previous evening snaked through her mind. After pulling her still damp hair into a bun, she stepped into her small closet. Light burst in the square space as she pulled the chain dangling from the bare bulb. Cate stared at the shelf above her, shoving shoeboxes aside, until a plain cardboard box appeared. She teetered on her tiptoes, inching it toward her, until it nearly toppled off the shelf. She held it at bay, but a few items toppled over to the floor. With her fingers stretched to the max and her muscles straining, she pulled the box down and set it on the floor next to the wayward contents. She stared down at one of them, tears welling in her eyes. The grief hit her like a brick as she stared at the 3 smiling faces in the picture. Unwanted visions flickered in her mind, and she dropped to her knees as sadness swept through her. A tear spilled to her cheek, and she flicked it away before it marred the photo she retrieved from the floor. Riley wandered into the small space and climbed up to offer her a lick on the cheek. Cate shoved the emotions aside as she dumped the photo back into the box, along with the other 2 items that had toppled to the floor. "I'm ready to go to the park, too, buddy." She hefted the box into her arms and dumped it in the living room before she grabbed Riley's leash and harness and his favorite blue ball. With the small pup in her arms, she headed down to her car and aimed for the park by the pond. Cate pulled into a space in the parking lot, glancing at the fiery ball rising higher into the sky. The bright sun, not obscured by clouds, promised to provide pleasant weather for this visit. Riley leapt to the window, his tail waving back and forth as he spotted the familiar sight. "Excited for another Saturday at the park, buddy?" Cate asked, as she slipped off her seatbelt. Riley's dark, almond-shaped eyes darted around, eyeing people, birds, and other dogs, and a small whine rose from his throat. Cate scooped him up and slid from behind the wheel, carrying him to the gravel pathway leading to the large pond in the center of the park, and setting him down. With his nose glued to the ground, Riley led her down the path at a steady clip. Cate smiled down at the small dog's enthusiasm for exploring, before she flicked her eyes to the scenery around her. In the distance, the picturesque campus of Aberdeen College rose tall on the hill, augmenting the beauty of the pond and its landscaping. Today, though, it brought Cate consternation as she studied the neoclassical buildings. The letter she received yesterday danced across her mind, and she flicked her gaze away from the campus. Her thoughts turned to the box she'd fished from the top of her closet this morning. It dampened her mood even more. Riley's tiny feet on her leg interrupted her thoughts. He stared up at her expectantly. Despite the tears in her eyes, her lips curled into an amused grin. Yes, I brought it. She pulled a small blue ball from her pocket and waved it in the air. Riley danced on his hind legs, daring her to throw it. Ready? Riley responded with a small yip, and she tossed the ball into the distance. The dog bounded after it as Cate sniffled and tried to force the terrible memory of her parents' death from her mind. As he dropped the ball at her feet and nudged it toward her, a tear escaped from the corner of her eye. She licked her lips and retrieved the ball before giving it another toss. Memories of the phone call that had interrupted her sleep shoved into her consciousness, the shrill jangling cutting into a pleasant dream about her first day as an adjunct professor at Aberdeen College. She'd groggily answered it, struggling to force herself awake, as an unfamiliar female voice asked for Cate Kensie. "I'm Cate," she'd answered, her brow furrowing as she clutched at her covers. Her heart had dropped as the woman explained her affiliation with a local hospital. Her parents had been involved in a car accident. Another vehicle had smashed into theirs. It was bad. She should come right away. She'd hastily dressed and driven to the hospital where she sat alone in the waiting room, wringing her hands until they were red and raw. The doctor, still in his surgical scrubs, pressed his lips together in a thin line as he sank into the chair across from her. He didn't need to speak. She'd known in an instant. What she hadn't expected was to lose both of them at the same time. Neither had made it through the life-saving surgeries they'd attempted. Both had died on the table, despite the doctor's best efforts. She barely recalled most of the whirlwind of events that followed when she'd buried them both. She only remembered she'd hated Aberdeen from that moment forward. Her gaze floated up to buildings of Aberdeen College rising across the pond. And now, she had another reason to dislike it. Her mind returned to the negative news she'd received yesterday, as Riley collapsed in a heap at her feet. Cate settled onto the lawn next to him, giving his head a pat. The small dog settled his chin on his front paws, with a big sigh. "That's how I feel, too," she said. "I wonder if I'll inherit that castle. If not, I don't know how much longer I can pay the bills here." Riley glanced up at her, rolling onto his back so she could scratch his belly. "Although I'm sure that'll give me at least one class, right?" Her chirping phone pulled her attention from her rumination. She tugged it from the pocket of her leggings and toggled on the display. A new message from her department chair, Dr. Jeffrey Goldstone, awaited her. "Hey, Cate, we need to talk. It's not good." Kate's heart sank at the words. Maybe he was only referring to her tenure-track denial, but she had a bad feeling the news was worse. Her thumbs hovered over the virtual keyboard before she switched off the display and shoved the phone in her pocket, deciding to answer the message later. With her mood soured, she climbed to her feet and snapped the leash onto Riley's harness. "Come on, buddy. Let's finish our walk." They completed their loop around the pond and stopped at a roadside stand for lunch. She lingered at the shaded picnic table while Riley polished off his doggy ice cream, avoiding any obligations. As much as she wanted to know about any connection to Dunhaven Castle, she did not want to paw through her parents' things, nor did she want to deal with Jeff. But she had to, she surmised, as she wiped her fingers on the thin paper napkin and shoved it into her nacho tray. After collecting the trash and tossing it, she gathered Riley and returned to her car for the short trip home. With a tuckered-out Riley nestled in his favorite blanket on the couch, Cate settled in next to him. She stared at the text message from Jeff as she typed and erased a dozen different messages, finally settling on, "Sure thing. Did you need to speak with me right away? I'm available anytime this evening or tomorrow." She set the phone aside and pulled the box on the table closer. Did her parents know about Dunhaven Castle? If she was truly related to someone who owned a castle, why had it never been mentioned? Perhaps it would have been had they lived longer. She dug into the box, checking her mother's jewelry box and her father's wallet. No links to Scotland or Scottish relatives were present in either. She tugged a thick photo album from the bottom and slouched further down on the couch cushions to page through it. She scoured the images for people she couldn't identify or foreign locations. Nothing gave her any insight. Perhaps there was nothing to find, and the entire incident had been a mistake. She tossed the items back into the cardboard container and returned it to its position on her shelf. As she settled on the couch with a bowl of cereal, the indicator light on her phone blinked. She grabbed it, balancing the bowl on one knee as she swiped the phone open. A message from Jeff awaited her. "Nah, I can wait till Monday, kiddo. Enjoy your weekend." Annoyance crept through her, and she tossed the phone unceremoniously onto the couch beside her, before returning to her now soggy cereal. Had he only intended to ruin her weekend? Or was the news worse than he was willing to share via text? She hemmed and hawed for another 5 minutes over a response, before she finally sent a message back. "Okay. See you Monday. Can you give me a hint, at least?" She pulled her laptop onto her lap, intent on searching for jobs, as her mind filled in the blanks about Jeff's message. Budget cuts, declining enrollment, not enough classes, or some new excuse would be used for why she wasn't getting another contract. The reason didn't matter, though, only that she'd be out of a job, and she'd have to figure out what to do about that sooner rather than later. When her alarm screamed through the still dark morning on Monday, she met the day with little enthusiasm. The morning rain shower didn't help her mood. She slugged through her morning lecture on the Elizabethan era before heading to her office. A quick check of the still empty department office confirmed that Jeff wasn't in yet for the day. She climbed up the stairs and pushed into her small office. After plopping into the uncomfortable desk chair, she tapped at her mouse to awaken the desktop. With a glance at the reports from her U.S. history course, she turned her attention to the bright screen and clicked on the browser's search bar. She typed Dunhaven Castle and sent the web crawler off on its mission. The results page populated, and she clicked on the first result. A quick scan of the few paragraphs gave her little more information than she already possessed. The castle sat on the hill overlooking the small Highlands town of Dunhaven. Built in the late 1700s, it dominated the town's landscape ever since, remaining the largest estate in the county. Cate stared at the now familiar picture of the estate for a moment, imagining herself roaming the halls. Could she live there? Would she move if she turned out to be the heir? She glanced around the tiny office, at the crammed bookshelves and the overflowing file cabinet, recalling the 3 times she'd applied to be a permanent member of the department. She'd been denied every time, despite being an active faculty member. She flicked her gaze back to the image on her screen. Maybe a move would be worth it. She clicked back to the search results and scrolled through the page. She stopped, the pointer hovering over another result as her brow furrowed. She leaned closer to the screen before she clicked on the link. Her browser redirected her to the sales page for a book entitled The Mysteries of Scotland, Hauntings and Spectres. She clicked to scan the table of contents. Her heart skipped a beat as she spotted the 5th entry, Dunhaven Castle. Was the castle she may inherit haunted? Cate scrolled through the book's preview, finding it cut off halfway through an entry about Blackmore Castle. She wrinkled her nose as she opened a new tab and started to type another search. A knock at her door interrupted her. She continued to type as she shouted, "Come in." "Got a minute?" a voice asked in a slow, southern drawl. Heat prickled through her as she recognized Jeff's voice. Her mind snapped to the ominous weekend text message. She glanced over to find him leaning against the door jamb in his rumpled tan suit. His dark brown eyes bored into her. "Jeff, oh, yeah, sure. I was just entering some grades. Come on in. I didn't know you were in the office yet, or I'd have come down." He strolled into the office, his hands shoved into his pants pockets, and took a seat across from her desk. Well, no problem. I could use the exercise. How have you been? Cate minimized her search bar before she set her clasped hands on the desk. Little on edge after your message Saturday and my letter Friday. Well, sorry if I alarmed you. Administration isn't being very cooperative about getting you on the schedule for summer. Cate sucked in a breath and nodded her head. That's what I thought. Well, here's the thing. I don't have a definite answer on anything yet, but as of right now, I don't have you on the schedule either. I feel like I have to tell you that since we're 2 weeks away from the summer semester starting. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate the heads up. Are there any classes that aren't covered so far? Oh, yeah, we have a few. They're still making final decisions. Hope rose in Cate's heart. Perhaps they'd at least have 1 or 2 to tide her over during the summer. No word on the fall semester yet, but she'd cross that bridge later. Jeff set his ankle on his knee, wiggling his foot in the air. Hey, I have a question for you. Cate flicked her gaze up to him, sliding her tightly clasped hands under the desk. Sure. We have an event coming up Saturday after next, and I need someone to cover it. There's nobody better than you, Cate. You're a great representative for the department. You up for it? Kate's forehead crinkled as she considered the request. Was there no one better than her, or hadn't anyone else volunteered? The department considered her a great representative, yet they couldn't offer her classes to teach or a permanent position. Indignation bubbled in her as she wondered who would cover these events if she no longer worked there. Her dwindling bank account stopped her from declining on principle alone. She forced a smile on her face and said, Well, let me look at my calendar and get back to you. Jeff toyed with the tassel on his shoe, flicking his eyebrows up. Sure, just let me know. Like I said, we'd love to have you represent us, and I know it will go a long way at administration's eyes with those final negotiations I'm making. Cate bit in the inside of her lower lip as she forced her expression to remain neutral. Would it really? She'd covered 3 of those earlier this semester, and they didn't make a difference when it came to her recent tenure track position denial. Kate's eyebrows danced up and down for a moment as she sighed, struggling to keep her composure. Will it? I assume you saw the letter from the dean about my tenure track position request? Yeah, I saw that. Oh, tough break, kiddo. I was behind you all the way. I don't know what they were thinking. Anyway, I hope to get you something in the summer and then the fall, and you can put your request in again. Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. He offered her a smarmy smile as he rose from the chair, flattening his tie against his tan shirt. Hey, no problem. Let me know about this Saturday as soon as you can, okay? He rapped his knuckles on her door jamb before he disappeared down the hall. The polite smile faded from Kate's features, replaced by a frown. She gritted her teeth as she rose and stalked to her door, slamming it shut. She let her head fall back against it and balled her hands into fists. She slugged back to her desk and slumped into the chair. Frustration filled her as she drummed her fingers against her thigh, pondering what to do about Jeff's most recent request. A chime drew her attention back to her computer. She stared at the red notification, indicating a new email, before she clicked to open it. Her heart sank as she read the message, welcoming a new faculty member to the campus. The message extolled the virtues of longtime adjunct Dr. Mark Pendleton, lauding him for his contributions of teaching 2 courses per semester for 2 years, and hosting a Meet the Mummy night, in which he screened the movie The Mummy for undergraduates following a lecture about the film. While he remained unpublished in his field, the administration was enthusiastic that he publish his first scholarly article while serving at Aberdeen College. The final line noted he joined an already fully staffed department, but that administration would be announcing newly created classes to fill his schedule. Kate's features settled into an unimpressed stare as she realized she'd been passed over for another faculty member with less experience in a department with less need for faculty. Her denial had nothing to do with budget cuts. She pounded a fist onto the desk, arriving in an instant at her decision not to participate in Saturday's event. The stubborn decision may mean she'd lose her job, but she didn't care. She opened an email, intent on sending her decision to Jeff. She pounded against the keyboard before she held down the delete key and rephrased the email. After multiple attempts, she gave up and closed the window. Though she avoided him for the rest of the week, her irritation failed to dissipate. As she drummed her fingers against her desk the following Monday, staring once again at an empty email shell, her phone rang. She eyed the unknown number before she swiped to accept the call. "Hello?"
"Dr. Kensie,"
a voice answered her in a crisp British accent.
"This is William Smythe. We spoke 10 days ago regarding the estate of the late Lady Gertrude Mackenzie."
Kate's stomach flip-flopped. How could she forget the odd meeting? Was this phone call about to make her employment woes a thing of the past? And change her entire life? Chapter 4. Kate gripped the phone tighter. "Mr. Smythe." "Yes, I remember."
"The results of the DNA test are available and have been confirmed by a second party. I'm back in the States. Would it be possible to meet for lunch today? I can come to you."
Caught up in the tension of her employment situation, she'd almost forgotten the other mystery. The request dumbfounded her for a moment. Sure. Today around noon is fine. I'm at work at Aberdeen College. We can meet in Ateria Cafe's faculty lounge. It should be quiet there and we'll be able to talk."
"Perfect. I'll see you at noon, Dr. Kensie."
"Great, see you then, and please call me Kate."
"Goodbye, Kate."
The phone clicked. Kate ended the call and set her cell phone down on the desk as she stared blankly at it. The DNA results were in, and confirmed. She assumed they confirmed that she was the heir to the Mackenzie estate. How could that be? It made little sense. But maybe it was the break she needed. But why was this never mentioned within the family? Did her parents not know? It didn't seem real. If it was, what was she going to do? The reference to the castle being haunted rattled in her mind. She distractedly pushed through grading a few papers before she decided she could wait no longer. Her impatience drove her early to the buffet-style cafeteria, where she paid for 2 meals and asked the clerk to send her guests to the faculty lounge. She pushed into the empty space with her salad in hand and selected a table in the back corner. She picked through the leafy greens for a few moments before the doors to the area swung open. William Smythe stood, dressed in another crisp black suit, looking out of place against a backdrop of sweatpants-clad students. His impeccably polished briefcase dangled from his slim fingers as he scanned the room, catching sight of Kate at the back. Kate waved as though he might not see her. He strode across the room, taking the seat across from her.
"Dr. Kensie,"
he began as he settled into his chair. "Kate, please," Kate interrupted him. "You can help yourself to some lunch. The food here is rather good."
"Thank you,"
he said, glancing over his shoulder at the doors leading to the cafeteria.
"Perhaps I'll make a salad if you don't mind my doing so before we conduct our business."
"Oh, no, not at all. Please, help yourself." Kate raised an eyebrow as he pushed through the doors into the din of the eatery, reflecting on his formal behavior. He returned a few moments later, unfurled his napkin across his lap, and took a bite of food before setting his fork down.
"Let's get down to business," he said flatly. "As I mentioned during our phone conversation, we have confirmed your identity through 2 separate DNA tests. You are the heir to the Mackenzie estate, as I expected."
Kate straightened in her seat, still struggling to believe the news. "Mr. Smythe, I have to tell you I'm really surprised by this. No one told me anything about any Scottish relatives before."
"I can assure you, whether or not you heard about it before, you are Lady Gertrude Mackenzie's closest living relative, and her rightful heir. As you may imagine, there are stacks of paperwork to complete. My firm will handle everything. I assume you'll need some time to get your affairs stateside in order. Do you have an estimate on when you expect you'll be able to move? I assume you have a valid passport, and my firm will complete any paperwork needed for you to live in Scotland."
Cate blinked hard, her eyes widening as she considered the answer to his question. Butterflies wriggled in her stomach as she considered the huge prospect of moving to another country. Across the table, the man stared at her, waiting for her reply as he poked at his food. Cate mumbled, yes, I have all that. I hadn't considered moving. I'll need some time to work out the details. The man's features softened.
Please, take all the time you need. Though I would like to confirm that you will take up residence at Dunhaven Castle, as required by the terms of the will.
The odd condition niggled at her, but she blurted out, Of course.
Excellent. I'd like to begin the paperwork on my end, if you wouldn't mind signing the forms I have for you today.
Sure, absolutely. I'll need a day or so to get my plans in order regarding the move.
Of course, Cate. I plan on traveling back to London this evening, but you have my contact information, and my assistant will be reaching out to you. Please let us know when you have an idea so we can prepare for your arrival.
They finished their salads while discussing a few minor details about the will, before Mr. Smythe collected her signature on a number of documents. Did the test indicate how we're related? Cate asked, as he squared the papers and placed them into a folder before sliding it into his briefcase.
Distant cousins. The specific details aren't at my disposal at the moment, but rest assured, Lady Mackenzie's information about your relationship proved correct.
So Lady Mackenzie had known about her existence.
Well,
he continued as he rose,
that'll conclude our business for today. My assistant Gail will be contacting you if she hasn't already, and she can assist with arranging details once you have dates in mind.
Thank you. I hope to have them for her soon.
I look forward to hearing from you. Good day, Cate.
He crossed the room and disappeared through the door. It closed slowly behind him, shutting out the din of the cafeteria. Cate sat for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. It felt surreal. If the documents had not been sitting in front of her, she would have wondered whether she dreamt the whole thing. She remained lost in thought as she meandered across campus. The chiming of her phone barely pulled her back to reality. She checked the display as she climbed the stairs to her office, making a mental list of things that needed to be done. A warm email from Gail Pearson, with the subject Mackenzie Estate, introduced Mr. Smythe's assistant and offered help to make any and all arrangements for her upcoming move. The email cemented the reality she struggled to grasp. She collapsed into her desk chair and stared again at the packed shelves. She blew out a long breath. I'm going to need some boxes. The next morning, she began the arduous task of packing her office. She cleared half the shelves when a knock sounded at the door. Come in, she yelled, as she stretched the packing tape over the flaps of the box. Jeff shuffled through the door, his hands on his hips, and a confused expression on his tanned features.
Well, hey, when I said not to count on summer, kiddo, I didn't mean you had to start packing yet.
Cate rose to stand, dusting off her jeans and giving him a small laugh. Oh, about the summer, Jeff, she began when he interrupted her.
Yeah, I got great news. I managed to get you a few classes.
He grinned at her. Cate sucked in a deep breath, her gaze floating to the boxes as she opened and closed the cap on the Sharpie clutched in her hands. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate what you've done, but I need to decline. Jeff screwed up his face, rubbing his neck.
Decline? You serious?
Cate's popping of the marker's cap intensified as her hands turned sweaty. Yes, I am serious. I need to decline. I've had some developments on my end. She found herself unable to form the words to describe her situation. I inherited a castle and I'm moving to Scotland sounded crazy in her head. She couldn't imagine how it would sound in spoken form.
Developments,
he murmured, almost to himself, his finger rubbing his chin.
Were you offered another position?
The corners of Cate's lips curled into a slight smile. Yes, in a way I was. Anyway, what it boils down to is I don't need the summer classes or a contract for the next academic year. I'm sorry about this late notice, Jeff. If I'd known,
I would have told you sooner, but I only just found out myself. Well, Jeff paused, at a loss for words. I guess congratulations are in order.
Thank you, Cate answered with a grin. He slowly extended his hand to shake hers, as if trying to grasp the reality of the situation at the same time. Jeff glanced around at the boxes on the floor, then slid his gaze up to the empty shelf.
Well, it looks like you've got moving under control, and there's nothing I can do to change your mind.
He flicked his gaze back to her. Nope, sorry, it's too good an opportunity to pass up. Not a lie, she mused.
Well, okay. I guess I'll leave you to it. Good luck with, well, everything.
He threw his hand out to the side before letting it slap his thigh. Thanks again, Jeff. He shuffled to the door, grabbing the jam and twisting to give her office one last glance. His brow furrowed as he took another look at the boxes.
You're sure there's nothing I can do to change your mind? The dean may reconsider.
Sorry, Jeff. There's nothing.
Well, okay. Can't blame a guy for trying.
He wrapped his fingers against the jam before he disappeared down the hall. A smile crept across Cate's face, lingering there as she cleared another shelf. By the end of the day, she had an empty office. One last final exam the following day stood between her and the Scottish countryside, plus the packing of her home. But she'd leave that until after her semester ended. On her last day with Aberdeen College, she proctored and graded her exam before she did a final check of her space and typed up a brief resignation letter. She signed off for the final time and glanced around. Barren shelves and an empty desk met her gaze, just as they had the day she came. After one last check of her drawers, one last glance at her shelves, and a crouch to glance under her desk, she stowed her laptop in her tote bag and pulled her office keys from her keyring. She took the stairs down a flight to the department office. As expected, she found the door open and Molly, the department secretary, behind her desk. Hey, Cate. Hi, Molly. Have my keys to return to you. Cate set them down on the desk in front of Molly. Molly stared at them, brow furrowed. Keys? Are you moving to a new office? Jeff didn't say anything. No, sorry, I thought maybe you'd heard from Jeff or saw the email I sent a few minutes ago. I've resigned my position. I won't be returning to Aberdeen after today. What? Molly lowered her voice and leaned toward Cate. Is this because of the tenure situation? To be honest, I think Jeff could have done more, but I try to hang in there and keep pushing, honey. Oh, thanks, Molly, but that's not it entirely. I'm actually moving. Molly cradled her coffee cup in her hands. Moving? To where? Scotland. Molly choked on the sip of coffee she'd taken. Scotland? Are you kidding me? What prompted this, if you don't mind my asking? Did you get a job offer there? Cate twisted the truth a bit, still unwilling to say the words aloud. Oh, I just found out I have family there. Molly's eyebrows shot up, and she gave a knowing nod. Oh, that's great, honey. I can understand you wanting to move for your family. Happy with being able to dodge any further explanations, Cate offered her a pleasant smile. So I guess this is goodbye. I left all the current student paperwork in my office with dates marked showing when they're no longer current and can be disposed of. And again, here are my keys, so that's it. Just like you, Cate. Always so organized. She paused for a moment, waving a hand in front of her face as tears welled in her eyes. And now, just a minute. This can't be goodbye just yet. Let me take you to lunch. Oh, you don't have to do that, Molly. Nonsense, come on. Then you can tell me all about this move to Scotland. Okay, but only if it's my treat. Now, Cate, Molly began. I insist, or the lunch is off. Cate lifted her chin with a coy grin. Okay, I give in, Molly said, holding both hands up to admit defeat, before she reached under the desk for her purse. Should we head up to the cafe? Oh, no, let's go off campus for a change. How about that new Italian place that just opened up on 3rd Street? You can try it before you leave, at least. Sounds good. Do you mind if I run home and grab Riley? Not at all. See you there, Molly answered. Cate waved a goodbye before she left Aberdeen's campus, behind for the last time. She went through her to-do list as she drove home. She'd have to donate all of her furniture, her car, and most of her household items. She'd only take her personal things, and she'd start packing those after her lunch with Molly. After collecting Riley from her apartment, she strolled to the restaurant, securing an outdoor table near the front corner. Riley settled onto the cobblestone patio at her feet, under the shade of the table. Molly appeared a few moments later, swinging her car into a parking space. She gave Cate a big wave as she climbed from behind the wheel, the sun glinting off her strawberry blonde hair. Molly plopped into the seat across from Cate and glanced down at the small dog, who wagged his tail at her. "Hi, Riley. How are you, little guy? Ready for your big move?" The small dog cocked his head at her as she spoke. Cate tousled at his ears. "I still gotta pack up the apartment, including his stuff." Molly flipped open her menu and shot Cate a grin. "He's too cute, Cate." "Thanks. I'm glad you didn't mind me bringing him along." Molly waved her hand in the air as she perused the menu. "Not at all. I'm cooped up in the office all day just looking at the sunshine through the window. It's nice to bask in it." "So, what looks good to you, Cate?" After they placed their order, Molly grabbed a slice of bread from the recently delivered basket. "So, tell me about Scotland. How did this happen? When? Where? Give me all the juicy details." "It was quite sudden and unexpected," Cate said, also diving into the bread basket. She relayed the strange tale of Mr. Smythe's sudden arrival and unexpected news. Molly munched on her bread slice, dipping it into the olive oil and herb blend, as Cate spilled the story. Her eyebrows rose higher and higher with every statement. "Oh my gosh! I have so many questions. I don't know where to begin. So, this guy just shows up and what? Tells you you're inheriting some property in Scotland, but only if you move there?" "Yep." Molly blinked as she attempted to formulate a response, but none came. Cate continued to fill the silence. "I had to have a DNA test to make sure I was Lady Mackenzie's relative. I just found out a few days ago the test showed that I was. No one ever told me about any relatives, even distant ones." "Wait," Molly interrupted. "Lady Mackenzie? What, are you inheriting a castle or something?" She snickered at her own comment. "Yes, that is what I'm inheriting." Molly slapped the table with her hand as her jaw dropped open and her eyes bulged. "Cate, are you serious?" "Yes." Cate pulled one of the pictures she grabbed earlier and slid it across the table. Molly snatched the picture from the metal tabletop just as their food arrived. She flicked her gaze to Cate, biting her lower lip and appearing ready to burst as she waited for the waitress to depart. "Oh, Cate, please tell me you'll let me visit." Cate chuckled as she pushed her gnocchi around in the pool of butter. "Course, I'd love to have you visit." Molly waved her hand in the air as she sipped her soda. "I will hold you to that. I'd love to see Scotland, and I'd love it even more to stay in a castle while I'm there. Well, at least, I think I would." Cate wrinkled her forehead, scrunching her eyebrows together, as she flicked her gaze up to Molly. "You think?" "Yeah, I'll let you try it out first. Make sure it's not haunted." Chapter 5. Cate stared at Molly for a breath, unable to form any words. The book title listed when she'd searched Dunhaven Castle danced through her mind. "Haunted?" Molly nodded, grabbing another piece of bread and dipping it into her pasta dish. "Yeah, haunted. You know, like in all the movies. Those castles are always haunted. All those generations living there, some of them dying there. You go make sure it's not haunted before I visit." Cate forced a smile onto her face. dismissing the ridiculous idea of ghosts roaming the castle. Okay, deal. Once I can verify that there are no ghosts, I'll send your invitation. Deal. So now it all makes sense why you're moving all of a sudden. I'd have moved too. Once I made sure it wasn't haunted, of course. Molly winked as she bit into her bread. Cate shrugged, chasing a slippery buttered gnocchi around her dish. I didn't ask about it being haunted, but since I didn't have any offers here, I really thought it was a blessing. It's a beautiful property. I've not made it very far with my career here. I had nothing holding me back. Molly waved her explanation away with a shake of her head. You don't have to explain it to me. You'd be crazy not to move regardless of your career. Although, they gave you a raw deal again. Don't even get me started on that tenure track denial. Cate smiled at her, in silent gratitude for her support. Molly continued, despite Cate not prompting her. Jeff did nothing to help you. Serves him right to be scrambling this late for the summer. I hope you left a big fat hole in his summer schedule pulling out of your contract. Cate froze, crinkling her brow. She shook her head. I didn't have a contract. Molly narrowed her eyes, cocking her head as she stared at Cate. Those contracts went out 3 weeks ago. You were listed for 3 classes. Kate's jaw dropped open as she reached for her lemonade. 3 weeks ago? Molly's shoulders slumped, and she let her fork clatter onto her plate. Oh, don't tell me. He didn't offer you anything until late. He told me he had a few classes for me a few days ago. That's when I told him I was resigning. Molly set her jaw and rolled her eyes before she leaned forward and patted Kate's hand. Well, that's divine providence if you ask me, Cate. You were meant to go to Scotland, and Jeff was meant to get stuck for playing his games. Serves him right. His game's finally caught up to him. Cate squeezed her hand, the smile returning to her face, as she glanced at the picture of the castle laying on the table. Well, I can't say that I'm complaining about the outcome, that's for sure. Maybe it worked out just the way it was supposed to. Cate and Molly finished their lunch, chatting about Kate's move and plans once she reached Scotland. Molly offered to help Cate with any last-minute details, but Cate declined, figuring she had things under control given her timeline. Well, I guess this is goodbye then, Cate said, as they stood up from the table. Goodbye for now, Molly corrected her, wagging a finger at her. She pulled Cate into a hug, giving her an extra tight squeeze. Promise you'll keep in touch? I promise, Cate said. Another bittersweet moment. Cate held back the tear that threatened to escape from her eye. And you, Riley, have fun playing in that huge yard. Riley looked curiously at Molly. Cate laughed as she scooped the small dog up. I'm sure he will. Well, back to packing for me. Next time you hear from me, I'll be in Scotland. Thank you for lunch, Cate, and I can't wait to hear that you're settled. After another few moments of chit-chat, the women parted ways. Cate waddled back into her apartment, stuffed from the heavy lunch. She wrinkled her nose as she stared into her closet. How about you pack this up, Riley? He tilted his head at her before he loped across the room and leapt onto the bed, settling down with his feet splayed out behind him for a nap. I guess I have my answer. She followed him to the bed and plopped onto it. Let's start fresh in the morning. She grabbed the remote from her night table and flicked on the television across the room on her dresser. After searching for the movie Molly had suggested about a woman living in a haunted castle, she snuggled into the covers to watch the frightening film. After 2 weeks of packing, Cate stood in an empty apartment. No more items remained on her to-do list. She would start her journey to Scotland in just a few hours. Riley sat at her feet, staring up at her. We made a lot of good memories here, Riley. But let's go make some new ones. She grabbed her packed suitcase, tucked Riley into his carrier, and left her apartment behind for the last time. The wheels of the suitcase banged their way down the stairs as she dragged it behind her to the main floor and out to the waiting taxi. Within hours, she boarded her plane, booked in first class by Gale. Butterflies flitted in her stomach as she buckled her seatbelt. They intensified as the plane pushed back from the gate. Her new life awaited her. She leaned over to Riley, still stuffed in his carrier, and grinned. "Here we go, buddy. Next stop, London, England." After a layover in New York, they landed in London. The chauffeur Gale had arranged met her outside and shuttled her to the hotel with the promise to return for her in the morning. Within the hour, she was settled in her room. She retired early after the long flight, settling back into the pillows, with Riley curled next to her. Cate flicked off the light as she stroked his fur. "Before you know it, we'll be home. At least, I hope so." She settled back into the pillows, unused to the sounds of the city streets beyond her window. The entire situation overwhelmed her, and she slept fitfully in the strange city. Her alarm screamed through a nightmare about Riley becoming lost in the halls of the castle. She awoke with a start, cuddling the small dog closer to her, before she rose from her bed and dressed for the day. The nervous butterflies kicked up again as she gathered her purse and pup and headed down to the waiting chauffeured car. Buildings and people sped by the window as they drove. London seemed enormous compared to her former small town of Aberdeen. She mentally thanked Gale for arranging transportation, so she didn't have to navigate it alone. Within 40 minutes, she sat inside the luxuriously appointed offices of Smythe, Smith, and Smithton, awaiting her appointment with Mr. Smythe. Cate waited less than a minute before a petite blonde woman hurried down the hall toward the reception area. A few tendrils of hair framed her face, with the rest pulled neatly into a French twist. Her navy blue skirt suit featured a hemline falling just below the knee, and pumps with a fashionable but sensible heel finished off the ensemble. A pair of glasses dangled on a chain around her neck. Her clothes were as crisp as Mr. Smythe's had been. She offered Cate a warm smile, with the ability to set her at ease immediately. She widened her smile and extended her hand as she approached. "Cate, so nice to finally meet you. I'm Gale Pearson. This must be little Riley." Cate shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Gale. Yep, this is Riley." Gale extended her hand to allow Riley to sniff it, and then gave him a gentle scratch on his head. "Riley, can you shake hands?" Cate asked. Riley extended his small white paw toward Gale, who accepted it for a shake. Gale motioned for Cate to follow her down the hall. "What a clever little pup you are, Riley. If you'll follow me, I'll get you situated for your meeting with Mr. Smythe." Cate trailed behind her, taking the opportunity to thank her in person for making all her travel arrangements. "Oh, it's nothing, Cate. My pleasure. I hope you're finding your stay pleasant. Everything satisfactory with your room, I trust?" "Oh, yes, everything is great," Cate said, as they entered a small conference room. "And thank you for the snack. It hit the spot after the long flight." "Wonderful to hear. May I take your coat?" Cate set Riley on one of the thickly padded leather chairs and peeled off her jacket, handing it over. "Thank you." Gale tossed it over her arm, clasping her hands together. "And can I interest you in a cup of tea?" Cate collected Riley and eased into the high-backed chair. "Oh, no, thank you. I don't want to put you to any trouble." "No trouble at all, Cate." "Well then, yes, if you don't mind. I would love a cup of tea. Thank you, something warm would be great. Much cooler than I'm used to here." "Coming right up," Gale said, as she bustled out of the room. Gale returned moments later with a tray of tea, cookies, and a few dog bones. She set the tea and cookies down near Cate. "Here, this will take the chill out of you. Do you take sugar and milk, Cate?" "Just sugar. No milk." "How very American of you," Gale replied, passing the sugar to Cate. "And Riley, I have a special treat for you if your mummy will allow you." She produced a bone-shaped dog biscuit. Riley's tail wagged furiously. "Yes, he's allowed. Thank you," Cate said. Gale fed the biscuit to Riley, who wolfed it down in a few chomps. "And now,
I will spoil you and give you a second one, whether or not your mummy likes it," Gale teased, handing Riley another, which he ate as quickly as the first. Cate chuckled as Riley stared expectantly at Gale, waiting for another. "I think you've made a friend for life. And what a cute friend to have! If you need anything, just give me a holler. I'm just outside. Mrs. Smythe will be in shortly."
"Thank you."
Gale slipped out the door, pulling it slightly closed behind her. Warmth coursed through Cate as she sipped the sweet tea. She set the cup down on its saucer when William Smythe entered the room, with Gale trailing behind him, her arms laden with folders. He approached the table and tugged back the chair at the head of it. Gale spread the folders out for him before leaving the room and pulling the door slightly shut again. Mr. Smythe unbuttoned his suit jacket as he settled into the chair. "Hello, Cate. Good to see you again. I hope your trip was pleasant and your accommodations agreeable."
"Oh, yes. Everything is excellent. Thank you." With a nod, he opened the first folder.
"There are several things that we need to go over and some paperwork that needs to be taken care of over the next few days. We'll finish everything that we need to here before traveling to Scotland on Wednesday. I'll stay on with you until Friday to finish all the details there."
"Okay, that sounds like a plan." Paperwork, signatures, and legalese filled their day. The over-efficient Gale flitted in and out, collecting forms to process immediately. After a light lunch in the office, arranged by Gale, they traveled to the bank housing Lady Mackenzie's accounts to complete more paperwork. After signing the forms, they were led to a room filled with safe deposit boxes. As the bank clerk left them alone in a private room, Mr. Smythe opened the box given to them and removed an item. "Oh, the infamous gold timepiece!" Cate exclaimed.
"Yes,"
he answered.
"This is a timepiece I spoke of when we met. This was to be imparted directly to you, along with the following note stipulating specific terms that Lady Mackenzie insisted her heir follow."
He handed her the timepiece, along with a note. Cate accepted both, turning the timepiece over in her hands as she received it. The bright lights glinted off the warm antique gold. Once a man's pocket watch, it now hung from a long gold chain, making it a pendant. She traced the outline of two small crosses, extending from the top of the piece. Cate pressed the button to open the watch. An off-white face with black Roman numerals stared back at her. She squinted at the markings on the cover, finding a faint inscription. "Always keep an eye on your time." Cate furrowed her brow at the odd engraving. With the timepiece clutched in her hands, she read the note. "To my heir. This timepiece has been passed from generation to generation in the Mackenzie family. It came through my ancestors from father to child for centuries, eventually being passed from my grandfather to my father, and from my father to me. I now pass it to you. You must adhere to the following stipulations I set forth. Wear the timepiece on your person at all times, and never leave it unattended. Take care to keep the timepiece in working order, and always wound. Always keep an eye on your time. Good luck. Stay safe. Lady Gertrude Mackenzie." Cate wrinkled her brow at the note, a shiver darting up her spine. She ran her fingers over the odd statement about keeping an eye on her time engraved on the watch's faceplate as she stared at the same words in the note. Her gaze hovered over the last two lines again. "Stay safe," the note said. But stay safe from what? With a shake of her head, she hung the timepiece around her neck as instructed, and continued on with the remaining business. Drained and overwhelmed, she slugged back to her hotel room and collapsed into bed. The next day contained more of the same, and she retired at the end of it for an early evening inn, preparing for a wake-up call before the sun rose to catch an early morning train to Edinburgh. Her alarm screamed Wednesday's arrival at an hour well before she was ready, and she met Mr. Smythe and Gale at the train station for the first leg of the trip to Dunhaven. With Gale staying on to help her unpack over her first weekend in the house, her nerves settled a little. At least, if there were ghosts roaming the halls, she wouldn't be alone. The truly terrifying moment would come when she spent her first night on her own in the castle. They boarded the train, and Cate settled back in her seat, with Riley on her lap. The passing scenery captivated her, being so very different from the Midwest where she'd grown up and stayed for most of her adult life. Gale smiled at her as she studied the passing landscape. "So, Cate, I understand Mr. Smythe's visit was a surprise to you." A grin spread across Kate's face as she bobbed her head up and down. "Yes, a very big one. And not just his visit, but his news. I never knew I had a relative in Scotland." "Really? No one ever mentioned a relative with a castle?" Cate stroked Riley's fur as she answered. No one dropped that bombshell on me until Mr. Smythe did. To be honest, I didn't know I had any relatives anywhere. After my parents passed away, I assumed I was alone in the world." Gale's face pinched with compassion. "I'm so sorry for your loss, Cate, and at such a young age." Cate offered her a tight-lipped smile. "Thank you, though it's been several years now, so I've grown accustomed to being alone. And all this time, you had a relative living in Scotland." "Well, a distant relative." "Yes, but still, it is a shame that you never got to meet Lady Mackenzie. She was an interesting woman. I'm certain you would have liked her. You remind me a lot of her. We tried to find you before she passed, but were unable to locate you in time." Cate flicked her gaze to the passing scenery again. "Yes, that is unfortunate. I would have liked to have met her. I hope it's not too much to ask, but how did she pass away?" Gale crossed her legs, tugging her knee toward her with her clasped hands. "She took ill suddenly and was diagnosed with an aggressive form of cancer, which went undetected until it was too late. She suffered a stroke soon after finding out and passed shortly after." "Oh, that's terrible. How sad." Cate reflected for a moment, before rekindling the conversation on a brighter topic. "Speaking of my distant relative, do you have any more information on how closely we're related from the DNA tests?" Mr. Smythe chimed in to answer this, setting his paperwork aside. "No, the analysis only confirms a relationship. It doesn't tell us any familial relationship information beyond the general. Your relationship was in the third cousin arena. Lady Mackenzie had an address for your parents. We used it to track you down. I'm certain you can find more information at the castle about your relationship." Gale waved a finger in the air. "Cate, I'm thinking that your name, Kensie, is a variation of the original family name, Mackenzie." "Yeah, I wondered that. I have to admit, for being a history professor, I have little to no idea of my family's history. I've been meaning to look into it, but with everything going on, I haven't yet. I plan on doing that once I get settled." "Well, it sounds like an interesting project for a history professor," Gale answered. "Please let me know if I can help." "Oh, thank you so much, Gale. I agree. It will be an interesting project." They spent the rest of the trip making small talk until they pulled into the station. Kate's stomach rumbled as they walked to the restaurant for a quick lunch. With full bellies, they picked up their rental car to begin the drive to Dunhaven. The town sat a few hours northwest of Edinburgh. Cate and Riley spread out in the back seat as Mr. Smythe slipped behind the wheel to make the familiar drive, with Gale serving as his navigator in the front passenger seat. The city turned to the countryside, and eventually to the highlands as they drove north. The drive cemented the reality of the remoteness of her new home as they proceeded farther and farther away from what she was used to in terms of civilization. As the world slipped away, the possibility of ghosts became more real to her. "Almost there," Gale announced. Cate checked the timepiece she was wearing with a surge of pride that she had remembered to wind it this morning. They should arrive in about 20 to 25 minutes, according to Mr. Smythe's calculations. A surge of anticipation swept through Cate. Within 15 minutes, a small village appeared in the distance. Behind it, Dunhaven Castle rose high on the hill. They passed through the small town of Dunhaven moments later, as Gale detailed some of the town's local businesses. The village receded behind them as they drove on toward the castle. The rambling structure sprawled on the high hill overlooking the town. It grew larger and larger as they approached, rolling green lawns with perfect landscaping surrounding it. Gravel crunched under the tires as Mr. Smythe turned onto the driveway. Cate slid closer to the window to study her new home as they approached. Riley, sensing Cate's excitement, darted from window to peer out, wagging his tail and eyeing Cate as if to confirm that his reaction was appropriate. 3 people milled around the castle's entrance. "Ah, good," Mr. Smythe said as he spotted them. "I asked the staff to meet us. They've timed it well." "Probably got the warning call from the village," Gale joked. "Staff?" Cate mumbled to herself, her brow furrowing. "Yes," Mr. Smythe replied, overhearing her comment. "Charlie and Emily Fraser. Mr. Fraser oversees most of the handiwork landscaping and manages the external landscaping company. Mrs. Fraser provides light cooking and house cleaning. A hired company does most of the other cleaning. Finally, Jack Reed, the estate manager, is a newer addition, who'll take over most of the handiwork and landscaping from Mr. Fraser soon. Lady Mackenzie hired him just before passing away." She hadn't given much thought to the castle's upkeep. It was good to know someone else had. What would it be like to have a staff? Mrs. Smythe interrupted her thoughts. He glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "May I assume that you will keep the staff on?" Cate clamped her gaping jaw shut for a moment before answering, "Yes, assuming they would like to stay on." Gale twisted to face her and nodded. "I think they very much would, Cate. They've been on edge that the new owner would do a clean sweep and bring in her own people. They will be relieved to find out that you're keeping them on." "Oh, yes, no. I mean, say, I'd never do that to anyone." As the conversation came to a close, Mr. Smythe eased the car parallel to the front entrance. The youngest of the 3 staff, Jack, approached the car to open the doors and begin unloading luggage. Cate scooped Riley into her arms and stepped into the crisp Scottish air. Her gaze rose to the rambling structure in front of her. Goosebumps pocked her flesh as she swallowed hard, wondering what secrets the Gothic structure held. The words in Gertrude Mackenzie's note rattled through her mind. What was it that she needed to stay safe from? Chapter 6. Cate stared up at the castle rising in front of her. She fought back a shiver as she struggled to stop dwelling on why Gertrude Mackenzie had wished her good luck and told her to stay safe. She sucked in a deep breath and kissed the top of Riley's head as he studied her, shaking in her arms, sensing her apprehension. "We're home, Riley." "We're home," she said, with a smile spreading on her face. Generations of Mackenzies had lived here before her. Generations of her family. A sense of belonging washed over her as she imagined her relatives walking the halls of the sprawling structure. She studied the gray brownstone making up the castle's exterior. It spread on either side of the entrance, extending in wings jutting at various angles. Towers and turrets rose into the sky. For a moment she wondered if she may end up lost inside its vast expanse. Perhaps that was what the warning meant. Voices pulled her from her daydreaming. Mrs. Fraser clasped her hand stiffly in front of her as she addressed Gale. "Yes, I had Lady Mackenzie's room made up for Dr. Kensie as Mr. Smythe directed. The nearby bedroom suite is made up for you, Miss Pearson, and I had the blue room made up for you as usual, Mr. Smythe." "Perfect, thank you," Mr. Smythe answered, as Jack pulled luggage from the trunk, or, as they called it here, the boot of the car. "And I had all them boxes you sent put in the library. Lady Gertrude didn't use that room much. I cannot understand what you meant by obvious but unobtrusive space, so I did the best I could," she said, her Scottish dialect on full display. Gale patted the woman's arm with a warm smile. "Let's not discuss that now. I'm sure Cate would prefer to settle in a bit before dealing with all that." "Oh, thank you," Cate said, stepping forward and extending her hand. "Hi, I'm Cate, and this is Riley. Cate motioned with her head toward the small dog in her arms. Mr. Fraser was the first to take her hand, giving it a light shake. Next, Mrs. Fraser, with a furrowed brow and slack jaw, shook it. Jack, who'd finished unloading the luggage, approached.
Good to meet you, Cate,
he said with a broad smile and a hard handshake that extended to her entire arm.
And a big hello to you too, Sir Riley.
He tickled the pup under his chin. Mrs. Fraser gasped at his greeting, but Riley seemed to approve, extending his neck for a full scratch. Well, Dr. Kensie, Mrs. Fraser began. Cate waved her hand in the air with a smile. Oh, please, call me Cate. Mrs. Fraser's eyes widened. Well, certainly not. You might not have the title.
She will inherit the title along with the estate,
Mr. Smythe said.
Well, I shan't be referring to you by your first name, Lady Kensie. That wouldn't be proper. Not proper at all.
She glanced at Mr. Smythe, then Gale. She raised her chin and rolled her shoulders back before continuing.
Now, Lady Kensie, I'd be happy to show you to your room if you'd like to freshen up after your trip. I prepared a light meal for everyone. If you'll let me know when you'd like it served, I'll have it set out for you.
All eyes turned to Cate, and she swallowed hard, unfamiliar with the sensation of ordering a staff around. Oh, that would be great. I'd say maybe around 5:30 to eat, if that's okay with everyone. She phrased it as a question, shrugging her shoulders as though she wasn't at all sure. That would do perfectly, Gale said with a nod.
If you'd point out your bags to me, I'd be ever so happy to bring them up to you,
Jack chimed in. Oh, the two with the luggage straps are mine. Here, I can take one with me. Cate reached for one suitcase, triggering another gasp from Mrs. Fraser.
Nay, lassie, I'd not have the lady of the house carrying her own bags to her room. I'd be put out on the street for it.
Cate burst into a giggle at the statement. The lady of the house can manage a bit of luggage, but I won't fight you on it. It is heavy. They shared a laugh together as he grabbed her suitcase and tugged it behind him. With Mrs. Fraser leading the way, they entered the castle through thick wooden doors. Kate's eyes slid upward to take in the enormous foyer. Wooden double doors on either side of the wide space led into other rooms. Hallways jutted off in every direction. A massive curved stairway with thick brass railings led up to a gallery-style hallway overlooking the shiny marble floor. Thick red carpeting lined the center of the white marble stairs. The scent of wood polish hung heavy in the air.
Mr. Smythe, I trust you can find your way while I take the ladies on to their rooms.
Mrs. Fraser started toward the staircase, with Cate and Gale in tow. As they ascended it, she continued,
I had the bed you sent for the pup put into your room, Lady Kensie. I hope that was acceptable.
Cate hurried to keep up with her. Oh, yes, that's great. Thank you so much. That was very thoughtful of you, Mrs. Fraser. And Riley, thanks you too. Cate raised Riley's paw to wave at Mrs. Fraser in a show of approval. You hear that, buddy? Mrs. Fraser's got you all fixed up. Mrs. Fraser pursed her lips together and continued down the hall, hands clasped together at her waist in front of her. Mr. Smythe disappeared from their group somewhere along the way, though Cate couldn't say where. The maze of halls made the blue room seem extremely far from wherever hers would be.
Miss Pearson, here's your room,
Mrs. Fraser said, stopping outside of a doorway and motioning with her hand. Thank you, Gale said. She squeezed Kate's forearm. I'll see you in a bit for some dinner. She disappeared into the room, leaving Cate and Riley alone with Mrs. Fraser.
The late Lady Mackenzie's room is this way,
Mrs. Fraser said, continuing down the hall.
Mr. Smythe told me to give you that room. Rather presumptuous of him, but I do what I'm told. If you'd like another, please let me know once we've perused the castle.
Oh, I'm sure it's fine, Mrs. Fraser. I'm sure I'll be very happy there.
Lady Mackenzie was, there's a fact. I suppose since it was good enough for her ladyship, Mr. Smythe reckoned it would be good enough for you too. Here we are.
She stopped in front of a set of double doors, opening them both in one smooth motion. Cate followed her into the room. She spun, trying to take it all in. The sheer size of the bedroom suite made her apartment seem tiny. She stood in a sitting room. A fireplace yawned in the nearby wall. She ran her hand over the velvety fabric of the chaise longue facing it. Ornate chairs stood against another wall. To the left and through another set of double doors, a bedroom with a large canopy bed stood. Carved wood trimmed the space. Heavy draperies adorned the large windows, overlooking the rolling green landscape. Mrs. Fraser fussed with the pillow on the settee nearest the chaise longue. Cate swallowed and tried to pull herself back into reality, realizing Mrs. Fraser was waiting for the all-clear signal from her before leaving her alone. "Thank you, Mrs. Fraser." "Of course," she spat out, before she spun on her heel and departed. Cate spun to take in the entire room again. The sheer size of her bedroom suite alone proved overwhelming. She no longer wondered if she would become lost wandering the halls. She was certain of it. Absent-mindedly, her hand found the timepiece around her neck. She glanced down at it. "Who were you, Lady Mackenzie?" she muttered. "Here I am, about to live in your space, sleeping where you slept, eating where you ate, and I have no idea who you even were." A knock at the door pulled her from her musings. "Come in!" she shouted.
"Your luggage,"
Jack said, dragging the 2 bags in through the door.
"Where'd you like them?"
"Oh, there's fine," Cate said, motioning toward the door. "Thanks."
"Easy enough."
He wheeled them further into the room. He hesitated a moment, shifting his weight from foot to foot.
"See, I hope I didn't offend you earlier. I tend to a bit off the cuff. I put many people off. You seemed rather laid back. I took you at your word when you introduced yourself as Cate that I could call you that."
Cate shook her head and waved her hand as she sank onto the chaise. "Oh, no, not at all. You didn't offend me. I prefer it if everyone calls me Cate. Maybe it's an American thing." He gave her a lopsided grin.
"Ah, well, that's good, before I'm out on my arse."
"I need all the help I can get, especially from getting lost. I won't fire you because you didn't call me Dr. Kensie. I really prefer Cate."
"Mrs. Fraser will be horrified, the lady of the house having everyone call her Cate."
He shivered, as though it was terrifying. The dramatic display elicited a giggle from Cate. "Yeah, I noticed that. I guess Lady Mackenzie was much more formal?"
"Oh, quite. Should have fired me on the spot if I called her Lassie, or even Gertrude."
"Good thing I'm easier going, huh?"
"Quite a good thing. Well, I'll leave you to freshen up then, milady,"
Jack said, adding an extravagant bow. Another chuckle escaped her. Riley sniffed at the air as she stood, after he closed the doors behind him. "We're going to have fun here, Riley." The little dog cocked his head, looking at her curiously. "Here, why don't you have a proper smell around?" Cate said, setting him down on the floor. He wandered around the room sniffing everything. Cate checked her timepiece, finding it was nearly 5 p.m. Dinner would be set out soon. She glanced down at her outfit of leggings and a tunic, imagining the shocked expression on Mrs. Fraser's face if she turned up to her first dinner in this ensemble. Not wanting to send the woman to an early grave, she decided to change. She wheeled her luggage through the double doorway and into the bedroom. The bedroom rivaled the sitting room in size. She brushed the lace curtain aside, peeking out one window. Her room overlooked a side area of the well-manicured lawn. Outside, a gravel path wound past a gazebo, ending at a small lock. "Riley, you're going to love this," she said. She hoped to explore the grounds tomorrow or Friday with him. For now, her stomach had other plans. She opened her luggage and retrieved Riley's bowl and kibble. Riley heard the morsels spilling into the bowl and raced from the sitting room for his dish. She'd find a new spot to feed him after they settled in. She left Riley eating, and she pulled on a change of clothes. She stepped into the hall after she finished, with Riley in her arms, hoping she could find her way to the front door for a jaunt outside. She would rely on luck to find her way to the dining room from there. As she wandered down the hall, studying the thick, carved wood trim, and passing door after endless door, Gale popped out of her room. "Oh, what luck!" Cate exclaimed. "I was afraid I would lose my way to the front door and would die of starvation trying to find the dining room." "No worries, Lady Cate," Gale said, patting her arm. "I can make sure you get there. Are you taking Riley for a short walk first?" "Yes, for a moment to stretch his legs. I planned on taking him into the dining room with us after. I'm a little reluctant to leave him alone since we just got here. You don't think it'll upset Mrs. Fraser if I bring Riley, do you?" Cate winced as she glanced at Gale. Gale patted her arm again. "Cate, you're a dear, but you need to remember that this is your home now. You will set the rules. Mrs. Fraser will deal with Riley joining us in the dining room." Cate gave her a resolute nod as they reached the main staircase. As they descended the thickly carpeted steps, Gale continued, "I think Mrs. Fraser is a little on edge because of her employment status." "Her employment status?" "Yes, it's a bit complex, but the long and short of it is that she was planning on finishing a few years with Mr. Fraser, then retiring. It was to allow Lady Mackenzie time to find a replacement. Mr. Fraser has already begun training his replacement, Jack. I think she's wondering if you'll keep her on." "Oh, well, of course I would, yes. I don't plan on upsetting the balance of things here." They reached the front door and stepped outside. Gale lowered her voice. "There is one other thing." Cate raised an eyebrow, wrapped up in her sweater against the chill in the air. "Oh?" Gale trained her eyes on Riley as he sniffed around the lawn. "I shouldn't discuss it, but there was talk with Lady Mackenzie about changing her will. There's a cottage on the estate where Mr. and Mrs. Fraser live. She had planned to bequeath it to them as a retirement gift for their years of service. She passed away before we could draw up the final papers." Cate let the information settle in her brain. How terrible for the older couple, she ruminated. No wonder Mrs. Fraser had been on edge. Well, that would be very upsetting. I'd be happy to honor that agreement. Perhaps I should speak with Mr. Smythe about it. "Well, the decision is yours, Cate, but I'm certain the Frasers would appreciate it. Well, thank you, Gale, for the heads up. I want to fit in here. I don't want to make anyone's life worse." "With an attitude like that, you won't." Cate scooped Riley into her arms, and they pushed through the front door into the castle. "Lead the way to the dining room, and I'll try to memorize this route." Gale veered to the left, entering a wide hall. Landscape paintings hung on the green wallpaper above the mahogany chair rail. She pushed through a set of wooden doors halfway down the hall. Cate circled the massive table, capable of seating more people than she knew. Serving dishes sat on the sideboard. She set Riley down near the head of the table, sliding into one of the heavy wooden chairs. Bright red strawberries and shredded chicken topped fresh leafy greens. Cashew halves dotted the lettuce. A light drizzle of a red wine vinaigrette coated the top. The meal provided an acute change to Cate's normal diet of sandwiches and cereal. With cooking like this, she'd be sad to see Mrs. Fraser retire. As they were leaving the dining room, Mrs. Fraser appeared in the hall. "Excuse me, Lady Kensie." Cate stopped short, spinning to face her. "Yes, Mrs. Fraser? I have a few things to go over with you before morning, if it's a good time." Sure. I wasn't sure what you preferred for breakfast and when you would like it served." "Oh, Cate hesitated, glancing at Gale. Gale gave Cate an encouraging nod. "Well, if it works for everyone's schedule, I think at 7 a.m. would be appropriate for breakfast, and whatever you usually make is just fine." Gale offered another encouraging nod. Mrs. Fraser clasped her hands in front of her. standing rail straight. "I make oatmeal most mornings. I'll have it ready at 7 a.m., if that's acceptable." "Oh, yes, that'd be perfect. Thank you so much, Mrs. Fraser, and thank you for dinner. It was delicious." "You're very welcome, Lady Kensie. Sleep well." The long day of travel left everyone drained. After Cate retired to her suite, however, she found the excitement of her new surroundings too stimulating to allow her to relax. She sat with Riley on the chaise, contemplating the events of the day. She planned her next few days, hoping to finish her unpacking and explore the castle. After settling in, she promised herself she'd track down the exact nature of her relationship with Lady Mackenzie. As her mind settled, she collected Riley in favor of stretching out in bed. She eyed the bed before getting into it. It gave new meaning to the term climb into bed. She nestled in, pulling the covers up to her shoulders. With a sigh, she closed her eyes and sucked in a deep breath. Her eyes popped open moments later. Despite the long trip, she found herself wide awake. A small whine emanated from the floor next to her. She flicked on the light and leaned over. Riley lay in his fluffy bed near her nightstand. "Can't sleep either, huh, buddy?" Riley squinted back at her in the bright light, offering another whine. Okay. How about we share the bed tonight? That may help both of us." Cate slipped out from under the sheets and scooped up the little dog, bed and all, and set him on top of her bed. She nestled close to him after climbing under the sheets again. She stroked the fur on his head. He gave another big sigh and laid his head down, content to be closer to Cate. "I wish this helped me fall right to sleep," Cate mused. Cate continued to lie awake for another 45 minutes, her mind too stimulated by her surroundings to relax into sleep. After almost an hour, she began to doze off. She startled awake, gasping in a breath, as she stared at a shifting shadow in the corner. Cate squinted into the darkness, wondering if her first ghost was making an appearance. Chapter 7. Cate narrowed her eyes at the shifting form. A white wisp floated in the corner, twisting and turning, changing shape as it moved. She sucked in a deep breath, her eyes wide. Blood rushed into her ears, and her limbs turned to jelly. Was this the thing she needed to stay safe from? Was this the reason behind Gertrude Mackenzie's warnings? Cate stiffened her muscles to stop her trembling as her eyes adjusted. She crawled to the edge of the bed, clutching the bedpost as she studied the motion. After a moment, she sat back on her heels, breathing out a sigh of relief as the ghost turned out to be a lace curtain fluttering from a partially open window. She slid from her bed, tiptoeing across the cold hardwood to the window. She tugged it shut, securing it before she hurried back to bed and pulled the covers over her. Despite the benign cause of the so-called ghost, she lay in her bed with the silk duvet pulled to her chin, eyeing the corner suspiciously. She drifted off to sleep, tossing and turning restlessly for the remainder of the night. As the alarm sounded the next morning, announcing her first full day in Scotland, she yawned and stretched. In a half sleepwalk, she got herself dressed and took Riley out in the fresh Scottish air for a quick walk before heading in for breakfast. Today, Cate was determined to learn how to navigate within the castle. As a history professor, she possessed a working knowledge of homes built in this period, and how they'd been modified to modernize. With a new confidence, she wound through the halls to the dining room. From there, she scoured for the passage to the kitchen. "Let's see if we can lend a hand in the kitchen, Riley," she said, carrying the small dog with her. She descended a narrow set of service stairs, finding a long hallway at the bottom. Faint voices floated from the large room at the end of the hall, which she figured must be the kitchen. By the sounds of the voices, Jack and Mr. Fraser were keeping Mrs. Fraser company as she prepared breakfast. As Cate ambled down the hallway, the voices became less faint. She was soon able to make out their conversation. "Can I believe that they could find no closer relative to Lady Mackenzie? Mrs. Fraser said. Jack's voice answered her. "Oh, I think she's a bit of all right." "Call me Cate," Mrs. Fraser mimicked. "Now we've got a typically crass American running Dunhaven Castle. I say if Lady Mackenzie knew, she'd be turning in her grave."
"Ah, come on now, Mrs. Fraser,"
Jack answered again.
"She's not that bad. And a bonny lass if I ever saw one."
Mrs. Fraser harumphed. "She wouldn't know the first thing about being a lady, I can tell you that." Cate bit her lower lip. Apparently the old adage about eavesdropping was true. Her lips formed a frown as she realized this transition would not be as easy as she anticipated. She spun on her heel, retreating to the stairway and up to the dining room. The room remained empty when she arrived. As she settled into her chair, Mr. Smythe arrived, followed by Gale moments later. Mrs. Fraser entered as if on cue, carrying a coffee pot. She poured Mr. Smythe and Gale steaming cups of the aromatic liquid, after offering one to Cate. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lady Kensie. Can I bring you something else?" Mrs. Fraser asked. "No, thank you, just water." After delivering the beverage, Mrs. Fraser set breakfast on the sideboard, leaving them to enjoy their meal. The morning would be filled with more paperwork for Mr. Smythe, as he filed any forms required locally. As he stood to leave, Cate joined him, requesting a moment of his time. Mr. Smythe led her to the library, a room Cate hadn't explored yet. She found it just as grand as the other parts of the castle. Bookshelves extended 2 stories above her head, with a gallery-style hallway around the top for access. A spiral staircase in the corner of the room provided access to the second level. Cate stepped to the oversized leather chairs grouped near the fireplace, rubbing a hand against the supple leather. She glanced at the wall of floor-to-ceiling windows and past the thick tartan draperies framing each window at the garden full of blooms. "Thanks for all your work so far. I was hoping to request one additional thing," she said, as Mr. Smythe pushed the doors closed behind him.
"Of course."
"It's come to my attention that Lady Mackenzie, before her death, had intended to bequeath the cottage that Mr. and Mrs. Fraser are living in to them for their retirement, but that she didn't have the changes to her will completed prior to her passing away." Mr. Smythe shoved one hand into his pocket.
"Yes, that is all correct, Cate."
"I'd like to follow through on her wishes and transfer the property to Mr. and Mrs. Fraser. My arrival is already upending lives, and I have no intention to renege on something promised." Mr. Smythe offered a curt nod.
"Yes, that's very considerate. I can take care of the paperwork when I return to London. I'll send it on to you here for signatures."
A smile spread across Cate's face. "That would be perfect. Thank you so much."
"My pleasure. Was there anything else?"
"No, that's all. Thanks."
"Then I will be on my way,"
Mr. Smythe said. He strode from the room, pulling the doors shut behind him again. Cate took another glance around the library, eyeing the large desk overlooking the garden. It would be the perfect place for her to work. Stacks of boxes stood in the back corner. She approached them, recognizing her own handwriting. "I guess I know where to start," she murmured to herself. While she would have preferred to roam around her new home exploring, she'd rather have Gale's help to unpack than tackle it alone after the woman left. She returned to the dining room to collect Gale, finding her cuddling Riley as though he were her grandbaby in her arms. She rubbed his belly as she cooed over him. Riley lapped it up. Cate laughed as she eyed the scene. "I see you've discovered the way to Riley's heart. Treats and belly rubs." "Yes, I have," Gale said, concentrating on Riley, "and telling him how cute he is." Riley cocked his head as she said the C word. "Oh, he loves to be fussed over," Cate answered. After a few more strokes, Gale said, "Well, little one, it's time for your mummy and me to begin work. Would you like to explore the castle with us?" He'd like to explore the castle, yard, and anywhere else he's allowed. Cate waved a finger toward the library she'd just come from. "Mrs. Fraser put the boxes I said in the library. We can begin there by sorting through where they need to be in the castle. Would you like to take a tour of the lived-in part of the castle so you have a better idea of where your things may best fit?" The plan allowed her to avoid unpacking and explore some of the castle, so she agreed in a heartbeat. As Gale stood, Mrs. Fraser pushed into the dining room to collect dishes. "I beg your pardon, Lady Kensie. I was hoping to have another word with you before you set off for the day." "Course," Cate said. Gale gathered Riley into her arms, whispering that she would meet Cate in the library before leaving the two women alone to speak. Mrs. Fraser stiffened as the doors closed behind Gale and sniffed. "Yes, ma'am. I hope you didn't see this as out of line, but I was always one to talk straight. I wanted to speak with you about our employment status, mine and Mr. Fraser's. I'm not sure what Mr. Smythe may have explained to you, but we intended on retiring soon after finding suitable replacements. Mr. Fraser has found his, and young Jack. I wasn't sure if you were keeping us on, though." "Of course, Mrs. Fraser, I don't mind at all. I would be most grateful to you both if you'd stay on as you had intended." Mrs. Fraser drew her lips into a thin line and gave Cate a curt nod. "Thank you, Lady Kensie." She turned her attention to clearing dishes. Apprehension still hung heavy between them. Cate guessed it had to do with the status of the couple's home. Perhaps now was the best moment to tackle the situation. Cate swallowed hard and found her voice to speak up. "Oh, Mrs. Fraser?" The woman dropped the dishes back to the table and stood at attention. "Yes. It came to my attention that Lady Mackenzie intended to transfer ownership of the cottage that you and Mr. Fraser live in to you. I spoke with Mr. Smythe this morning about making sure those wishes are still carried out." "Oh!" The woman's jaw gaped open, her lower lip bobbing up and down as she sought more words. A faint smile crossed her face. Fleeting, but still there. I... She stammered as she searched for words. "Well, I don't know what to say. Thank you, it's very much appreciated." "You don't have to say anything. Those were Lady Mackenzie's wishes, and I intend to respect them." "Well, if you say so. It's no small thing. No small thing at all, and means very much to Mr. Fraser and me." Cate gave her a nod and a warm smile. "Well, Lady..." She paused. "Lady Cate, I suppose I should let you get on with your business. If you need any help with your boxes, let me know, and I'll get Jack after it to help." With that, the woman began clearing dishes, her air of duty settling back in. Cate smiled as she departed from the dining room. It seemed she'd turned a corner with the woman. At least she hoped the use of her first name indicated a new understanding. As she pushed into the library, she found Gale eyeing the boxes. Gale shot her a glance before returning her gaze to the stack. "Well, it doesn't look like there are too many boxes here. You travel light. We can finish this before I leave. It appears this stack is all marked clothing. We may want to enlist the help of that strapping young man, Jack, to carry these to the bedroom." "Yes, I agree. I lugged those all by myself to the post office. I don't have any desire to heft them around this place." "Well, why don't we take the grand tour first, before we dive into that? On our way, if we come across Jack, we can ask him to move the boxes." "Sounds like a plan, Gale." "Let's start on the first floor, then move to the second?" Cate and Gale spent the next hour going from room to room of the used portion of the castle, with Riley trailing behind. The little guy started to tire as they explored the second floor, so Cate carried him, setting him down occasionally when he wanted to get a good smell. The castle proved to be magnificent, with each room more beautiful than the next. Several wings were closed off, and Cate peeked into them, deciding to explore them later. "I feel like someone should pinch me and wake me from this dream," Cate said, as they pushed back into the library. "All you'd end up with is a bruise if you did that, Cate," Gale quipped. "I'd half expect to end up back in my apartment, to be honest with you. This is quite a change for me." "I can imagine, but I'm sure you'll take it in stride. You're a Mackenzie woman, Cate. They're a tough breed." Cate pondered for a moment. "Wow, that's the first time I've thought about that. I guess, in some small way, I am a Mackenzie. It's nice to have a sense of belonging again. You know, it's funny, but I have such a homey feeling here. I never had that in Aberdeen. Gail smiled, then sighed. Well, I'll bet what will really give you a sense of belonging would be to have your things put in their places. As much as I hate to stop admiring your new home, it might be time to roll up our sleeves and do some work. They entered the library, and Cate eyed the stack of boxes, her shoulders slumping. Oh, you may be right. Let me see if I can find Jack and have him carry the clothes to the bedroom, then we can unpack the other boxes. Okay, I'll meet you in the library. I can take Riley if you'd like. Okay, thanks. Cate handed the little pup to Gail, and they went their separate ways. With a little help from Mrs. Fraser, Cate found Jack working outside and enlisted his help in moving her things. Jack began hauling boxes to the bedroom as Gail and Cate unpacked the others. These are books, Cate said. We won't have to go far to find a spot for them. You've got a lot of shelf space to work with, so this should be an easy task. Cate and Gail spent the next several hours unpacking boxes from the library and finding places for the items. They took a brief break to eat the sandwiches that Mrs. Fraser provided them for lunch. She delivered them on a tray, complete with a side of potato chips and a pickle. Wow, you got on her good side, Cate, Gail said, raising her eyebrows at the meal. Oh, yes, I spoke with her this morning about staying on and about giving her the cottage, as Lady Mackenzie wanted. I think it eased her mind. I'll say, and it went a long way to ease my rumbling stomach thanks to her lunch delivery. I'm famished. Me too. I'm starving after all this work. They chatted as they lunched, but dove right back into the unpacking after Gail jested that if she sat much longer, she'd never get back to work. Around 4:30, they finished all the boxes in the library. Well, Cate said, checking the timepiece that hung around her neck. No sense in starting anything else now. Let's break for the day and start tomorrow. Gail agreed, and they both returned to their rooms to freshen up before dinner. Cate slogged through the doors and collapsed onto the chaise. Exhaustion coursed through every muscle, and her eyes threatened to close. She hoped to sleep better tonight. After a few minutes, she forced herself from the chaise to change for dinner. A glimpse into the mirror startled her. Chapter 8. Cate gaped at the ghastly sight in the mirror. She stared with wide eyes at the gruesome display, wincing. What a sight! She exclaimed to Riley. Her disheveled ponytail escaped from its hair tie at every angle. A black smudge decorated her cheek. Her mascara smeared below her eyes when she'd wiped away a bead of sweat. She worked on making herself presentable before she headed downstairs to the dining room. There she found Mr. Smythe waiting for her. Gail arrived a few moments later. The execution of Lady Mackenzie's will has been completed, he began, as they found their seats. You are officially the new Countess of Dunhavenshire and the new owner of Dunhaven Castle, its grounds and its contents. As he finished his statement, Mrs. Fraser entered the room, carrying 3 full champagne flutes and a bottle of what remained of the bubbly liquid. I thought we could have a toast to celebrate the occasion, Mrs. Smythe said with a smile. Cate marveled at the sight. It was the first smile she'd ever seen from him. Oh, how lovely, Gail said. Mrs. Fraser made her way around the table as everyone selected a flute. Oh, before we toast, Cate said, Mrs. Fraser, won't you get a glass and join us? Also Mr. Fraser and Jack if they're close. Mrs. Fraser's eyebrows raised, but she answered in stride. I'd be honoured, Lady Cate. The woman disappeared and returned with Mr. Fraser and Jack in tow and 3 additional glasses. She poured a small amount into each. When everyone had a glass in hand, Mr. Smythe stood, raised his, and said, To the new Countess of Dunhavenshire and Mistress of Dunhaven Castle, may you enjoy many happy years here. Tears pricked Cate's eyes. She wondered if the sleepless night was making her more emotional than she usually was, or if the change in location had that profound of an effect on her. She smiled and blinked away the tears. Thank you. Everyone raised their glass to Cate before taking a sip. Mrs. Smythe regained his seat and thanked Mrs. Fraser for the well-timed delivery. Mrs. Fraser disappeared with her tray to retrieve the meal. Mr. Fraser finished his glass of champagne and headed after her, as did Jack, after congratulating Cate on her new ownership. After dinner, Mrs. Fraser served a Scottish berry brulee, a special dessert she'd made for the occasion. Following the lovely treat, Mr. Smythe excused himself to pack for his early morning departure. Cate and Gale opted to spend a bit more time chatting in the main sitting room before retiring. After about an hour of conversation, Cate yawned. "Sorry," she said. "It's not you. I didn't sleep well last night. Too much excitement, I think." "Oh, no. I hope you sleep better tonight. Perhaps we should both retire. I'm getting tired myself from all that work we did," Gale said. "I hope so, too. Well, why don't we call it a night? I just need to take Riley out one more time. That is, if I can wake him." Riley lounged in Cate's lap where he'd curled up after dinner. Light snoring announced his relaxation. Gale laughed. "Tuck it out, buddy. You did some hard work today watching us unpack." Riley's eyes opened to slits, and he slid them sideways to peek at Gale. With a sigh, he closed them as though he was too tired to even respond. "Come on, lazy bones," Cate said, poking him gently to rouse him from his slumber. It earned her nothing but another weary sigh. "I bet you get up for a treat," Cate said. Riley's eyes opened wide, and he bounded to his feet. Gale chuckled. "Well, that got him up. Well, I'll leave you two to it. I'm heading up. See you in the morning. I hope you sleep well tonight." "Thanks, Gale." "Good night." The sun rose over the moors as Cate stretched and yawned. No ghosts had kept her awake the night before. The dining table was lonelier without Mr. Smythe, who had departed before breakfast. Before his departure, he'd left a note for Cate, stating he would send the paperwork for the cottage by the end of next week. The man ran entirely on efficiency. Given Gale's unpacking plan, Cate started to wonder if maybe his work ethic was contagious. Gale aimed to finish all the unpacking today. She ushered Cate straight from breakfast to her bedroom to tackle the stack of boxes. "I may have too many clothes," Cate said, as she pulled open another box of cardigans. "Impossible," Gale answered, stacking another box of riding boots in the closet. Gale happened upon Riley's toys, using the box as a diversion from work. She played tug-of-war with the pup, fighting with him over a stuffed moose, which he loved. "He's so cute, Cate," she said, as Riley tugged his moose away from her grip, prancing to the fireplace to gnaw on it. Cate smiled after the little dog. "He's my whole world. I adopted him after my parents died, when I needed a friend most." Gale pushed herself to stand, emptying a few more toys into Riley's toy bin. "And you bonded right away, I'm sure." Cate pulled another rumpled sweater from the box and refolded it. "I saw him through the window of the pet shelter I always walk past on my way to the store. He hadn't been there the day before. I adopted him on the spot. Of course, I then had to move into a pet-friendly apartment, but the trade-off was worth it. I could imagine. I don't have any pets myself, but I'm always tempted to get a dog. Well, if you do, he'll be welcome here. I'm sure Riley would enjoy playing with a friend." After a lunch delivered by Mrs. Fraser, Gale marveled that Cate had packed all this herself and had it all delivered to the post office on her own. "Oh, believe me, I paid for it the next day. I'll bet. That's a lot of work for one person. I'm glad I can be here to help you on this end, at least." "I appreciate all the help you've been." "Oh, it's nothing. It's not every day I get to stay in a castle, so my pleasure," Gale said. She pulled open another box, hesitating a moment as she stared at the contents. She lifted a photo from inside. "Oh, Cate. Is this picture of you and your parents?" Cate peered over her shoulder. "Yeah, that's us at my college graduation." She pulled the picture from Gale's fingers and stared at it for a moment before placing it back into the box. Tears threatened to appear as the familiar wave of sadness swept over her, more pronounced today than before. She stood in a Scottish castle, she'd never have the opportunity to share this with her parents. Had they been aware of its existence? Cate, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to open it. I thought it was clothes. It's okay, Cate said, shaking the memory from her mind. I'm used to it. It just struck me how crazy the situation is. I'm here in a castle of a family somehow related to mine. I was wondering if my parents knew about this place. If they did, they never mentioned it to me. Gale gave her a consoling smile. Cate stuffed the lid back on the box. Anyway, you can just put this box in the back of the closet. Just a few of my parents' things that I kept after they died. If you want to see something more interesting related to my parents, check out that box there. Cate pointed to the box that had been underneath the one she was carrying to the closet. Gale opened it and pulled out a few items, her brow furrowed as she stared at the odd collection. This is a collection of items that my dad brought back for me from his trips to the museum. Wherever he traveled, he'd bring back some unique trinket. I kept every one of them. My mom would help me put together fact cards for them after he brought them back. See, this one here, it's an Egyptian cartouche. And, Cate said, digging in the box, here is my little fact card that I wrote when I was about 9. Gale studied the object and the card, written in blue ink and decorated in colored pencil and marker with Egyptian hieroglyphs. Oh, how cute, Cate! You really had quite the unique childhood, didn't you? Yes, I did. I loved every minute of it. While most of my schoolmates were playing hopscotch, I was pretending to find artifacts in the museum's storeroom. So you didn't mind the long hours at the museum? Didn't long to play dolls with your friends? No, I've always been an introvert, so I enjoyed the time alone with my artifacts. I learned a lot there, too. I'd spend lots of time with the other museum workers, learning about what they did or helping them with small jobs. Who knew you'd grow up to live in a museum, right? I know. This place kind of reminds me of my childhood. I think that's why I immediately felt so at home. And soon we'll have you unpacked, so you can enjoy it as your new home. Cate smiled in agreement. They finished the rest of the boxes, ending about an hour before dinner, as they had the day before. After freshening up, a less taxing affair than it had been the day before, Cate and Gale met for dinner. Both ladies missed Mr. Smythe's quiet demeanor. With all the work done, they discussed their plans for the weekend. They explored the estate's grounds on Saturday. Riley frolicked through the massive grassy areas and played fetch with Gale. It was like living in a park with a museum on the grounds, Cate thought. As Sunday came to a close, Cate, Riley, and Gale enjoyed one final walk around the grounds together. Cate dreaded Gale's departure with every passing moment. While she was used to living alone, she'd been enjoying the company of having other people with her. She also wasn't certain how she'd feel staying in the castle alone. Dinner, at least for Cate, was dampened a little because it was Gale's last dinner at the castle. Jack had been enlisted to drive Gale to Edinburgh to catch the train. Since it would be a long day, Gale retired early. Cate opted to stay up a little longer, lounging on the chaise with Riley. She occupied her thoughts with all the things she wanted to begin tomorrow, on her first day alone in the castle. When she finally retired, she stared up at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. She drummed her fingers against the pale blue silk duvet. After an hour, she climbed from her bed and wandered into the sitting room. Shadowy blobs filled the space, and she flicked on the light to banish any lurking shadows. She plopped onto the chaise, lying back against the velvet material. As she lounged, the light next to her flickered. Cate sat straighter, staring at it for a moment. It glowed steadily, and she eased back into the cushion. But then the light flickered again, and her muscles tensed. Her breathing sped up, and her pulse quickened. She stared up at the shade until the flickering ceased. She eyed the lamp warily as she eased back again. As she settled onto the chaise, kicking her feet up, the room plunged into darkness. Cate stiffened, sitting up straight and waiting for her eyes to adjust. She blindly felt her way to the lamp and clicked the switch. It did not light. She fiddled with the bulb and tried again. Nothing. She forced herself to remain calm, shuffling to the door and peeking into the hallway beyond. She swallowed hard as she stared down the long, dark hall. "Gale?" she called into the darkness. She tied her robe tighter around her and raised her chin as she stepped into the hall. She inched down it, her eyes wide, searching all the dark corners. With her fingers tracing the wall, she made her way around a corner and into a new hall. "Gale?" She tried again. No answer. Perhaps she was soundly asleep. Closed doors lined the dark space, lit only by the moonlight streaming through the window at the end. Cate wandered down the hall, turning another corner, and finding a set of stairs leading down. She descended to a back hallway, spotting the closed-off wing at the end of the long hall she spilled into. Should have brought a flashlight, she lamented to herself, as she crept past the shadowy blobs filling the walls. She wound around, finding the foyer and retracing her earlier steps to the library. She used the moonlight to make her way to the heavy desk and searched the drawers for a flashlight. She found nothing but matches. She shoved them into her robe's pocket. "Okay, half the battle," she murmured, as she spun to scan the room. "Now, can I find a candle?" With her hands outstretched, she wandered across the room, bumping into the leather chair near the fireplace and stubbing her toe. She hopped around on one foot as she cursed the darkness. With her fingers guiding her along the form of the supple leather chair, she felt her way toward the bookcases. She touched wood and dropped to her knees, searching for the handle of the cubby at the bottom of the bookshelf. She found the round wooden pull and tugged on it. In the dim light, she felt around inside the small cupboard. Her hand struck cold metal. She wrapped her fingers around it and pulled it out. The smell of wax wafted past her nostrils, and a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. With a shaky hand, she pulled the matches from her pocket and struck one. The flame flared to life, providing temporary light. She held it to the wick of one of the partially burned candles in the candelabra, lighting it. Quickly, she lit the other two before waving the flame out. A wisp of smoke rose in the air as Cate laid the burnt match on the fireplace bricks and stood with the candelabra raised high in the air. She crept out of the library and toward the foyer, glancing up the large staircase. "Gale?" With no response received, she continued through the halls, wandering in search of her guest or a fuse box. She descended the stairs to the servants' area, roaming down the hall toward the kitchen. A figure darted out from the pantry. Cate froze, her candles flickering in a slight breeze. She stared wide-eyed at the fuzzy form clad in white. She held her breath as her heart pounded against her ribs, and her legs wobbled under her as she stared at the spectre. Chapter 9. Cate's muscles tensed, and she struggled to stop the candelabra from wobbling in her hands. The flames flickered as her hands trembled. Her breathing turned ragged. She squinted at the white form in the distance. A voice called to her, but she barely heard it over the blood rushing through her ears. "Cate!" the voice said again. A bright light shone into her eyes. She squinted against it, shielding her face with her hand. "Cate!" the voice said again. She recognized it as Gale's warm, pleasant tone. "Gale!" she said, breathing a sigh of relief and pressing a hand to her chest. The woman's white robe swished around her as she strode down the hall, lowering the flashlight she held. "The power went out." "Yes, I know," Cate answered. "I tried calling for you, but I thought maybe you'd slept through it, and I didn't want to wake you." No, Gale answered. I was down here helping myself to a cup of tea when it went off. I was just retrieving a flashlight from the pantry and heading for the panel. She grabbed Kate's arm and tugged her forward. Come on, I'll show you where it is in case you ever need it. Cate blew out the flames on the candelabra and set it in the pantry before they continued down the hall. Does this happen often? Not really, Gale said. Though often enough that you may like to know where the panel is. Gertrude complained about it happening every so often, but it wasn't a weekly occurrence. That's good to know. Gale guided her to the fuse box. This one services the main castle. There are others in each wing, though since no one uses those, you won't have to worry about that, unless you plan to reopen them. Good to know, Cate said with a nod, as Gale swung the metal door open. It creaked on its hinges, revealing a massive grid of fuses and switches. Looks like it's the main that clicked off. Silly thing. Gale swung a large handle to the opposite side. The hum of electricity filled the air, and lights popped on in the nearby kitchen. She closed the creaky panel door and dusted her hands. There we are. Lucky you were here when that happened, Cate said. I'm not too proud to admit I would have probably been afraid. Gale offered her a warm smile and a pat on the arm. I think that's natural in a new house, especially one of this size. Cate offered an appreciative smile at her easy manner. Now, how about joining me for that tea before you head back to bed? With all the excitement, it may help. Gale wrapped her arm around Kate's and led her toward the kitchen. They chatted over a hot cup of tea, laughing about Kate's assumption that Gale was a ghost, before returning to bed. Riley still snored when Cate returned, never having budged from the nest in which he'd buried himself earlier. Despite the late night, Cate arose early to see Gale off. As Jack loaded her luggage into the boot, they said their goodbyes. Gale pulled her into a warm embrace. I'm just an email away if you need anything. Thanks, Gale. I really appreciate all your help. Gale gave her a wave as she slid into the passenger seat. The car disappeared down the drive in a cloud of dust. When it was no longer visible, Cate twisted to study the castle's exterior. The castle loomed over Cate as she stared up at its bricks, painted yellow by the early morning sun. Her tour with Gale had been far from extensive, and she catalogued a list of rooms she'd like to explore in more detail. In particular, she hoped to find resources to map out her family tree. Well, Riley, just you and me now, kid. Let's do some exploring. She stepped into the expensive foyer, glancing around as she selected her starting point. Where shall we start? Cate asked Riley. She scanned the many halls leading off the marble entryway floor. 2 wings had been added to the castle at a later date. Perhaps she'd explore one of those. Despite the lengths taken to match the finishes in the original castle, the subtle differences in the craftsmanship betrayed the different completion years. Disappointment filled Cate as she wandered through the first 4 rooms. She regretted never having had the chance to meet her predecessor. The woman seemed to have possessed an exceptional aptitude to maintain the estate, its contents, and keep the castle up to date while maintaining its centuries-old charm. She hoped she could fill her shoes. Riley, his nose to the ground, led her toward the sitting room that they had used the past several evenings. The generously sized room centered around a massive fireplace. A grouping of furniture, including a burgundy velvet couch detailed with carved wooden trim, a coffee table, and a few matching armchairs huddled around the fireplace. Cate ran her fingers along the heavy burgundy draperies that garlanded the windows, thick enough to block out any light when drawn. Cate assumed they were also used to keep out cold drafts in the winter weather. Paintings adorned the walls, some of people, others of landscape scenes. An avid fan of this style of art, Cate imagined spending hours enjoying the artwork in the castle alone. Riley sniffed around the room for a few more moments before curling up on the large area rug near the fireplace. Tired already? Cate joked. You have a rest while I explore the rest of the room. She ran her hands along the cherry wood writing desk against the wall, imagining centuries of Mackenzies finishing correspondence at it. She sank into the burgundy upholstered chair, rubbing her hands along the intricately carved arms, a smile curling the corners of her mouth upward. Her eyes floated up to the painting of a tranquil landscape. She wrapped her fingers around the chair's arms, afraid if she let go, she'd find out it wasn't real. What a change from her cramped apartment. She recalled the threadbare armchair there, the one she'd sat in when she'd received the news of her inheritance. It wouldn't fit in this space, she thought, as she scanned the room's other pieces. She pulled her cell phone from her pocket and snapped a few pictures, intending to send them to Molly. She spent an hour exploring the room, then another 3 hours exploring the other rooms on the main floor, including the smaller study, the large library, the dining room, a solarium, a tea room, and a portrait hall. The portrait hall's many paintings captivated her interest and spawned a new project. As she studied the portrait of one Randolph Mackenzie, Cate decided to write a book about the castle's history. After a thorough tour of the first floor, Cate headed downstairs to explore the servants' area. She stepped into the pantry Gale had been in the night before, spotting the flashlight she'd used near the entryway on the shelf. She crossed the hall, marveling at the size of the storage area for the dishes and silver. The large square room, with 3 walls covered in wooden shelves, made her kitchen look small. She wandered down the hall and into the kitchen. Mrs. Fraser bustled around the space, with a dish towel slung over her shoulder. She cracked the oven door open and peered inside before giving whatever baked inside a satisfied nod and closing the door. She spun to continue her work when she caught sight of Cate. She grabbed her chest, her eyes wide. "Oh, Lady Cate, you startled me. Whatever are you and little Riley doing below decks?" Riley wandered to the butcher block prep area, balancing on his hind legs as his nose sniffed in the air at the juicy piece of uncooked meat lying on the surface. Cate winced as she scooped Riley from the floor. "Oh, sorry, Mrs. Fraser. I didn't mean to. I was just exploring a little." Mrs. Fraser wiped her hands on the dish towel as she screwed up her face. "Exploring? Down here? There's not much down here, Lady Cate. Is there something that I can help you with?" "No, not at all. The servants' area is just as impressive as the upstairs from a historian's perspective. It's fascinating how they built these homes and how they were run." Mrs. Fraser glanced around her workspace, her eyes settling on the beef slab on the prep counter. "I didn't see what would be of interest in a kitchen, other than the food. And speaking of food, I've nearly got lunch prepared if you'd like to head to the dining room, or perhaps take it in the sitting room or library." Cate bit her lower lip and lifted a shoulder. "Actually, if you wouldn't mind, I had hoped to eat lunch down here with you. I'd like to get to know everyone." Mrs. Fraser's jaw flapped open as she drew her chin back. She wiggled a finger at the kitchen floor. "You want to eat here? At the servants' table? In the kitchen?" Cate shrugged again and gave her another tentative smile. "Yes, well, if you don't mind. If you prefer to eat alone, I would understand." "Well..." Mrs. Fraser glanced around the room, as if she was searching for a reason to decline the request. After recovering, she answered, "I don't mind. I doubt Mr. Fraser or Jack would mind, so please, make yourself at home." Cate took a seat, balancing Riley on her lap, while Mrs. Fraser set the table. Mr. Fraser and Jack pushed through the door minutes later. "Joining us for lunch today, m'lady?" Jack asked. Riley leapt from Kate's lap and raced toward the tall Scot. He patted him on the head before washing his hands at the sink. "Yes, I'd like to get to know everyone, if no one minds, that is." With no objections, Cate kept her seat, using the meal to inquire about each of her staff members. The daughter of one of the maids, Mrs. Fraser had grown up on the estate, living at Dunhaven Castle her entire life, and staying on to work there. Mr. Fraser had grown up in the town of Dunhaven too, and he'd worked on the estate since he was young. Jack also hailed from Dunhaven. After doing some traveling as a younger man, he settled back in his hometown. With Jack as estate manager, Mr. Fraser was finishing out the last few years of his career before he retired. After thanking them for their hospitality and Mrs. Fraser for the lunch, she climbed up the stairs to explore the bedrooms and suites. On the second floor, she found several potential sources of information for her research and ancestor search. At the very least, her findings would provide her with several hours of entertainment. Several trunks littered a storage area of a bedroom containing journals, old letters, and clothing. She spent the entire afternoon going through the upstairs, leaving herself just enough time to freshen up before dinner. With a tray in the library, Cate lounged in a leather armchair with her meal and a book. As she slouched in the generous seat, she scanned the room. She imagined rain pattering against the massive windows and a roaring fire in the fireplace. She pulled her legs up onto the chair, her socks slipping on the soft leather. This would provide an excellent space for her research and for relaxation. After a bit of reading, Cate carried Riley up to her suite. She set him on the bed as she pulled on her pajamas. She stared at the bed, suddenly feeling wide awake. She recognized the reason. This would mark her first night alone in the castle. With a wrinkled nose, she climbed into bed and slipped under the covers, settling in next to Riley. She lay in bed, listening to the silence of the massive castle, and cursing Molly for sending her that list of haunted castle movies, all of which she'd watched. Despite the sense of belonging that she felt immediately when she arrived, she couldn't deny the spooky atmosphere of the moonlit halls. She squeezed the gold timepiece in her palm as her eyes flitted around the room, using it to check the time occasionally, watching as the night passed slowly. As her eyes slid shut, she rubbed the smooth, cool metal surface with her thumb, like a serenity stone. The motion soothed her, and she began to nod off as the time crept past midnight. A loud ticking noise startled her awake shortly after she nodded off. Cate snapped her eyes open, searching for the source of the noise. She glanced down at the timepiece, still clutched in her hand. The ticking seemed to emanate from it. It quieted as she opened the face and stared at the second hand, which crept ever so slowly around the face. Cate shook the device. The second hand continued to crawl around the circle. She tried winding the watch, but it had no effect. She stared at the long shadows cast across the floor by the moonlight streaming through the lace curtain. Great, not even a week with the family heirloom before I've broken it. She collapsed back into her pillows, wondering if anyone in the area service watches. As her head hit the pillow, another noise broke the silence. She bolted upright, her ears straining to listen. Light, tinkling music filled the air. She swallowed hard, as one thought permeated her mind. Who was playing music in an empty castle? Chapter 10. The music continued to fill the air as Cate gripped the covers tightly. Too afraid to move, she sat in her bed, stunned for another moment, her jaw gaping open and her brow furrowed. She must be imagining it. No one else was in the castle outside of her and Riley, and she hadn't left any music playing. The sound continued. Cate bit her lower lip, steeling her nerves as she dangled her feet over the bed's edge. After slipping her feet into her slippers, she tiptoed across the room. She squinted back at the bed, searching for Riley. The soft noise didn't seem to be bothering him. He hadn't moved from wherever he'd buried himself, nestled deep in the covers. She crept into her sitting room, inching her way across the dimly lit space to the doors. The music increased in volume, ending in a crescendo. Cate raced the final few feet to the doors and flung them open. She stepped into the hall, straining to listen. Nothing. She stood there, eyes darting around the darkness for any sign of life. She considered searching the castle, but the incident had unnerved her, and she hurried back to the safety of her suite. Molly's words rattled around in her mind as she climbed back into her bed. Was her castle haunted? How else could she explain the music she'd heard playing? After 30 minutes of tossing and turning, she wondered if she'd dreamt the incident. Her thumb caressed the timepiece around her neck as she concluded she must have dozed off and conjured the incident in her mind. A lazy Riley wandered up the bed and collapsed in the crook of her arm as she dozed off, her dreams filled with the ghosts of those she'd encountered in the portrait gallery. A drowsy Cate pulled herself from bed the next morning, regretting her midnight romp and subsequent obsessing over it. She rolled her eyes at her silly behavior, creeping through the castle halls in search of phantom music. She dreamt the entire thing. She must have. As she pulled on her boots, she recalled still hearing the music when she'd risen from her bed. Had she imagined that too? It hadn't disturbed Riley, and she knew the little pup had to have more sensitive ears than she did. Maybe she couldn't write the incident off. The timepiece provided an even more perplexing conundrum. Last night it slowed almost to a stop. She thought she'd broken it. This morning it was keeping time just fine, ticking away as though nothing happened. At least she didn't have to call a repairman, so she could cross that off her list. She dragged herself for a morning walk with Riley, a plan he approved of with a kiss on her cheek. Wrapped in his new tartan coat, Riley ventured into the morning air. Heavy fog surrounded the castle, and Cate snuggled deeper into her jacket. There was something romantic about the way the mist clung to the moors surrounding the castle. She enjoyed the muted scenery around her before the sun began to burn off the morning fog. Riley frolicked through the grassy knolls. He pranced around the estate as though he was the lord of the manor. She smiled at his happy wandering. Riley had warmed to their new surroundings as quickly as she had, and he seemed to be less disturbed by the strange goings-on. She spent most of the morning exploring the outdoors. Her property seemed endless. She settled onto the still wet grass near the loch, enjoying the summer sun as Riley collapsed in a heap after his big morning. The leaves on the large tree rustled in the slight breeze as she leaned against the rough bark, gazing out over the rippling pond. After lunch, she settled into one of the big leather armchairs in the library, with the mystery novel she'd found on the shelves. The engaging plot couldn't hold her interest, though, and after an hour of reading, Cate's mind began to wander to the events of the previous night. She stared down at the timepiece hanging around her neck. Its warm gold contrasted against her dark blue tunic. She lifted it from the fabric and stared at it before popping the face open. It ticked away in perfect time. In the middle of the night, she swore it had been slow. Her nose wrinkled as she stared into space. She also swore she'd heard music coming from somewhere in the castle. She rolled out her theory that she dreamt it all. She'd been fully awake. The music lasted several minutes, enough time for her to climb out of bed and walk around searching for the source. She stared down at the book in her lap. A dark-haired heroine in a flowing gown ran from a rambling castle, her hair blowing and her face a mask of fear. Perhaps she'd read too many Gothic novels, or her subconscious was reacting to Molly's teasing about haunted Scottish castles. She glanced down at the timepiece again. It still ticked the time away perfectly. After a few more moments of pondering, she rose from her chair, intent on searching downstairs for anything that could have produced the mysterious music. She needed a break from reading. Her lack of sleep threatened to make her doze off in the chair. If that happened, she would never sleep again tonight. Lounging on the floor nearby, Riley lifted his head. "Want to explore, Riley?" she asked. In response, Riley let his head sink back onto the carpet, too tired from his morning excursion to explore anything. All right, I'll carry you." She lifted the small pup into her arms. He let his head drop over her arm, his floppy ears dangling in the air. Cate chuckled at his position. "You're so lazy." The little dog didn't react, letting his eyes slide shut as she carried him around the house. "Truth is, Riley, I'm afraid to go alone. You don't seem to be bothered by the ghost, but I am." Apart from her bedroom suite, the most familiar room to her was the library. Nothing existed there to produce the music. She wandered through the halls, searching the other rooms on this floor. She found nothing. In the tea room, she found an old gramophone, but it was only decorative. After a thorough examination of it, she failed to produce any music from the device. The likelihood that it had sprung to life in the middle of the night and played music was low. She found a Victrola in the small study, but the plug, lying across the burgundy carpet feet from a wall plug, meant it couldn't have produced the noise. She shoved the plug into the wall and switched on the unit. Nothing but a clicking sounded, as no record sat on the turntable. She returned to the library and laid Riley on the rug to resume his nap. Even the dog knew the search was a fool's errand. She sighed as she eased back into her chair, now ready to chalk the experience up to being overtired and overstimulated by her surroundings. All homes had their own set of sounds and idiosyncrasies that one must get used to. She must have heard some noise, the wind or bells outside, which sounded like music. The explanation far from satisfied her, but it would have to do for now. She flipped her book open to where she'd left off, just as Mrs. Fraser arrived with her dinner. "Any good?" the woman inquired, flicking a finger toward the book. "I'm really not certain," Cate answered, as she slid it onto the coffee table. "I haven't read more than a few pages." "Well, I'm certain you'll have some time this evening." Cate smiled as she tugged the tray onto her lap. The aroma of tomato basil soup wafted to her nostrils and made her stomach rumble. "This looks delicious. I hope you enjoy it. If you have any meal preferences, just let me know. I aim to please." Cate shook her head as she stirred the croutons around in the reddish liquid. "I'm not very picky. At home, I'd eat cereal for dinner." Mrs. Fraser's face blanched at the idea. "Well, you'll no get cereal here. Not if I have anything to say about it." "I'd venture to say, given the meals I've had in the last week, my diet has vastly improved." Mrs. Fraser raised her chin, a satisfied smile crossing her lips. "And I'll be sure to leave you a dinner for your Sunday meal. I'll not have you eating cereal even on my day off." "Oh, Mrs. Fraser, no. You don't have to do extra work. Your day off is your day off." "Nonsense. I'll always leave a meal made up for you in the refrigerator. You'll just have to heat it." Mrs. Fraser wagged a finger at her. "I'll not be told no. I'll leave it there, and if you didn't eat it, that's up to you." "Well, don't worry, I'll eat it." Mrs. Fraser gave her a curt nod. "Now, is there anything else I can get you?" Cate glanced down at the meal. The soup, paired with a perfectly browned grilled cheese sandwich and a sliced pickle, looked complete. "No, I don't think so." "Enjoy your meal, Lady Cate." Cate raised her hand before the woman strode from the room. "Oh, actually, I did have a question for you." Mrs. Fraser raised her eyebrows to prompt her to continue. "Did Lady Mackenzie ever mention hearing music at night or bells or anything?" Mrs. Fraser's brow furrowed as her eyes darted around. "Music? Nay. Why?" Cate shook her head, waved the question away. "Oh, I thought I heard something last night. I figured maybe something was left on, or maybe a local church sounded their bells or something." "The church wouldn't sound the bells in the middle of the night." Cate shrugged and returned to stirring her soup. "Must have been my imagination. Likely just the groanings of an old house." "Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks, Mrs. Fraser. I hope you enjoy your dinner, too." Mrs. Fraser smiled and nodded at her before she strode from the room, pulling the doors partially shut behind her. Cate retrieved the novel from the coffee table, setting it on a large square arm to read while she ate dinner. She hoped to push the incident from her mind and let the book consume her thoughts. Instead, the damsel, a governess at an English country home with a frightening reputation, encountered strange event after strange event. Cate found herself suspiciously eyeing the dark corners of the room as she tugged her cardigan tighter around her. As the woman slinked through the castle halls in search of the source of phantom music, Cate snapped the book closed. "No good?" Mrs. Fraser asked, as she strode into the room. Cate jumped in the chair, the silverware in the empty bowl rattling around as it bubbled against her thighs. "Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you." Cate steadied the tray and passed it off to the woman. "Oh, it's okay. I'm used to living alone, that's all." Mrs. Fraser slid the tray onto her arm and glanced at the book again. "I dare say you'll be too afraid to sleep after reading that book." Cate chuckled at her assessment and nodded. "Yeah, I just read a scary passage and decided to take a break. Well, just remember, it's all fiction. There's no such thing as ghosts. You're right. Have a good night, Lady Cate. With a nod, Mrs. Fraser tottered from the room, tray in hand. Silence fell over the castle again, as the Frasers and Jack departed for their respective homes, leaving Cate alone for the night. With a wary glance around the room, she slouched lower into her chair and returned to her book. Just fiction, she reminded herself. An eerie pall hung over her. Her conversation with Molly sprang into her thoughts again. She pushed it aside, trying not to give in to her building panic. Mrs. Fraser didn't believe in ghosts. She didn't believe in ghosts. At least, that's what she told herself. Her eyes grew heavy as she read. She let her head collapse back into the soft leather behind her. Her head lolled to the side. As it dropped, she jerked herself awake. Drowsy, it took her a moment to wake up. She sucked in a deep breath as movement caught her attention. She whipped her head toward it. One of the heavy draperies swayed back and forth. Cate forced herself to relax. Probably just a draft, she murmured to herself. The windows were old. They probably leaked. Though no cool air wafted across her skin, Cate sighed and ignored it. The last thing she needed was another unnerving incident right before bed. The drape continued to move, shifting direction in a large motion. If this large of a movement was coming from a drafty window, Cate was sure she would feel a draft. She would need to investigate. There had to be an explanation. Cate rose from the chair, swallowing hard and steeling her nerves. With a deep breath, she inched toward the moving curtain. It stopped moving as soon as she took a step. Whatever unseen force had been at work suddenly halted. Had it felt her presence? Was it now gone? Her heart beat hard in her chest, and her pulse quickened as she stared at the curtain. It hung motionless. After several tense moments, her pulse slowed. She narrowed her eyes as she eased back toward the chair's supple leather seat. Before she sat down, the drape whipped wildly again. Cate bolted upright, her heart rising into her throat. She stumbled backward, smacking into the chair as she tried to skirt around it. There was no gust of wind, and no drafty window could produce this. With another hard swallow, Cate squared her shoulders and raised her chin. She had to learn what force caused this. She pushed herself to take one step forward. Then another, and another, and another. She steadied herself a safe distance from the curtain and reached for it. As her fingers grazed the fabric, Cate's eyes widened as the source of the movement revealed itself. Chapter 11. Cate stared with her jaw agape at the flailing curtain before a black and white face peeked from under the tartan fabric. Cate's shoulders slumped, and she clutched her chest in relief. "Riley!" she exclaimed. "You scared me half to death!" In her dazed state after dozing off, she failed to notice Riley wasn't still asleep in his spot on the rug. She raced over to the little dog and scooped him up, ruffling the fur on his head. He gave her an appreciative kiss on the cheek. "I think I've been watching too many spooky movies and reading too many gothic novels. That's enough excitement for one night, buddy. Let's head to bed before I scare myself again. Or you do." As Cate slid between the sheets, she glanced around the room. What odd experience would disturb her sleep tonight? She'd not had a restful night's sleep since she arrived. She slouched down and switched off the light. Despite the unexpected incident with Riley, exhaustion set in and she slept soundly through the night. The next several days passed without incident. She began to settle into life, chalking up her odd experiences to her own nerves. She started to fall into a routine, and castle life became normal. Her sense of belonging grew with each passing day as she became more familiar with her familial home. The paperwork arrived from Mr. Smythe to transfer the cottage from her ownership to the Frasers, along with instructions on signing them and sending them back. They celebrated with a small cake after Jack delivered them to the courier in town. At the end of the week, she received an email from Gail asking how her first week in her new home went. She responded that she was getting along well, omitting her 2 scares, fearing it may paint her as a foolish girl giving in to ghost stories. Already fading from her memory, she chalked them up to being overstimulated. Cate filled her new free time with novels and research into her family and the castle's history. She started with the resources at the castle. During her exploration, she stumbled upon several journals and photo albums. Even if they explained nothing about her family or the castle's history, they could provide an afternoon of entertainment that didn't involve a governess lurking around a creepy castle. Alone in the castle on Sunday, she spent the day inside. Gray clouds darkened the skies. A chilly wind gusted from the north, and rain pelted the windows. The weather added to the haunted ambiance of the castle. Cate busied herself exploring some of the materials she'd found. With several photo albums tucked under her arm, she carried a warm cup of tea to her sitting room. After nestling under a heavy blanket with Riley on her chaise, she pulled one of the large photo albums onto her lap. The album contained pictures from the early 20th century. While she learned little from them, she stared at each of them, wondering what life was like in the bygone era. She picked up a second album and paged through it. With photos from the more recent past, this album contained some pictures of Lady Gertrude Mackenzie. The images of her benefactor fascinated her as she slowly paged through the book. Pictures of Gertrude as a small child filled the early pages. Halfway through, the images showed Gertrude as a young woman. With the labels below each photograph, Cate identified Gertrude's mother, Mary, and her father, Oliver. She grabbed a sheet of paper and jotted them down, drawing a tiny family tree. As she stared at the 3 names, she wrote her own, drawing a line between her and Gertrude, and punctuating it with a question mark. Cousins. But how? She murmured. When Cate turned the page again, a new face stared out at her. A child who looked to be about 6 years old stood outside the castle with Gertrude. She focused on the caption at the bottom. A gasp escaped her as she read it. Riley popped his head up at Cate's expression of surprise, trying to determine the reason behind it. Below the photo, the caption read, Lady Gertrude with cousin Logan Mackenzie. The small boy's name caught her eye. Logan Mackenzie. Logan was her father's name, though his last name was Kensie. What were the chances Gertrude had another relative named Logan? She tried to recall Mr. Smythe's statement about Gertrude having her parents' address. Had they known each other? Logan Mackenzie, she said aloud. Riley, maybe this is my dad. She stared for another minute at the picture. Could this boy, standing outside of the castle with Gertrude, have been her father as a child? If it was, had he forgotten this visit because of his young age? Coming to a castle didn't seem like something you would forget, even at the tender age of 6, but it may have happened. With renewed interest, Cate examined the album further, finding more pictures of the boy in various rooms of the castle. On another page, Cate found a picture of the boy with his parents. She read their names, Charles and Sophie Mackenzie. Her grandparents' names were Charles and Sophie Kensie. It couldn't be a coincidence. Had her grandparents changed their last name, or had there been some miscommunication on their paperwork when they moved to the U.S.? If it was the latter, why was the story never told? And if it was the former, what prompted them to change their name? Cate had more questions than answers. She thought her parents had never mentioned family because there was no family to mention. All she was told was that her grandparents moved to the United States when her father had been a small boy. Her grandparents passed away before her birth, so she didn't have much information about them. Her parents didn't have any photos of them, so she couldn't tell if the people in the picture were younger versions of her grandparents or not. She hoped to find more information, confused yet intrigued by this turn of events. She paged through the rest of the album, but she found no other clues. No other pictures of Logan Mackenzie or her grandparents were included in the album. Cate set the book aside, intending to keep it in her sitting room to study again. She went through the others she brought up with her, but found no further traces of family visits from the people she suspected may be the Kensies. As interesting as she found the other pictures, Cate's mind dwelled on the image of the small boy that she presumed was her father. She hoped to find more information in some other journals or photo albums in the castle. The following morning, she dug through the other photo albums she'd found. Riley nudged her as she spread out on the floor of her sitting room with the photos. "Sorry, buddy, I promise we'll go later, but you know how I am when I get my mind on something. I'm like you with a bone." Cate winked at him. Cate spent hours poring over the photo albums but found no additional information. Frustrated, Cate took a break and went for her walk with Riley to clear her head. When she returned to the castle, she paged through the photo album with the pictures of Logan Mackenzie. She studied the images, but it was impossible to tell if this was her father. There seemed to be a resemblance, but that could be said for many pictures of children. Cate closed the album with a sigh. Staring at the same photos again gave her no new information. Her questions continued to be left unanswered. But she was convinced this must be her father. The chances of another Logan with parents named Charles and Sophie related to the Mackenzies had to be small. "What do you think, Riley? Is this Grandpa Kensie in his younger years?" The dog gave her no definitive answer. Cate gave up for the evening. Over the next few days, she attempted to track down more information. She called the local church to inquire about birth records. They had none for her father or grandfather. On the off chance that the relationship existed on her mother's side, she inquired about her mother's parents, or her grandmother on her father's side. They had no information on any of them. She jabbed at her phone's display to end the call, tossing it on the desk as she bit her lower lip. With no information locally, she'd have to search elsewhere. She wandered to the portrait gallery to study the names on the brass plaques under each portrait. Heavy wooden frames housed the likenesses of the Mackenzies that preceded her, limned behind by the red walls and gold trim. She stared up at the portrait of Douglas Mackenzie, the castle's builder. His blue eyes, much like her own, stared back. At least she knew they had one ancestor in common, even if it went as far back as the 1700s. She moved down the line to the next portrait, wondering if she was related to Finlay Mackenzie. She wandered around the room, eyeing each portrait, finding resemblances between herself and the subject. Her eyebrow arched. She stared up at the portrait of Gertrude. In the corner, a large wooden stand housed a closed Bible. Cate flicked it open, wondering when it had been printed. A family tree spread across the inside cover. She found Gertrude and her parents, Oliver and Mary. She traced her finger up to their parents and across to find any relatives that could have led to her side of the family. A large ink stain obliterated any additional information about Oliver's generation. Cate tried to glean any small details from underneath the ink by holding the book in every possible position, but she was unable to see what was under the ink blot. Someone's carelessness had obscured any information. With a sigh, she snapped the book shut, concluding she'd need to change strategies. With no information in the castle or locally, she'd need to expand her search. Perhaps finding out when the name change occurred would be a prudent first step. She returned to the library and pulled her laptop closer to her as she sank onto the desk chair. A quick search of all the major ancestry sites showed scans of immigration paperwork detailing her grandparents' move from England to the United States. The paperwork showed the surname Kensie. Cate slumped in the chair and stared out over the roses blooming beyond the window. They'd been the Kensies when they'd moved, at least. She leaned forward again and tapped at the keyboard, searching for birth records for her father and grandparents. She found nothing accessible in the UK databases. She slouched in the chair again, tapping the desk with her pencil, as she considered her next move. Perhaps Gail could help. She pulled the laptop closer and typed an email asking about how they tracked her down. Mrs. Fraser tottered into the room with a lunch tray as Cate closed her laptop. "Well, have you found anything out about yourself?" "Afraid not," Cate answered. "I hope to have better news soon." "I almost forgot to tell you, Lady Cate. I packed all Lady Mackenzie's personal belongings away and put them in the tower room. That was the best place so that they wouldn't be in your way, but you could access them. Well, what wasn't donated according to her wishes. Didn't think you've been through those boxes yet, and I didn't know if anything there would help you, but I thought I'd mention it. Even if it doesn't help, most of her personal items were there. I just packed everything up for you to go over whenever you have the chance." "Oh, thank you, Mrs. Fraser. I'll take a look this afternoon." Cate ate her lunch quickly, determined to spend her afternoon with the new stash of potential clues. After she finished lunch, she checked her email. Gail, efficient as ever, had already responded to her inquiry. "Dear Cate, Lady Mackenzie had given us information about a branch of the family in the United States. She knew your father's name and had an old address of his we used to track down his current status, and, eventually, to find you. I'm sorry we don't have more information than that. Lady Mackenzie assured us you were the closest relative to her. Good luck with your search, and please let me know if I can be of any further assistance. On another note, it sounds like you're settling in well. Castle life suits you. Best, Gail." As Mr. Smythe had mentioned, Lady Mackenzie was aware of the other branch of the family. She even had an address for Cate's father. But was her father aware of his family in Scotland? With a sigh, she realized she may never have an answer to that question. But she had a new treasure trove to search through in the tower. "Let's explore something new," she said, as she gathered Riley into her arms. Cate grabbed the bone Mrs. Fraser had provided Riley with earlier and began the climb to the tower. She circled around the many stairs leading upward to the room perched at the top. With Riley settled in the corner, happily gnawing on the bone, Cate eyed the stack of boxes. Lady Mackenzie had accumulated many things during her life at Dunhaven. She had her work cut out for her. With this number of cardboard containers, it may take her more than the afternoon to finish. No time like the present, she mumbled to herself. She picked a stack and dove into the first box. Cate sifted through the possessions, finding nothing helpful to her heritage mystery. What she did find were more interesting items that told her a bit about who Gertrude Mackenzie was. There were a few decorative items that had adorned her dressing space, some perfumes, lotions, and other personal things. One box remained in the first stack. She pulled it open, finding a large wooden jewelry box inside. Music filled the air as she flipped it open. Notes and letters spilled from the inside. Cate scanned several of these, finding typical keepsakes. A note from Gertrude's mother on her 20th birthday, and a card she received from her mother prior to the woman's death. Cate carefully set them aside and reached into the box for the next item. As she opened the folded note, several pictures fell out. Cate shuffled through the photos. Lady Gertrude stood in front of the Statue of Liberty in the first. The date on the photo read 1975. In the second, Times Square created the backdrop for a smiling Gertrude. The White House was featured in the third. As Cate flipped to the fourth photo, she froze. This time, there was no mistaking her father, now appearing close to his 30s. He stood in the middle of the picture between two women, a grin on his face. Cate's mother stood on one side of him, and on the other side was none other than Lady Gertrude Mackenzie. The caption read, "Visiting Cousin Logan and his new wife." Cate sat in stunned silence for several minutes. Lady Gertrude Mackenzie visited her father as an adult, and her father certainly met and mingled with Lady Mackenzie. But he'd never mentioned her. Cate couldn't figure out why. From the time she was a child, her parents told her she had no living relatives. Both her parents had been only children, so there was no close family nor any other relatives. Her father never mentioned a visit from a Scottish cousin who lived in a castle, nor that she was still alive and was Kate's closest living family. Cate climbed to her feet as she contemplated the find. The timepiece swung around her neck, and she grasped it. Her thumb rubbed against the cool metal as she paced the floor. A loud ticking echoed. She glanced down at the timepiece in her hands and snapped it open, finding the second hand crawling along the face. This time she wasn't half asleep, and she wasn't imagining things. Something was wrong with the watch. She'd need to have it serviced. Judging by the time, Gail would be out of the office. She'd ask her tomorrow for a recommendation for a repairman. Cate returned her attention to the picture, still clutched in her hand. The discovery that her father knew Lady Mackenzie, had met her as an adult, and was very much aware of their relationship surprised her. Why would her father keep something like this from her? Was there some family feud? It would explain the ink blot in the family Bible. Perhaps it wasn't just carelessness. Perhaps it was a deliberate blotting out of a branch of the family that was no longer welcome at the castle. But then why bequeath the castle to her? Lady Mackenzie was aware that Kate's side of the family was her closest relatives. If there had been a rift in the family, why not pass the property to someone else? Cate wandered to the window across the room, as thoughts paraded through her mind. A steady rain fell from the sky. Her eyebrow arched as she studied the wet window, recalling the forecast had predicted steady sunshine. She spun away from the window, stopping abruptly as she turned. Across the room, the door, which she had left open, was now closed. Cate squashed her eyebrows together as she strode to it and twisted the knob. The door did not budge. She spun the knob again, jimmying the door in the jamb. It held fast. Her pulse quickened as she tried a third time, ramming her shoulder into the wood in an attempt to shove the door open. It did not move. Cate backed a few steps away from the door and stared at it. She was trapped. Someone had locked her in the tower room. Chapter 12. Cate stared at the closed door for another moment before she tried it again. It wouldn't budge. She pounded against the wood, calling for help. No one answered. She didn't expect them to. No one knew where she was, and no one would be looking for her until dinner time. Perhaps then someone would figure it out and come searching for her. She spun on her heel and paced across the room. The timepiece bounced against her sweater. She grabbed the chain to steady it, sliding her hand down to hold the gold watch. The broken gold watch, she reminded herself. Her heart sank as she realized it had broken. On top of the notion that her family had been blotted out of the family Bible, she'd now inherited the castle and destroyed a precious heirloom. Her thumb rubbed the face, and she stared down at it. Her jaw dropped open as she found it ticking away at normal speed. She screwed up her face, certain it had just been malfunctioning. She'd have to have it looked at. Something must be wrong with it. She'd email Gail about a repairman, if she ever escaped from the tower room. She turned back toward the door and froze again. It hung open, the stone stairs beyond it in full view. Cate raced to the doorway and stared down the spiral steps. No footsteps sounded on them. Had someone unlocked the door? "Hello?" she called, her voice echoing off the stone walls. No one answered. She frowned as she stood dumbfounded in the room. The door had been stuck fast moments ago. She twisted and stared at the belongings scattered on the floor. She had no desire to remain in this room any longer, even to clean them up. Perhaps she'd try again tomorrow. She collected Riley, napping in the corner next to his discarded bone, and hurried from the room. As she spiraled down the stairs, she glanced out the tall tower window. Bright sunshine lit the rolling hills. The storm, it seemed, had passed rather quickly. She descended to the lowest level of the castle, making her way to the kitchen. Mrs. Fraser bustled around the room, putting the final touches on her dinner tray. Cate knocked against the jamb.
Oh, Lady Cate, I was just about to bring this up to you.
Cate smiled at her. Thanks, I can take it up. I just was wondering if you were near the tower a few minutes ago, the one you put Lady Mackenzie's things in. Mrs. Fraser wiped her hands on her apron, after settling a slice of pie onto a plate and loading it onto the tray.
Nay, I wasn't.
Cate set Riley on the floor and grabbed the tray's handles. Oh. Okay.
Is everything all right, Lady Cate?
Yes, I was in the tower going through some of Lady Mackenzie's things, and the door got shut, and I couldn't get it open. Mrs. Fraser arched an eyebrow.
Ah, well, such is the way in these old places. Likely swelled and got stuck.
You're probably right.
You may want to prop it open next time, just in case.
Cate nodded at her as she lifted the laden tray. Good idea. Thanks, Mrs. Fraser.
Just a moment, Lady Cate. I'll take the tray.
Cate lifted the tray a bit higher. I've got it.
Maybe so, but you shouldn't be carrying your own tray about.
Mrs. Fraser waved at her in a signal to pass the tray over.
Nonsense, Mrs. Fraser. I'm perfectly capable. Enjoy your dinner.
Cate spun, calling Riley with her. She climbed the stairs and settled in the library. Questions filled her mind as she ate. The more she searched, the less answers she found. She needed a break, and soon. She hoped to start solving her problems by fixing the timepiece. Gail would be out of the office for the evening, so she sent her an email the following morning. As planned, Cate started her day off by sending an email to Gail, explaining the odd behavior the timepiece displayed, and asking for a recommendation for a repairman. After sending the email, Cate made her way to the kitchen before breakfast. Mrs. Fraser bustled around the space, preparing the meal.
Good morning, Mrs. Fraser. Good morning, Lady Cate. How was your night?
Cate wandered to the oatmeal cooking on the stove and gave it a stir. Good, thanks.
I can do that, Lady Cate,
Mrs. Fraser said, eyeing her nervously. I've got it, Cate said with a smile, twirling the wooden spoon around in the pot. Mrs. Fraser gave her a tight-lipped smile, her eyebrow arching as she busied herself sliding a tray of cookies into the oven.
Did you find anything of interest in those boxes yesterday?
Yes. I found a picture of my father with Lady Mackenzie. She'd visited him shortly after he married my mother. I had never known. Mrs. Fraser adjusted the oven temperature before reaching into a cupboard for bowls.
Really? Well, I'm glad you found something to help you.
Cate let the spoon rest against the side of the pot. Mrs. Fraser, you grew up here, right?
Been here since my birth?
Yes. Do you remember anything being discussed about my family or my grandparents visiting? Mrs. Fraser paused for a moment as she shook raisins into a serving dish.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard anything about your family. When Lady Mackenzie was ill, Mr. Fraser and I wondered what would become of the place, since there didn't seem to be a relative in sight to take it over. We didn't even know if there was a relative out there.
Cate frowned at the response. Another dead end. I see. I thought you may have heard something being here all your life. Mrs. Fraser shook a generous helping of brown sugar into a serving bowl before setting it on Cate's tray.
Nay, I've not heard a whisper of anything about your side. Never met your grandparents or your parents, and never heard of you, Lady Cate, until Mr. Smythe told us he'd located the new owner.
Cate cocked a hip and stuck her hand on it. Well, it was worth a shot. I may have questions I'll never have answers to. Mrs. Fraser sidled next to her and gave the oatmeal a final stir before ladling a hearty helping into a bowl.
You mean your father never told you about any of this?
Not a word. I never knew I had a relative. I wish I did. I would have liked to have met her. She seemed like a very interesting person. Someone I would have liked. Mrs. Fraser nodded as she set the bowl on Cate's tray.
Aye, Lady Cate, she was. And very kind, too. The picture of grace. You're not much different from her, to be honest. Well, that's your breakfast ready. Anything else I can do for you?
No, that's all. I'll carry it up myself, thanks, Mrs. Fraser. Come on, Riley. Cate called the little dog to follow her. She settled in the library with her tray. As she stirred the brown sugar into the oatmeal, she decided to move her focus to her writing project. The inquiries about her heritage had stalled, and while she wasn't giving up, she needed a break from the constant dead ends. After polishing off the warm meal, she opted to postpone work in favor of spending a summer morning with Riley outside. As they rounded the corner, they ran into Jack. With a ladder propped against a large birch tree, he hacked at a few wayward branches.
"Well, if it isn't Lady Cate and Sir Riley, good morning to you,"
he yelled from his perch as he climbed down. "Good morning, Jack. How are you today?"
Canna complain, lassie. I'm alive and breathing this beautiful Scottish air,"
he said, giving Riley a scratch under his chin.
"And how are you and the good Sir Riley this morning?"
Cate buried her hands in the pockets of her jacket. "Good, thanks, although this beautiful Scottish air is just a bit on the chilly side for me." Jack collected a few of the cut branches and tossed them into a pile.
"Chilly? Lassie, this is nice warm weather. If you think this is chilly, you've not seen anything yet."
Cate grabbed a few of the fallen limbs, tossing them on top of Jack's pile. Well, I'm not freezing, but Aberdeen was a lot warmer than this at this time of the year."
"Not considering moving back for all that warmth, are you?"
She dusted her hands off. "Never. I'm made of tougher stuff than that, you know."
"That's the spirit, lassie, that's the spirit. Well, I better go on with this before Miss Fraser catches me idling my time away talking about the weather. But if there's anything I can help you with, you let me know."
"Thanks," Cate said. She took a step away before she turned back. "Actually, I could use your help with something." Jack stepped back off the ladder.
"Name it, Cate."
"Well, I'd like to go into town, and I was wondering if you had a morning to spare this week to drive me in. I'm not sure that I trust myself to drive on the right side of the road yet."
Well, good thing you're asking me because we drive on the left side of the road,"
Jack said with a wink. Cate rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Very funny. I mean that I don't know if I'll drive on the correct side of the road."
"Well, I can definitely help you with that, lassie. I'd be happy to take you into town any morning that you want. Just name it."
"How's tomorrow morning?" Cate asked. "The cleaning service is coming in, so it's a nice day to be out of the castle."
"Tomorrow morning's fine with me. Shall we leave around 9? I dare say you'll not find much open before then."
9 sounds great. I'll see you then." After a quick morning walk to the loch the following morning, Cate left Riley with his favorite ball, tucked away in her bedroom suite, and met Jack at the front of the castle to head into town. Jack opened the car door for her.
"I hope we have enough time to tour the entire town. We may need a second day."
"I'll bet. I heard there's a grocery store and everything."
You heard right, lassie. There's a small grocer and a pub,"
Jack answered as he slid in behind the wheel. He aimed the car toward Dunhaven, the gravel crunching under the tires as they pulled away from the castle. But my real interest is in the town's library." Jack pulled his lips back in a wince as he pulled onto the road.
"The library? Are you kidding me? All this fuss for the library?"
Cate glanced out her window at the nearby farms. "The library? Yep."
"You got a whole library here in the castle. But you want to go to Dunhaven's library."
"I was hoping they might have some information on the castle that we don't." Jack turned onto the street leading through town.
"New research project, eh? Well, righto then. Let's get you to the library. If you want to get wild and crazy, we can visit the bookstore. And even a church."
"Well, very funny. I've already called the church and they had no information. Maybe we could check out the pub after, though." Jack jabbed a finger in her direction before slapping his hand against the wheel.
"Now you're talking, lassie. Now you're talking. At least we've got something to look forward to."
Buildings filled in on either side of them as they entered the town. While smaller than Aberdeen, Jack exaggerated about its tiny size. It had much more to offer than just a library, a pub, and a few churches. Cate found it to be the perfect small town. Jack dropped Cate off in front of the library, telling her he planned to run to the hardware store and would meet her at the library afterward. Cate pushed through the doors into the small library. The scent of aging books filled the air in the quiet space. A young woman behind the circulation desk greeted her. Cate smiled and whispered a hello to the girl as she approached the desk. "Hello, Mom. Is there something I can help you with?" the girl asked. "Yes. Hello, I'm Dr. Cate Kensie. I'm the new owner of Dunhaven Castle. I was wondering if you had any information on it, perhaps old building plans or anything they might have filed with the municipality. Maybe any articles or texts written about it by locals." "Oh, hello, Dr. Kensie. Let me see if the librarian can help you. I'm not sure what we have." "Oh, great. Thank you." The young woman disappeared into a small office behind the circulation desk. After a moment, an older woman appeared through the doorway. "Hello, Dr. Kensie. A pleasure to meet you," she began, in a deep Scottish brogue. "I'm Mrs. Isla Campbell, the librarian. Within our private archives, we have some things that may interest you.
I also know that we have the book, The Mysteries of Scotland, in which the castle is mentioned, if you'd like to see that.
Cate recalled the title of the book from her search in Aberdeen College's library. She'd finally be able to read the reason it had been included. Well, that sounds great. Thank you so much. The woman led Cate to a back room, which appeared to double as a storage room. Cate set her tote bag down on the floor near a small carrel, while the librarian pulled several materials from the shelves. She left Cate to study the materials while she went in search of the book she'd mentioned earlier. They included a copy of the plans for the castle when it had been modernized, and plans for the added wings, along with a few other historical records involving the castle's building and operation. One of the reports noted the castle served as a recovery space for officers after the First World War. As Cate perused the documents, the librarian slid a book onto the desk before disappearing again. She picked up the thick tome. In gold letters, the title gleamed on top of an image of a crumbling castle. She flipped the book over, scanning the blurb. It indicated that the book contained ghost stories from various areas, homes, and castles across Scotland. Cate checked the index for a reference to Dunhaven Castle, then thumbed to the indicated page. She found a short entry detailing the reason for including Dunhaven Castle in the book. Dunhaven Castle, located just outside of the town of Dunhaven in northwestern Scotland, has long been the site of mysterious occurrences. During its construction, one worker died on the site in a freak accident with falling bricks, while another disappeared without a trace. Following the construction, those working at the castle insisted that the ghosts of those who met their demise on the property, or who had never been seen or heard from again, haunted its halls. Many of those working in the castle often left, some of them in the middle of the night, unable to continue working in the home after experiencing random sights and sounds at various times of the day or night. The castle's owners, the Mackenzie family, were often left without servants at short notice. Stories of these phantom occurrences were not confined to only those who worked at the castle after its construction. Visitors to the home and other workers have continued to tell tales of occurrences, all bearing a resemblance to the original tales from early servants, phantom sights and sounds presenting at all hours of the day and night. Visitors and workers at the castle tell tales of being woken from their sleep, to hear music coming from nowhere, or to hear conversations from people that were never to be found. They tell stories of seeing people roaming the halls that disappeared when followed. All those that experienced some form of manifestation at the castle, when asked, have indicated that they believe it to be haunted by the ghosts of those that gave their lives in her construction. Throughout the history of the castle, the Mackenzie family has refused to comment on the stories about the castle. The current occupant was contacted for comment during the writing of this book. No response was received. Cate bit her lower lip as she read the entry. Others had reported phantom music in the castle. When Cate had explored the place in the middle of the night, it was because she had heard music. Had she experienced the same phenomenon as the others? Maybe Molly was right, and her new home was haunted. Chapter 13. Cate's limbs turned to jelly, and her pulse raced as a moment of panic washed over her. She scanned the words on the page again. They detailed similar experiences to the ones she'd had. Was her new home haunted? She shook her head, refusing to give in to the notion. The castle was not haunted. What a ridiculous idea. Molly had been joking when she'd said that. Ghosts weren't real. The book was sensationalizing a few strange occurrences, probably to drive tourism, Cate mused. And it was easy to sell the tale of a haunted castle. There was no shortage of stories about the topic. Cate snapped the book closed and set it aside, focusing on the other materials that the librarian had provided her. She glanced at the time. Jack would be here shortly. She wouldn't have time to take any notes. She glanced at the collection before gathering them into her arms, leaving behind the book. She wanted to study them in depth at home. She would ask the librarian if she could borrow them. As she ambled to the circulation desk, her arms laden with documents, Jack pushed through the library doors. The girl behind the desk smiled at Cate. "Did you find everything you were looking for?" Cate splayed the materials on the counter. "Yes, the librarian helped me to find everything that I needed. I'd like to take a more thorough look at these materials. Is it possible for me to take them home?" "Those are in the private collection. I'm not sure," the assistant began. "Oh, I'll be very careful with them," The girl bit her lower lip, shooting a glance at the librarian's closed door. Well, I'm just not sure. I don't think we're supposed to allow these to leave, and the librarian stepped out, so I'm not sure I can help. Jack leaned over the desk toward the assistant and chimed into the conversation. Why don't you know who you're talking to, lassie? This is the world-renowned Dr. Cate Kensie. Are you going to be the reason she can't complete her research? Why, she might make our little hamlet famous one day. Of course, if we're not famous, we can all blame you, I suppose. Her face turned a bright shade of red. The assistant seemed flustered. Cate couldn't blame her. Jack was a rather good-looking man. He reminded her of a younger version of a certain Scottish actor, whose name was escaping her at the moment. Well, she stammered, grinning at Jack, then turning to Cate. I suppose if you're a historian, it won't hurt. Let me just mark down what you're taking and you can be on your way. Thank you, it's much appreciated, and like I said, I'll be careful and have them back before anyone misses them. The assistant made a short list of what Cate was taking, smiled, and wished her a good day. Cate gathered the materials and followed Jack out the door. After storing her treasures in the car, they made their way to the pub for lunch. With their order placed, Jack began their conversation by asking, So it's a bit warmer where you came from, eh? Cate sipped at her ale. Yes, it's been no-coat weather for weeks where I come from. So were you prepared for our weather? Have you been here before? No, I've never been to Scotland, but I searched it on a weather app before coming, so I guess I was as prepared as I could be. Jack lifted his beer to his lips. Never been, eh? Well, at least you've done things right for your first trip. I have? He set the stein down on the table, licking the foam from his lips. Oh, sure. The right way to do things is to come to Scotland for the first time, after you've inherited a castle. Oh, right. Well, that's what I thought everyone did, so I just followed suit. Jack leaned toward her, clasping his hands on the table. What do you think of your new home? Do you like it here? Cate sucked in a breath as she considered her answer. Well, I've only been here 2 weeks, so it's early to judge, but on the whole, I do like it. I already feel much more at home here than I ever did in Aberdeen. And I went from living in an apartment with 3 rooms to living in a castle, so I can't complain. I assume you like it here since you came back. Jack nodded, as the waitress slid his bangers and mash in front of him, before delivering the fish and chips to Cate. Sure, I mean, it's home. I travelled a bit, worked on a fishing boat for a while, but when my father passed away, I came back and continued the re-tradition, take over his job on the estate. He died of a heart attack, and I decided it was time to come home and fulfill my duties here. You know, keep an eye on my grandfather and so on. Cate picked up a piping hot fry. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jack. Your dad worked at Dunhaven too? Jack cut into one of the sausages on his plate. Aye, that he did, lassie. There's always been a Reed as the estate manager for as long as any of us can remember. My grandfather before my father, and his father before him, and so on, back through the line. Oh, wow, I hadn't realized that. I'm sure you know more about that place than I do. I don't know about that, Cate the historian, but I spent a lot of time there while growing up. He jabbed a finger at the timepiece, dangling from Cate's neck. I remember that watch you've got on, always being around Lady Mackenzie's neck. Funny how you remember things like that, eh? Oh, Cate said, grabbing the watch. Yes, apparently it was important to her. She left me a handwritten note as part of the inheritance, telling me I needed to wear it at all times. I thought it was odd, but I guess it was just really important to her. Must have been. Cate sighed as she bit into another fry, which makes me feel even worse. Jack scooped gravy-laden mashed potatoes onto his fork. You lost me, Lady Cate. Feel worse about what? Cate stared down at the gold timepiece. Oh, I think I may have broken the watch. Jack feigned shock. Oh, broken it? You Americans riding roughshod over everything. How'd you do that? Drop it from the turret? Cate shrugged as she pushed a piece of fish around on her plate. No idea, but it keeps slowing down. Sometimes it seems almost to stop. Then it starts up again as if nothing was wrong. I need to have it looked at. My grandfather could take a look if you'd like. He's not a genuine watchmaker, but he's good with these kinds of things. He might have some experience with it from when he worked there. Oh, that would be great. I asked Gail about someone, but I haven't checked to see if she recommended anyone or not. Jack shoved a forkful of mashed potatoes into his mouth. I'm sure you can peek at it after lunch if you don't mind an extra stop. Not at all. I'd like to make sure it works properly. I'd feel terrible if anything happened to it on my watch, no pun intended. It's been in the family for so long. They spent the remainder of the meal discussing places each of them had traveled. After lunch, they made the short trip to Jack's grandfather's house, a charming cottage on the outskirts of town. After thanking the man for agreeing to look at the watch, Cate handed it over. The elderly man carefully held it in his hands and studied it.
I can remember this watch from when I was a young man on the estate.
Jack mentioned that you worked there, and his father, too. Stanley wagged a finger at her as he showed her into the living room.
Aye, lassie, there's always been a reed on that estate. That's tradition. Wouldn't seem right without us.
Well, I'm glad to have Jack there.
Now let me see to this watch. Think you may have broken it, do you, lassie? Now let me take a look.
The man collapsed into a desk chair across the space. A large magnifying glass was clamped onto the desk's edge. A jeweler's toolkit lay open in front of him. He carefully opened the timepiece with jeweler's pliers. Holding it with reverence, he eyed the inside.
Now, I'll come over here, Jackie. Take a look at the inside and I'll show you some important parts.
Cate shoved her hands into the pocket of her cardigan. I was telling Jack it seems to slow suddenly, almost to a stop, and it ticks very loudly when it does that. Then it'll just start back up again as if nothing was wrong with it. Stanley peered over his reading glasses and nodded at her.
You hit the nail on the head with that last one, lassie.
Cate furrowed her brow, cocking her head to the side. I'm sorry, I don't understand. What did I do? Stanley climbed to his feet and handed the timepiece back to her.
You're right. Nothing's wrong with it.
Cate stared at it for a moment before sliding the chain over her head. Are you sure? It seems to slow almost to a stop. It's done it a few times now. That can't be normal.
I assure you it's right as rain, this watch.
Cate furrowed her brow. Oh, I trust your experience, Mr. Reed, but would it still be prudent to have a watchmaker look at it just to make sure it's in tip-top shape? She winced, hoping she didn't offend him.
Nay, I'd not recommend that, lassie. Not at all.
Really? May I ask why? Whether he felt it was needed or not, what would be the problem with having a second pair of eyes look at it?
That's quite an expensive piece. An antique, in fact. I'd no let it out of my sight. Lady Mackenzie was never without it. I'm sure that's why.
Did she ever have it serviced? I mean, that you know of? Stanley shook his head, tugging at his white beard with his fingers.
Nay, she never did. If anything needed fixing, I took care of it. She would have trusted no one outside the estate to care for the watch.
That's interesting. Well, thanks so much for looking. I'm glad to know I haven't broken it, at least. A broad grin spread across his face.
You're welcome, lassie. I'm happy to help.
Well, we'll be on our way then, Cate said. Jack said his goodbyes to his grandfather, giving the elderly man a clap on the back and half a hug. Cate thanked the elderly man again before leaving and making her way to the car with Jack.
Well,
Jack said as they climbed into the car.
At least you got the official word that you haven't broken it.
Yeah, that's a relief. I've not ruined my inheritance only a few weeks in. Cate remained quiet for the short trip back to the castle. Her mind dwelled on the conversation with Stanley Reed. She wondered if he was certain of his diagnosis. Her thoughts centered on how adamant he was about not having the watch serviced. It seemed strange. Did he not want his lack of experience to show if there was something wrong with the watch? Or was he worried about the piece being stolen or damaged? Either way, it seemed odd. Surely there were professional jewelers who could be trusted. Perhaps Gale would have an answer. When they arrived back on the estate, Cate thanked Jack for taking her into town. He helped her carry her bounty from the town's library into the castle's library. She decided to look at the files later, preferring a walk with Riley before dinner. Before heading out, she checked her email to see if there was a response from Gale, and found one waiting for her. Dear Cate, to our knowledge, Lady Mackenzie never had the watch serviced at any outside locations. I don't believe either of us, meaning myself and Mr. Smythe, ever knew of any issues that she had with the timepiece. Mr. Smythe did indicate that she usually trusted Mr. Stanley Reed, Jack Reed's grandfather, with mechanical work, and suggested that you check with him if you believe the timepiece may be malfunctioning. I hope you continue to adapt to your new surroundings with ease, and find Scottish country life charming. If you need anything else, please do not hesitate to reach out. Best, Gail. Cate frowned at her computer. So Lady Mackenzie had never had trouble with the watch, and she trusted Jack's grandfather to maintain it. It was another vote of confidence in Jack's grandfather as a watch repairman, and no suggestions to take it to an experienced jeweler. It seemed rather odd, but she guessed they had much more experience than she in these matters. Perhaps the watch was so valuable that even they did not trust it to leave Kate's care. Vowing to be extra careful with the piece from now on, Cate went in search of Riley for his pre-dinner walk of the estate with her. Cate and Riley enjoyed a quiet and uneventful evening after their walk and dinner. Cate curled up with some old photo albums. When her chin hit her chest, she decided to head to bed. As she crawled under the covers, though, a sense of unease filled her. The words from the library book's entry danced through her mind. Music that came from nowhere. Voices floating in the halls with no source. Spectres. Ghosts. Cate swallowed hard as she pulled the covers up to her chin and stared into the moonlit room. Molly's words rattled through her head. What she'd intended to be a joke may turn out to be a warning. Chapter 14. Cate shivered as the clock turned midnight. She'd not managed to fall asleep yet, unable to close her eyes without popping them open in seconds. The words of the book rang in her mind. She shoved back the covers and climbed from her bed, tiptoeing to the doors of her suite and peering into the hall. Did ghosts roam up and down them? Would ghostly music play again? With a sigh, she closed the door, her fingers hovering on the key in the keyhole. Perhaps she should lock it. Would that matter? Could ghosts go through doors? Cate rolled her eyes at herself and hurried back to her bed, crawling under the covers again. She stared up at the ceiling, still too afraid to close her eyes. "Cate," she said aloud, "you're being ridiculous. There are no such things as ghosts." Her affirmation, even when voiced aloud, did little to settle her nerves. She sat up, her eyes scanning the dark corners for movement. She climbed out of bed again and paced the room, checking the corners for spirits. Expanding her pacing area, she made her way around the sitting room. There was nothing there either, as she well knew, despite her paranoia. Still unable to sleep, she made her way around the castle. Perhaps the walk would tire her out enough to sleep. She wandered through the massive hallways. Moonlight drenched everything in an eerie glow. It did little to ease her fear. Cate forced her mind to appreciate the beauty in what she saw. She wandered in and out of rooms, trying to take in details, forcing her mind to focus on mundane things, rather than allowing it to go at lightning speed to ghost stories. In one bedroom closet, Cate found a box of personal belongings. Cate sifted through the items. Among the personal effects, she found several journals. With her inner historian triggered, she gathered them up with a giddy smile. Ghost stories were shoved to the far corners of her mind, as excitement over personal journals from an occupant of the castle rose to the forefront. She settled on her chaise and paged through, her heart leaping at the handwritten pages. Stifling a yawn, she pulled one onto her lap to read. As she settled back on the chaise, her eyelids grew heavy. She preferred to savor the experience and enjoy each entry, so she set the journal aside and returned to her bedroom. As she crawled into bed, Riley lifted his head to acknowledge her return, settling back into the covers with a big sigh. She fell asleep in minutes, her concern about ghosts finally relieved by her new discovery. As her alarm woke her the following morning, a smile filled her face as she stretched, excitement over the journals still coursing through her. She jumped out of bed and dressed for the day. As she passed through her sitting room, she admired her new discovery. She filled her morning hours taking notes on the library materials she'd borrowed, saving the journals for her evening reading. She hoped they'd be a far better choice than the gothic haunted castle novels. In the afternoon, a quick investigation of the closet where she'd found the journals led her to a few framed photographs. She eyed the pictures, recognizing the face in them as Mary Mackenzie, Gertrude's mother. Mary may have known her grandparents. She wondered if she'd find a reference to them in the journals. As she checked her mail before dinner, her cell phone jangled, buzzing across the desk. She swiped to answer the unknown number. "Lady Cate?" the Scottish voice asked. "Yes, this is Cate. Oh, I'm so glad I got a hold of you. This is Isla Campbell, the librarian." Cate leaned back in her chair, twirling her pen in her hand. "Hi, Miss Campbell. What can I do for you? I'm calling because there's been a terrible mistake made." "Oh?" The woman continued, breathless. "Yes, you see, Amy, our assistant, allowed you to take those materials I shared with you from the library yesterday. I'm so sorry, but these are not to leave the library." Cate stared at the stack of documents on the desk. "I've been very careful with them." Mrs. Campbell chuckled, though Cate detected a hint of derision. "I'm certain you have been, though. Really, they shouldn't have been taken from the library. I really must ask that you bring them back as soon as possible." Cate raised her eyebrows as she stared at the heap of records she had yet to dive into. "I can bring them back tomorrow morning, if that works." "That would be most appreciated. Thank you, Lady Cate." "You're welcome, and I'm very sorry about the mix-up." "As long as they're returned tomorrow, it'll be right as rain. Have a good night, Lady Cate." The line clicked, and Cate pulled the phone away from her ear, staring at the pile of documents ruefully. She'd need to take any notes on them tonight. She arose early and finished her last-minute notes on the library's collection before she loaded the materials into the car, deciding to be adventurous and drive herself into town. She loaded Riley into the car and made the short trip to town, easing into a parking space near the center of town. She returned the materials to the library, thanking the librarian again for the information. "I appreciate the opportunity to study the documents. I've got stacks of notes on them." "I'm glad you found them helpful," Mrs. Campbell said, studying them as though they'd been ruined. "I think you'll find everything in the same shape it was when I took it. I was very careful." Mrs. Campbell arched an eyebrow as she sifted through the documents. "Document preservation is best left to librarians." Cate puckered her lips at the statement, resisting the urge to roll her eyes. "Well, in any case, thank you." She tapped the desk before she left the library. She collected Riley from the car to explore the town. The new smells entertained Riley, and he enjoyed the attention he received from the local townspeople. Cate found many charming shops that she was sure she would enjoy exploring, over and over. Most shop owners were dog-friendly, so she took her time browsing. The vast majority were curious to meet her, since she was the new owner of the largest property in town. And American. She ducked into a shop selling postcards with pictures of Dunhaven Castle. An older man, his hair graying, stood behind a counter near the register. He nodded and smiled as she entered with Riley. "Well, hello, little fellow," the man said. Riley glanced up at him, his nose smelling. "I got a wee bone here for you if you'd like." "I think he'd like it very much," Cate answered. The man skirted around the counter and fed a bone to Riley. He chomped on it, downing it in seconds. Cate stuck her hand out. "Hi, I'm Cate." The man grabbed her hand and shook it. "Harry MacArthur, are you visiting?" "No," Cate answered as Riley begged for another treat. "I've just moved here." "Just moved here?" The man arched an eyebrow as realization dawned on him. You must be Cate Kensie, the new owner of the castle." "That's right. Word travels fast around here, huh?" "Oh, you don't say, especially when you own a castle. Everyone's curious." Cate shrugged as Harry fed Riley another bone. "There's not much to know, I'm afraid." "Oh, I doubt that. So, how are you finding Scottish life? Have you explored the castle?" Cate nodded as she lifted Riley into her arms. "Yes, I have. It's a big change from my life in the States, but I'm enjoying it." "I'll bet," Harry said with a grin. "I hope you're settling in well, and the stories don't bother you much. Everyone's got a tale about that place, but don't listen to them. You just go by your own experiences." Cate licked her lips as the odd experiences she'd had flitted across her mind. She forced a smile onto her lips and nodded. They chatted for a few more minutes, before Cate purchased 3 postcards and a porcelain dog figurine. As she slid back into the car, she dug a pen from her purse and pulled the postcards from the bag. On the first, she wrote a thank you to Gail for helping her unpack and settle in. She referenced the porcelain dog figurine, stating it was a thank you gift. On the second, she penned a short note to her former neighbor, Mrs. Klein, fulfilling her promise to write and passing along her best wishes. On the final postcard, she jotted a note to Molly, telling her the move had gone well and extending an invitation to visit. After a trip to the post office to mail the postcards and package the dog for mailing, she returned to the castle in time for dinner. After her full day, she drifted to sleep quickly. She awoke early the following day as thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning tore through the sky, and a soaking rain pelted the ground and windows. Cate sipped her hot chocolate as she stared out at the gray sky. The shop owner's words rang in her mind as she shuffled through the darkened halls. Scenes from haunted castle movies flashed through her mind. There was always a storm right before someone spotted a ghost. Cate wrinkled her nose, glad she wasn't alone in the castle. She retrieved the family Bible from the portrait gallery and returned to her sitting room, curling on the chaise in front of a roaring fire built by Mr. Fraser. The flames leapt in the large fireplace, keeping the chill of the rainy day at bay. Riley curled on the rug in front of the warm fire. Cate smiled at him before turning her attention to the journal she'd found. She pulled the journal on the top of the stack onto her lap. A quick glance through it showed no markings or dates. She hoped to read the journals in order, if possible. She paged through them, hoping to find dates or numbers. Her brow furrowed as she flipped through the first one. Several pages appeared to be missing from each journal, torn from the books. Cate wrinkled her nose at the marred book. With any luck, the main ideas were intact and she could find some details about her family. Cate observed the handwriting in some books was messier than in others. Was the person aging or writing hurriedly? She tried to use this to piece together an order, but wasn't able to. Giving up on creating an order, she closed them all, except the first one she picked up, and set them aside. She began to read the first page. Heard the soft music as if it were floating on the air up the stairs. It was nice to hear the sounds of life in the castle again, no matter how strange. I stood at the top of the stairs with my eyes closed, enjoying the sounds of the music. I imagined all the people below in elegant gowns of their time period, dancing impeccably, laughing, drinking, enjoying. I thought of sneaking down to have a peek, but I still have not brought myself to explore during these events. Cate set the book aside in favor of a sip of hot chocolate as she mulled over the entry. The entry seemed to describe a party being held at the castle. Strangely, the lady of the house did not attend. Perhaps these journals were not Mary Mackenzie's, or maybe she wrote them at a young age and wasn't talking about Dunhaven at all, but rather her family home. She didn't know much about any of her predecessors, as it was possible that Mary Mackenzie also came from a wealthy family who would have hosted such parties. As a young child, she wouldn't have been in attendance. Cate imagined Mary as a small child, longing to go to her parents' ball, standing at the top of a grand staircase, listening to the music play, watching for a glimpse of the ladies in their elegant gowns as they passed by. Perhaps these journals were older than she realized, coming from a childhood version of Mary. She studied the first entry. It didn't look like a child's handwriting, although Cate couldn't be sure. Penmanship was a different matter in the era when Mary was a child, so it was comprehensible that this could have been the writing of someone around the age of 10. If these were her childhood journals, not only would it be interesting to see things from a child's perspective in a different era, but that may also explain the torn-out pages. Perhaps they were failed attempts at making an entry, or those that showed poor penmanship, ink blots, or something else careless that a child may have done. Maybe an older Mary reread her journals and tore out things she didn't want to remember. Childish thoughts that she regretted later. Cate caressed the leather on the outside of the journal, fascinated by reading someone's innermost thoughts. Even if they didn't provide her with information about her own family, they would be interesting from a historical perspective. Cate set the journal aside intending to collect more information on Mary before continuing. She grabbed her laptop, a pen, and a notepad. The appeal of another sip of hot chocolate was too strong for her, and she lay back on the chaise for an extra moment, enjoying the snack. The fire gave the room a warm coziness, despite its size. Rain still fell steadily from the gray sky outside her window. She watched it fall as she took another bite of one of the cookies Mrs. Fraser had left her. She spent another few moments enjoying the snack and the dreary weather, her thoughts slipping to the great ball Mary spoke of in her journal. She bit her lower lip as she imagined women in fancy gowns swirling around the room, laughing, enjoying each other's company. What a different life they must have led, Cate thought, both because of the time period and their upper-class lifestyle. Things had changed quite a bit in the almost 100-odd years since Mary was a child. Cate tried to imagine a world without computers, lacking instant access to information and other people, where the written word was the most common form of communication and of recording thoughts. How different life must have been. Perhaps simpler in some ways, despite the absence of modern conveniences. Cate finished her cookie and the rest of her hot chocolate, then forced herself off the chaise to get her materials. She began by noting the dates of birth years and death years for Mary from the family Bible, and her maiden name, Campbell, to give some context to when she may have written the journals. Using her laptop, Cate navigated to one of the online ancestry records sites and began searching for any information she could find on Mary Mackenzie, née Campbell. She pieced together that Mary had 2 sisters and 1 brother. The third of 4 children, she had been born into an affluent family, but one that did not have any titles associated with their family legacy. She was 24 years old when she married Oliver, who was 10 years her senior. She reread the first partial entry. It could, indeed, discuss a party held by Mary's parents. She closed her laptop, preparing to read more of the journals, when Mrs. Fraser appeared, carrying her lunch tray. "I hope you don't mind, but I took it upon myself to bring your lunch up to you. Figured you were all nice and cozy here, so why move yourself just for lunch?" Cate stretched her feet under her blanket. "Oh, thanks, Mrs. Fraser. I appreciate that. I am cozy, although I think you may spoil me." "Well, there isn't a lady in the world that doesn't deserve some spoiling now and again." Cate smiled at her as she finished clearing the dishes from her morning snack and bustled out of the room. She finished her lunch and roused Riley from a nap for a quick trip outside. The rain continued to pour from the skies. His little tartan raincoat spared him the drenching he'd have received from the soaking rain, but despite remaining mostly dry, Riley offered the sky a suspicious glance as thunder rumbled overhead. Even in the poor weather, though, Cate admired the beauty of the Scottish countryside. Mist clung to the hillsides, shrouding them as if with fluffy blankets. The surroundings made it obvious why stories of hauntings were bandied about. The setting couldn't be more perfect for it, Cate thought as the thunder grumbled overhead, and the fog surrounded the neighboring countryside. It even shrouded part of the castle. After hanging their wet things in the servants' entrance, Cate made her way to the bedroom closet where she discovered the journals. She searched the box for additional pages, hoping the torn-out paper would be inside. She found nothing and slogged back to her room, disappointed, but hopeful the pages that remained would reveal some information. She settled onto her chaise in front of the roaring fire, cuddled under a blanket. Riley climbed onto the chaise, curling himself in the crook of her legs for a nap. Cate patted his head, as he used her calf for a pillow. She picked up the journal again, giving the first entry a quick reread. Something about it seemed odd to her, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The next entry detailed a similar experience. Mary wrote about the buzz of having guests in the house. Again, Mary noticed she tried to stay out of sight and take everything in. Not uncommon for a child in a large estate during the era of children should be seen and not heard. Still, it appeared Mary was on the verge of adulthood or a very mature child. She wrote as though she were much older than a youngster who would have been unwelcome at parties and other household events. Cate began to wonder if perhaps this was why the writing seemed so odd to her. She read the next entry to see if it gave her impression more credence. Stood in front of me staring. I can still recall my heart pounding against my ribs as I stared back. I now understand full well why the haunting rumors persist. I myself have now experienced. Her eyes widened at the statement, and her heart skipped a beat. What did the partial entry hint at? It sounded as though Mary had experienced a ghost sighting. She swallowed hard, becoming more convinced that her new home was filled with the ghosts of the past. Chapter 15. A shiver ran up Cate's spine as she reread the entry that seemed to detail Mary's encounter with the ghost. She said she understood the haunting rumors. Cate lifted her eyes from the page and stared at the dancing flames in the fireplace. Could she live here if the house was haunted? If she couldn't, she had nowhere else to go. Maybe the ghost wouldn't be difficult to share the castle with, she ruminated. She sucked in a deep breath, reminding herself that the entries were likely made by a childhood version of Mary. Perhaps her parents' home had been rumored to be haunted. Perhaps it was a fantastical tale from an impressionable child. She turned the page to read the next entry, hoping to glean more details about the encounter. Strange to think I could meet my husband as a young man or child, or at least see him once again. The very thought gives me goose pimples, and the feeling as though someone has walked over my grave. As inviting as it seems, it is terribly dangerous. I can see why my husband... The page ended. Cate turned to the next page, but the entry did not continue. It appeared several pages were torn out, and then another entry appeared, which seemed to be unrelated to this one. Cate set the book down, confused by what she just read. Mary Mackenzie had referenced her husband. There was no mention of encounters with ghosts. Well, that's odd, Riley, Cate said aloud to the dog. Looks like this entry was made by Mary as an adult after her marriage. So the encounter she had was here. Why is she not attending events in her own home? The pup didn't offer any answers. Granted, entries were missing, but there weren't even close to enough pages removed to have grown from a childhood Mary to an adult one, so the entire journal had to be from Mary as an adult, Cate surmised. Her uneasiness returned as she realized Mary's encounter occurred within the halls of Dunhaven Castle. Something was odd, though. She couldn't understand why, if Mary was an adult, married or otherwise, she wasn't attending parties within either her parents' home or her husband's. If the parties had been in her husband's home, Mary would have played an integral role in hosting the event, even if the couple did not live at the castle yet. If it were the former, her parents would have paraded Mary among the guests with her primary goal having been to secure a suitable suitor and a successful match for marriage. Why would Mary have been hiding upstairs, not able to bring herself to sneak even a glance at the event? Perhaps Mary was ill, Cate ruminated. However, if she was physically ill, most likely the party would have been postponed. If it hadn't been, she would have attended it, ill or not. Women of that era were informed that they should not take ill often, as it may displease their husbands. If she was mentally ill, that was quite a different story. But there didn't seem to be any signs of mental instability in the writings. Outside of the ghost sighting, anyway. Perhaps that was why several pages were missing, though, Cate thought. Perhaps Mary was unstable and had ripped pages from the diary, or someone else had, and only left the ones that sounded sane. She stared at the stack of leather journals. Maybe she would know more when she read all the journals. Perhaps there would be a clue in one of them to point her toward what may have happened to either the journals or Mary. Cate checked her watch. About an hour and a half remained before dinner. She read a few more brief entries, finishing the first journal over the course of the hour. As interesting as it was, it gave her no more clues about what was happening. It covered more of the same experiences, or rather, snippets of experiences. Mary discussed a few parties she attended, and a little about raising her daughter after her husband's death. It gave Cate a little more context, knowing that Mary was writing after her husband's death. But the mystery of why she avoided social events in the castle deepened, as did the encounter that led her to understand the rumors about the castle. Cate dumped the journal on the stack, stood, and stretched. The rain had slowed to a drizzle. She gathered Riley to take him for a walk before dinner. Her mind went over and over the words she'd read, but came to no new conclusions. She hoped that the remaining journals would shed more light on the matter, and planned to read another during her dinner. After heading back inside, she found both Mr. and Mrs. Fraser in her sitting room when she arrived. Mr. Fraser was tending to the fire again, while Mrs. Fraser arranged the blanket on the chaise, her tray of food placed on the edge.
"How are you enjoying this beautiful Scottish weather we're having?"
Mr. Fraser said, adding some logs to the fire. "It's a nice day to stay in," Cate answered. "That it is," Mrs. Fraser agreed. "Is there anything else you'll be needing?" "No, that's all, thanks. Why don't you two go home early and get settled in? This weather is terrible, and I don't want anyone out in it on my account." Mr. and Mrs. Fraser exchanged glances. "Well," Mrs. Fraser hedged, "I'd like to finish the dishes from dinner, and I'm sure Mr. Fraser would like to add some logs to the fire before we leave for the night." Cate waved away the concern as she pulled the blanket over her. "Oh, don't worry about that, Mrs. Fraser. I'm capable of washing a dish or two, and I can add some logs if we get cold enough. Please go home and get out of this dreary weather. Well, I guess if you insist, Lady Cate, then we'll see you tomorrow morning." "I do insist," Cate said. "See you tomorrow." With that, they left Cate to her dinner. She settled in with the second journal from the stack, hoping to find some answers. After reading about half, Cate was no closer to learning the truth about anything. Again, the entries were vague and brief. Several pages were missing, leaving nothing more than snippets or fragments. Cate glanced through the other 3 journals again. All had pages removed. She sighed, realizing they likely contained more of the same. She considered diving into the 3rd journal, but remembered her promise to Mrs. Fraser. With a glance at her empty dish, she figured she'd better take care of the dishes before she did anything else. With her tray in hand, she headed downstairs to the kitchen, expecting to find a few dishes from the dinner preparation waiting in the sink to be washed. Instead, a sparkling clean sink met her gaze as she entered the room. All dishes were cleaned, dried, and put away. Cate shook her head. Mrs. Fraser had cleaned everything, leaving Cate with only her own dishes and utensils to wash. It was quick work since she had so little to do. She washed, dried, and returned everything to its appropriate place. She tidied up the kitchen a bit so it looked as though she'd never been there, hoping Mrs. Fraser would appreciate that, then wound through the halls back to her sitting room. With the fire dying out, she threw a few small logs on top and poked them around with the poker before plopping back onto the chaise and cuddling under a blanket with Riley. She picked up the 3rd journal and began to read. About halfway through the journal, frustration set in. She'd learned nothing and only become more concerned about the supposed haunting in the castle. She spent a restless night worried about ghosts again. A foggy mist enveloped the castle the next morning. Looking out the windows was like looking through a veil of fabric that had been stretched from the sky to the horizon. The cool and damp weather kept Cate inside for most of the day, only venturing out to take Riley for brief walks. With no desire to dive back into the journals, she spent some time exploring other bedrooms. In a closet, she found trunks filled with clothes. A glance through the other items revealed a few handwritten letters. She pulled them from the trunk and settled on the floor to read them. Her thumb found the timepiece and rubbed it as she scanned the words on the page. Soon the familiar loud, slow ticking filled the closet. Cate huffed in annoyance as she popped open the face. The second hand barely moved. She grabbed her phone to record a video of the strange behavior. Perhaps seeing the odd behavior would help Mr. Reed diagnose the problem. As she swiped to unlock the phone, Cate noticed the large letters on the lock screen. No service. She crinkled her brow. What was wrong with her cell service? Even with the spotty signal she'd been getting in the Scottish countryside, she'd not experienced much of an issue anywhere in the castle or on the property. Cate switched her camera app to video mode and aimed the camera at the watch. "As you can see," she said as the video recorded, The seconds are ticking by on the video, but not on the watch. It's definitely slower than it should be. And no matter what I do... Cate balanced the phone and began to shimmy the watch a bit, then wind it again. It doesn't help, see? She aimed the camera back on the watch after bobbling the phone to wind it. Still slow. Then, sooner or later, it's back to normal, like nothing was wrong. She swiped the watch face to clear the fingerprints and continued to film when, abruptly, the watch started to tick faster and faster until it began to keep perfect time again. See what I mean? Cate narrated. Now it's back to normal. I don't get it. She let the video run a few more seconds so they could see that the watch was now keeping perfect time, then shut it off. She'd send the video to Jack once she had a signal. She climbed to her feet, ready to wander the castle in search of a signal. As she stood, she spotted the 3 bars on the top of her phone's display. Odd. Cate had never moved, yet the signal, not there moments ago, was now extremely strong. The crinkle on her brow deepened. Were the 2 incidents related? Was there some kind of electromagnetic disturbance that affected both the watch and her cell phone? Or maybe the signal was just intermittent within the closet. With a shake of her head, she attached the video to a text with a note describing it and asking him to show it to his grandfather whenever he got a chance. Perhaps he would have some answers that would explain this. Cate switched off her phone's display, returning to her exploration of the trunks. She tugged open another trunk and pulled out the first dress. Satiny, ruby-red fabric swirled around her feet as she held it up to her and glanced down at it. These must have been quite the feat to get into, she said to herself. She tugged a blue dress from the trunk. Plainer than the red dress, it must have been worn during the day. She set it aside and tugged a pink and white dress from the bottom. What do you think, Riley? She asked the small dog, holding up the pink and white dress against her body. Riley cocked his head to the side as she spun around the room, holding the fabric against her. Do I look pretty? Riley's dark, almond-shaped eyes sparkled at her. Should I try it on so you can see? Cate giggled a bit while she slipped her clothes off and the dress on, feeling like a child trying on her mother's clothes. She did her best to fasten the dress in the back, appreciating why most women needed a lady's maid to assist them with dressing. The weight of the fabric hung heavy around her ankles. She tried to swirl it, finding it more awkward than she expected. A sheet hid a full-length mirror in the back of the closet. Cate tugged the white cover off, sending a plume of dust into the air. She stepped toward the glass, eyeing her reflection. With both hands, she pulled her hair up to complete her centuries-old look. She gazed at herself for another minute, wondering what her life would have been like in this era. She caught sight of the pocket watch dangling around her neck and grabbed it. Her thumb rubbed the smooth surface. She wondered who walked the castle halls in the 1850s, and who may have worn this dress. After a moment of daydreaming, her mind snapped back to reality. Well, Riley, she said, swinging around in the dress, what do you think of the full effect? She focused on the spot Riley had lain in moments ago, finding it empty. The smile disappeared from her face. Riley! Riley! Cate called out a few times, but saw no sign of the small pup. She checked around the trunks and other items in the closet. She searched the small space. She found no sign of him. Riley! She called louder. Riley, come! Still nothing. It was unusual for Riley not to listen when she called him. Cate bit her lower lip, wondering if he may have wandered off. She widened her search to the bedroom. Again, she saw no sign of Riley. She called out a few more times as she scanned the room, but he didn't respond. Her concern for the small dog grew. She feared he might have gotten himself lost or trapped. Living in a place this size, it could take them days to find him, if not longer. Panic set in. He was her entire life. She would be heartbroken if something happened to him. She bit her lower lip as her knees began to wobble. Tears welled in her eyes. She fought to calm herself and think logically. He couldn't have disappeared. He had to be somewhere. She double-checked the closet again, then the bedroom. She stepped into the hall, glancing up and down, trying to decide which way to go first. She spotted no signs of the little dog. The heaviness of the dress made it difficult for her to move around, but her worry over Riley stopped her from changing first. Cate called down the hall in both directions. She saw nothing. Most of the doors were closed, so he couldn't have gotten into those rooms. Cate wondered if he'd made his way back to their bedroom. She tried to run, finding it awkward in the piles of fabric that surrounded her. Picking up her skirts to the best of her abilities, she hurried down the hall, making her way to her suite. She glanced inside, finding it empty. She raced through the sitting room and scanned the bedroom. She found it empty. Panic made her limbs turn rubbery. She sucked in a shaky breath, her stomach turning over with worry. Cate sank onto the bed, a tear falling from her cheek. "Riley," she croaked, "where are you?" Chapter 16. Cate clutched at her midriff as she sniffled, panic turning her stomach as worry over Riley coursed through her. She flicked away a tear that fell to her cheek as she glanced around the room. Riley was missing. So was his bed, she noticed. She hadn't moved it, but it was not there. Perhaps Mrs. Fraser moved it while cleaning. She shook her head as she forced herself to stand, the weight of the heavy fabric from the dress weighing her down as she walked. She had to find the little pup. She had to keep searching. Cate retraced her steps to the other bedroom. This time she traipsed down the hall in the opposite direction, making her way to the main staircase. She would check there, and then perhaps enlist help. Mrs. Fraser crossed the marble floor of the entryway as Cate arrived at the top of the stairs. Cate raced toward the railing, her breathing heavy from the effort and the upset. "Oh, Mrs. Fraser! Mrs. Fraser!" The woman glanced over her shoulder. Kate's brow scrunched, and she pulled her chin back to her chest. It wasn't Mrs. Fraser. Instead, a younger woman returned Kate's gaze. Cate shook her head, pressing a hand against her chest as she recovered, bypassing any pleasantries in her panic to find Riley. "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were Mrs. Fraser. I'm looking for my dog Riley. Have you seen him?" Receiving no response, she continued, "Could you find Mrs. Fraser and ask her to help me look?" At the bottom of the stairs, the girl's eyes widened, and the color drained from her face. Her mouth gaped open, and she trembled all over. Abruptly, the girl spun and fled from the room. Cate wrinkled her forehead. Was she running to tell Mrs. Fraser? She'd made it sound urgent, but not that urgent. Her eyes fell to the centuries-old dress she still wore. No wonder the girl reacted that way. The poor girl assumed she'd seen a ghost. With a shake of her head, Cate turned to make her way back down the hall to the bedroom he disappeared from, intent on finding the little dog. As she walked, she wondered who the woman was, and why she was in the castle. Perhaps Mrs. Fraser found her replacement and was training her, but had mentioned nothing to Cate, which seemed odd. She pushed the thought aside, entering the closet. She'd deal with that mystery later. Right now, she had to find Riley. She checked the timepiece to determine how long he'd been missing. She slowed to a stop, her face pinching with exasperation. Seriously? Again? The timepiece had almost stopped again. Useless. I have no idea how long he's been gone. She shook the watch in frustration before she squeezed her eyes closed. She snapped them open and gave the watch a rub in apology. "Oh, it's not your fault." As if on cue, the watch started to tick faster and faster until it returned to normal. She breathed a sigh of relief. At least one thing is sorted. Okay, Cate. Think. He's a little dog. Just calm down. He couldn't have gotten far. She spun to face the closet door, intent on retracing her steps. Her jaw dropped and relief washed over her. Riley sat on the floor, behind a large trunk. "Riley!" Cate cried, rushing over to scoop up the small dog. "I thought I'd lost you. Where have you been?" Cate hugged him close, kissing the top of his little head. A few tears of relief escaped from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Riley gave her an appreciative lap on her face for all the attention, not understanding Kate's exasperation. Cate collapsed onto the floor with the dog in her arms and blew out a sigh of relief. She took an extra moment to hold him close, still wondering where he could have gone. It appeared he'd been in the closet the entire time. "We better go tell Mrs. Fraser that we found you, Riley." Cate stood up, feeling the weight of the dress. "Oh, I better change my clothes first, though." As she unfastened the dress, she caught sight of herself in the mirror. Her makeup was smudged from shedding a few tears. She better clean up before visiting Mrs. Fraser. She finished changing and gathered Riley into her arms, hurrying to her bedroom. She stopped dead as she entered, spotting Riley's bed in its normal spot. It hadn't been there moments ago when she'd searched for him. Then again, she'd been certain Riley had been missing when he'd been in the closet the entire time. She fixed her smeared makeup and headed downstairs, Riley in tow, to speak with Mrs. Fraser. She found the woman preparing lunch. The younger woman she ran into in the foyer was nowhere in sight. "You can call off the emergency, Mrs. Fraser. I found Riley." Mrs. Fraser glanced up from her work, a confused expression on her face. "Emergency?" "Yes, didn't the other girl tell you? I thought I lost Riley, but I found him, thankfully." She waved the little pup's paw in the air. "Other girl?" Mrs. Fraser asked. "The other girl. I saw her in the entry hall. I told her to come and get you to help find Riley. She ran down the hall, did she not tell you? I'm the only one in the place, Lady Cate. No cleaning service here today, and both men are outside." Kate's heart skipped a bit as she stood speechless. She struggled to get the word "what" out to Mrs. Fraser. "I thought," she stammered, "I thought maybe you hired your replacement and were training her." Mrs. Fraser wiped her hands on her apron and shook her head. "Nay, I haven't hired a replacement to train Lady Cate. As far as I know, we're the only ones here." Cate firmed her jaw. "Mrs. Fraser, I saw a woman standing right at the bottom of the stairs. She was wearing a long black dress and a white apron." Mrs. Fraser stared at her, with a furrowed brow. "Long black dress and white apron?" "Yes, I saw her. No mistaking it. She stood right there in front of me and I spoke to her." "Did she speak to you?" Cate considered it for a moment. "Well, no, but I didn't imagine her." Mrs. Fraser went back to her work without a word, folding a napkin and placing it on Kate's tray. Cate pursed her lips, her knees feeling wobbly again. "I can't believe I'm actually going to say this, but do you think she could have been a ghost?" Cate stood speechless as her mind whirled from the question she just posed. Had she seen a ghost? What else could explain the oddly dressed woman in the foyer? Mrs. Fraser snapped her gaze up to Cate, a sharp laugh escaping her lips. "A ghost? Lady Cate, you don't believe that nonsense, do you?" Cate wandered to the table and sank into a chair. "Well, no, I didn't. But I read in a book from the library that many people have claimed this castle is haunted. I never believed in that stuff either, but how else can I explain the woman who was standing there? Dressed oddly, now that I think about it, but she was there, plain as day." Mrs. Fraser continued to chuckle. "She didn't disappear in a puff of smoke or float down the hall, did she?" Kate's shoulders slumped, and she rubbed Riley's back. No, she didn't do any of that. I don't mean a storybook ghost. What if she was a spirit trapped in this castle? Well, how else do you explain what I saw?" Mrs. Fraser covered her still amused grin with a hand. "I'm sorry to poke fun, Lady Cate, but I dare say it was your imagination running wild after having those silly tales planted in your head." Cate lowered her eyes to the floor, considering the woman's words. "So Lady Mackenzie never mentioned anything strange happening? No hauntings when she lived here?" The woman shook her head as she spread a leaf of lettuce on top of a slice of turkey. "No, Lady Cate, no hauntings. And Lady Mackenzie would have driven you right out of the castle with that talk. Oh, she hated those nasty rumours that the castle was haunted by people who died building it. I remember they contacted her before they wrote that bloody book. She wouldn't even return that man's call. She was so furious about that rumour." Cate pondered that information. Why would Lady Mackenzie be so adamant against any rumours of hauntings? Perhaps it was just one of those things that stuck in her craw. Either way, Cate couldn't deny what she saw. Then again, maybe it was her overactive imagination. She was half panicked from having lost Riley, who ended up not being lost at all. Maybe her mind was playing tricks on her. She wasn't sure of anything anymore. Riley was there the entire time, but she'd been sure he was gone. Was she sure the maid was there? Maybe she was letting her imagination run wild. Mrs. Fraser wiped her hands on her apron again. "Time for your lunch, Lady Cate. Do you want it in the dining room or the library?" The announcement pulled Cate from her ruminating. I think I'll take it in the library, thank you. Here, I can carry it up there." Cate set Riley down on the floor to take the tray. "If you like." "Thanks." Cate turned to leave the kitchen, calling Riley to follow behind her. "Oh, Lady Cate," Mrs. Fraser called. Cate spun back to face her. "Yes?" Mrs. Fraser offered her a reassuring smile. "I'm sure it was just your imagination earlier. I'll bet you were just tired and worried about Riley. I'm sure there's nothing to it." "You're probably right, Mrs. Fraser. Thanks." Cate carried her lunch to the library. She gathered her notes and notepad to create a plan for her book. Despite her best intentions, she couldn't keep her mind focused on research after the odd occurrence. The encounter with her ghost ran through her mind again and again. She picked the encounter apart, detail by detail. The girl never spoke to her memory. However, she did act as though she saw Cate. Her dress seemed strange, old-fashioned, as if it were from another era. Cate wondered if she imagined it, but she couldn't believe her mind could create something so lifelike. After lunch, Cate returned her tray to the kitchen. On her way back, she explored the area where the girl had been standing. She scanned the entryway for any sign of the maid. She didn't know what she expected to find, but she looked for anything to lend credibility to what she witnessed. Nothing gave her any sign that anyone had been there earlier. She climbed the main staircase. She surveyed where she'd spotted the woman. She closed her eyes, trying to recall all the details. It couldn't have been her imagination, she decided. So what was it she had experienced? She didn't believe in hauntings, but she had no other explanation for it. As she pondered it, her phone chirped. She found a new text message from Jack. He'd shown the video to his grandfather while running some errands in town. His grandfather said the watch, despite the behavior in the video, was functioning as it should and everything on the inside appeared to be ship-shape. He didn't think it was anything to worry about and suggested keeping it wound daily, but nothing beyond that. He called the anomaly a tick of the mechanism. Pun intended. Cate puckered her lips at the frustrating response. The watch couldn't be working properly. Yet she had no reason to distrust Jack's grandfather's opinion. Perhaps it was, as he called it, a tick the watch had developed. It never seemed to last long. Cate would continue to monitor it, or see if she could reproduce it, but decided not to have it looked at further, as suggested by both Gale and Mr. Reed. She texted a thank you to Jack and returned to staring at nothing, in an attempt to determine if she was going crazy or if she really had seen a ghost. Was this what Mary had mentioned in her journal entry? Had she seen a phantom maid roaming the halls? Perhaps it even explained the missing pages in the journals. It sounded as though Lady Mackenzie didn't care for that talk. Perhaps the entire family was sensitive to it, and thus never mentioned it. Or perhaps Gertrude Mackenzie tried to remove all references her mother made to it by tearing out the journal pages that cited it. After a few more minutes of pondering, Cate gave up. She'd solve nothing this way. She returned to the library to continue her work. Before resuming to study her notes, she took out her laptop and hunted down anything she could find on the web that discussed hauntings at the castle. Other than some conjecture on discussion boards and a few random posts on the author of The Mysteries of Scotland's page, nothing existed. She toyed with the idea of emailing Molly and telling her she may have been right about the castle being haunted. She decided against it. She was afraid Molly might think she was becoming a mad eccentric after only a few weeks in the castle. She bit her lower lip as she forced herself to return to her work, making a copy of the family tree to annotate. She also noted her discovery of Mary's journals and a few love letters from another era, addressed to someone named Victoria. Cate searched the family tree, discovering a Victoria living in the 1800s, married to Randolph Mackenzie. As she continued her work, her mind returned to the mystery of the slowing timepiece and the lost cell phone service. Could she reproduce the issue? She slouched in her chair, her pen tapping her lips. Could she reproduce the ghost? Perhaps she could hold a séance. She watched enough of the campy 1960s soap opera, Dark Shadows, to know the basic tenets.
A chuckle erupted from her lips as she imagined her, Mr. and Mrs. Fraser, and Jack sitting around a table, hands touching in a circle, calling out to the ghosts of the past to hear and answer them. She shook her head at the silly idea, but it did little to take away the fact that she'd seen a girl dressed in clothes from another era in her foyer. The ideas lingered in her mind as she readied for bed. She slipped between the sheets, pulling the covers up to her chin, as she stared into the corners, awaiting the appearance of a ghostly maid. As the time ticked by, Cate rose from her bed to stare out over the moonlit landscape. It did little to ease her nerves. She wandered to the sitting room and slouched into her chaise. She couldn't shake the encounter she'd experienced. She grabbed Mary's journal and reread the short snippet detailing Mary's encounter. She bit her lower lip, wondering if any ghosts roamed the halls at this very moment. With a hard swallow, Cate grabbed her cell phone, toggled on the flashlight, and wandered through the halls. She ended up in the closet where she'd lost Riley. Dresses still lay haphazardly where she'd left them when she'd panicked earlier. She shoved her phone into her robe pocket and carefully folded the dresses, placing them into the trunk again. When she finished, she turned and scanned the dark space, lit by moonlight from the bedroom beyond. Where had Riley been hiding when she'd lost him? Had he crawled under one of the dresses? Why hadn't he come out when she called? Her thumb rubbed the timepiece around her neck as she struggled to understand where he may have hidden and why he didn't respond. She gave up on solving the mystery and wandered into the moonlit bedroom. She strode into the hall beyond, hesitating as she glanced toward the foyer. Her legs turned to jelly as she wondered if a ghost roamed the halls. She bit her lower lip, turning away from her bedroom and heading toward the main staircase. As she approached the hall leading to the castle's front, voices floated from around the corner. Cate swallowed hard, freezing in place, her flesh pocked with goosebumps. Her shaky breathing made it hard for her to hear the words, which sounded like whispers. She stood motionless, quaking in her fluffy slippers, as the whispers grew louder, approaching her location. Her eyes went wide as she realized she wasn't alone in the castle. Someone, living or dead, shared the space with her. Chapter 17. Cate stood frozen in the hall as the hushed whispers came closer. She licked her trembling lower lip as she sucked in shaky breaths. A chill ran up her spine, and her stomach turned over. Who was in the castle? She considered calling out. Perhaps Jack or one of the Frasers had returned. But her fear rendered her mute. Instead, she spun and raced through the halls away from the whispers, her heart pounding hard against her ribs. She pressed herself into a dark corner near the windows overlooking the moonlit black rose gardens. Her ears strained for any sounds of voices. She wrapped her fingers around the timepiece, swinging from her sprint, and held it tight, her thumb rubbing it. Only silence met her ears as she pressed against the cold stone walls, her limbs still shaking. After several minutes, her breathing slowed, and her heart rate returned to normal. She inched her way along the wall and peered into the hall she'd sprinted down moments ago. She spotted nothing. No people, no ghosts, not even a wisp of smoke. She crept down the hall toward the foyer, straining her ears. She paused at the corner, peeking around it into an empty hall. With a lick of her lips, she stepped into the corridor and tiptoed toward the foyer. She arrived at the top of the stairs, glancing at the moonlit marble floor below her. No sounds. What had she heard moments ago? Had someone been there? A gust of wind whipped past, whistling as it bent the trees outside. Perhaps that had been the source. Had the wind sounded like whispers? She swallowed hard, wondering if she'd encountered a ghost as she shuffled back to her bedroom suite.
Her fingers lingered on the key again, wondering if she should lock the door. She hadn't seen a soul on her way back, and hadn't heard any voices. Perhaps she'd imagined it. She wandered to her bed, choosing to leave the door unlocked, and climbed in next to Riley. The little dog lifted his head and stared at her for a moment before he settled back into the covers. Whatever she'd heard hadn't disturbed Riley. Perhaps it was just her imagination running wild. She awoke the next morning convinced she'd imagined the voices. She climbed from her bed, determined to make some progress on one of the many lingering mysteries. She settled at the library desk after breakfast and grabbed a blank sheet of paper. She titled columns across the top, listing each thread that she was exploring. Mackenzie family history / Dunhaven Castle history, my connection to Mackenzies, temperamental watch, possible haunting. She wrinkled her nose at the last one, but if she could determine the source of the odd phenomena she'd been experiencing, it would go a long way to settling her nerves. In each column, she jotted down any information she already had about the subject. With building plans, a family tree, and a variety of first-hand sources, she had a wealth of information listed in her first column. She couldn't add as much information to the second. Dead ends had met her every attempt to find information about her heritage. Perhaps her grandfather, Charles Kensie, had been born Charles Mackenzie. Maybe Gail could help her track down birth certificates. In the third column, Cate jotted down all the instances in which she'd witnessed the watch slowing down. She also noted the lack of cell phone service in the last incident. She stared at the last column with a frown, loath to detail any information in it. With a sigh, she put pen to paper, jotting down the book's entry. Mary's journal snippet, the phantom maid, and the voices she'd heard. She tapped her pen against the paper as she eyed the weak evidence about the hauntings. There could be many explanations for each, none of which were ghosts. She shoved the paper aside and pulled her laptop toward her, sending a quick email to Gail. "Hi, Gail, I hope you're doing well. I dropped something in the post for you earlier this week. I hope you receive it soon and like it. I had another question for you. As I try to trace my ancestry back to the Mackenzies, I found that I need more information about my great-grandparents. Do you know the best way to find birth records? Specifically, I'm looking for the birth records of my grandfather, so I can identify his parents. I'm not sure where my grandfather was born, but his name was Charles Kensie, or perhaps Charles Mackenzie? I'm not sure, but I'm working off the premise that our last name was changed from Mackenzie to Kensie sometime before they immigrated to the U.S. Any help that you can provide would be much appreciated. Thank you. Cate. Cate closed her laptop and stared at the note sheet, deciding to dive into more information on the castle's history. She stared at the stack of books she'd amassed over the last few days, before pulling one from the stack and flipping it open. In the course of a few morning hours, Cate read several entries about Scottish culture throughout some major periods of history. Mrs. Fraser arrived with a tray of lunch, just as Cate finished a book discussing the culture surrounding the building of Scottish castles. Thank you so much, Mrs. Fraser. Perfect timing. Learning a lot, Lady Cate. Cate dropped the book onto the pile and rose to her feet, stretching. I think so. It's a new area of study for me. My focus was American history in graduate school. There is a lot I have to learn. Mrs. Fraser eyed the stack as she slid the tray onto the coffee table. With all these books, it almost looks like you're back in school. Yes, it does. Well, I'll leave you to your work. Cate eased into the leather chair, with a tentative glance at the woman. Oh, before you go, did Lady Mackenzie ever mention the wind making strange noises in the castle? Mrs. Fraser clasped her hands in front of her, and she furrowed her brow. Wind? She turned her lips down in a frown as she shook her head. Not that I recall, though. The winds kick up something terrible in these moors, so I dare say you'll hear it howling on occasion. Cate nodded, tugging her napkin onto her lap. I think I heard it last night. Mrs. Fraser waved a hand at her, a smile spreading across her face.
"Oh, yes, the bee and I were howling last night."
"Bee Nye?" Cate questioned.
"The washing woman."
Cate wrinkled her brow.
"A banshee."
"A ghost?" Kate's jaw dropped open. Had it been a ghost? Mrs. Fraser waved a hand in the air as she chuckled.
"Oh, Lady Cate, I'm only joking. That was just the wind howling. It was whipping around terribly last night. Mr. Fraser and young Jack had a bit of cleaning up to do this morning with the limbs."
Cate smiled and nodded. "Right. Yes, the wind. I'll bet that's what I heard then. Oh, thanks again, Mrs. Fraser." As the woman slipped from the room, Cate stared at the growing pile of notes she created. She spent her lunch rereading and organizing them. After a walk with Riley, she left him napping in the library, closing the door firmly behind her to avoid any instance of him wandering off. She made her way to the bedroom closet to retrieve the handwritten letters she'd found. She pulled the letters from the trunk and settled on the floor with her back pressed against the wall. As she scanned them, the familiar sound of slow ticking filled the air. She opened the face of the watch. Again, the second hand crept around in a circle. With the timepiece in one hand, she grabbed her cell phone with the other. It read, "No service," in large white letters on the lock screen. "Aha!" Cate exclaimed. "No signal and a slow watch. Now if I move around, can I get my signal back?" She climbed to her feet and made her way to her bedroom, where she had a regular signal. She hurried along, hoping to make it before the watch returned to normal. For the duration of her walk, the phone read, "No service." As she entered the bedroom, the phone still read, "No service." She walked around a bit, focusing on the phone and watch, but still never recovered service. The watch still ticked slowly. Cate sat on the chaise, trying to figure it out. She opened her phone and thumbed through a few apps. Nothing would connect. Turning her attention to the watch, she stared at its slowly ticking hands. She was no closer to the truth despite having made a tenuous connection between these two events. With a sigh, she retraced her steps back to the bedroom closet. Her cell phone never regained its signal. She set the phone aside and stared into space as she pondered the incident. Her thumb rhythmically rubbed the watch. The ticking accelerated. The second hand returned to its normal speed. She grabbed her phone and checked the signal. Within seconds of the second hand returning to normal speed, the phone signal returned. The instance had to be connected, she concluded, but she had no clue how or why. Perhaps Jack would have an idea. She'd mention it to him the next time she spoke to him. In the meantime, she thought she should add this event to her note sheet to keep track of everything. Cate left the letters behind, hurrying to the library to jot down the event. Riley lifted his head to acknowledge her return. "Another weird watch event, buddy," she told him. After adding it to her note sheet, she texted Jack, telling him that the watch had slowed down again, and she noticed it happened at the same time as her cell phone lost service. She asked if he had any thoughts about it, questioning if there could be some interference affecting both the watch and her phone. After sending the text, she checked her email, finding a new message from Gail. "Dear Cate, I so look forward to receiving your package. I'm positive that I will like whatever you've sent. And thank you so much for thinking of me, although you didn't need to send anything. I was happy to help. Regarding the information about your grandfather's birth, let me see what I can track down for you and get back to you. Please give me about a week, and I'll give you an update. Best, Gail." Cate smiled at the email, appreciative of Gail's help. As she finished reading the email, her cell phone chirped. An incoming message from Jack appeared. "Some kind of EMP. I can run it past my grandfather. Let's talk tomorrow." Cate considered the idea that it could be an electromagnetic pulse, or EMP, causing the watch to malfunction. Texting back, "No idea. Maybe something like that, although nothing else seems to be affected. Talk tomorrow." After sending the text, Cate did a quick internet search on things that affect cell phone service. He ruled out a few obvious items, like a jamming device, but many discussions of what affected service were over her head. She gave up and closed her laptop. She'd have to wait to discuss it further with Jack. Maybe once the two of them put their heads together, they'd figure it out. A small pair of feet massaged her leg. She glanced down, finding Riley's dark almond-shaped eyes staring up at her. "Okay, buddy. You've been cooped up for most of the day. Let's go for a long walk before dinner, okay?" Riley responded by wagging his tail at her in approval. Cate gathered the little dog into her arms and headed toward the door. They ran into Jack gathering fallen limbs from the windstorm near the edge of the property.
"Lady Cate! Coatless today, eh? Adjusting to the weather?"
Cate stared up at the bright sunshine, shielding her eyes. "It's a bright sunny day, so I left the coat inside."
"I sent a text to my grandfather about your watch problem. We couldn't come up with anything. The watch is old. He didn't think there'd be any parts in common with a cell phone."
"I tried to look around on the internet earlier, but I saw nothing that made sense."
"Maybe it was a coincidence."
"Possibly, but that's the second time it's happened. And when I walked around, I had no cell service, even where I usually have it. That's the strange thing. As soon as the watch started keeping normal time again, my service came back almost immediately." Jack rubbed his chin after tossing branches into a cart, attached to a small tractor.
"That is strange, but still possibly a coincidence. I can't figure out anything that would affect both. Sorry I don't have a better answer."
"No, it's okay. I don't either. Nothing makes sense, so maybe it is just a coincidence. Maybe I'm reading more into it than there is." Jack grabbed a few more wayward branches as he spoke.
"That does seem odd, but nothing's clicking for me on how they're related."
"Well, I'll let you know if it happens again, or if there's anything else I notice that can shed more light on what's going on. I know your grandfather said everything was functioning properly, but there's something strange going on, or that watch has a strange tick. No pun intended."
"Yeah, let me know. My grandfather took care of a lot on the estate, so if he says nothing's wrong, I'd believe him. But I agree it is a strange tick. Pun intended."
He gave her a belly laugh as he tossed the sticks into his cart. "Okay, will do."
Before you go, let me toss a branch here for Riley. I've barely spoken to the lad. I think he's insulted."
Riley eyed Jack, his eyes gleaming as Jack brandished a stick. "Yes, you'd better. He'll be highly insulted if you don't."
"Can't insult the master of the house. I might lose my job."
Cate laughed as Jack tossed the branch away, and Riley chased after it. "Okay, see you later."
"Good day, Cate."
After finishing their walk, filled with more stick tosses, Cate returned to the library to continue her notes toward a first chapter in her book about the castle. She turned her attention to Mary's fourth journal as the afternoon hours waned. Missing pages like all the others, it provided a frustrating read. She polished it off in one sitting, finding no more information about ghosts or her father or grandparents. With an annoyed sigh, she tossed the journal away and stared at the last remaining book. She pulled it onto her lap and settled in to read more partial stories about house parties and grand balls. Halfway through the read, Cate stumbled upon a page thicker than the others. After a careful examination, it seemed 2 pages were stuck together. She squinted at the edge, just able to make out the thin line of 2 separate pages. It appeared as though they may have been wet and dried stuck together. She rubbed the corners, trying to see if the pages would loosen, but they did not. She tried to get the edge of her fingernail between them, but made little progress. Concerned that she would tear the sheets and ruin the pages, she decided against pushing harder than this. She leaned back, pondering the problem. She'd studied document preservation and restoration, and she'd even done some as a child with one of her mother's co-workers. Most times, these situations were lost causes, but there were some tricks that one could try if the document was not too important to risk damage. She recalled a similar situation at the museum. An industrious worker told her that steam could sometimes do the trick, then demonstrated on a few stuck onion paper pages. She grabbed the book and headed to the kitchen. If she was lucky, A little steam could solve her issue and loosen the pages without destroying their contents. Mrs. Fraser bustled around the kitchen, readying for dinner, as Cate strode into the room. The woman jumped, her eyes wide as she spotted Cate. "Lady Cate, did you need something?" "I do, but not what you might think. Could you point me toward a pot to boil some water?" "Aye, but may I ask what you plan on boiling?" "Oh, just water. I need some steam. I've got this journal." Cate waved the journal in her hand. "And there are a few stuck pages. I'd like to see if I can get them unstuck with a little steam." Mrs. Fraser tugged a pot from a cupboard and began filling it with water before putting it on the stove to heat. "Do you suppose it'll work?" "I don't know, but I hope so. I've never tried this before myself, but I've seen it work in the past. I'm hoping it works on this since the pages are not glossy or thick." The water began to boil, creating plumes of steam floating up. Cate carefully held the journal to allow the steam to hit the pages, but not close enough to be splashed by the boiling water. She moved the book around in an almost circular motion, trying to coat the pages with the steam, while allowing no part to become too damp. After a bit of work, Cate removed the book from the steam and tried the pages. Mrs. Fraser peered over her shoulder, with her eyebrows raised. "Any luck?" With a frown, Cate answered, "Nope, not yet. Still stuck. I've got to be careful not to tear it, too. I'll try more steam." Cate moved the book over the steam again, wondering if she'd ever get to read the words hidden between the two stuck pages. She couldn't help but feel they may be telling, given the amount redacted from the journal. They may even help solve one of her mysteries. Would she ever have the chance to read the contents? Chapter 18. Mrs. Fraser peered over Cate's shoulder as she waved the book over the steam, testing the pages every few seconds. After her 5th attempt, her muscles stiffened. An edge of one page curled away from the other. "Ha!" Cate shouted. Mrs. Fraser craned her neck to stare at the source of Cate's enthusiasm. "Did it work?" "Yes, I think so. I've just got the edge, but if I'm careful, I think I can get it," Cate said between clenched teeth, as though admitting any success may jinx her efforts. Inch by inch, Cate slowly peeled the pages back. Finally, she pulled them apart. "There." She breathed a sigh of relief. "Got it." Mrs. Fraser clapped her hands after turning the stove off. "Good work, Lady Cate. I have to admit, I can't believe that worked." A smile spread across Cate's face. "Thanks, I'm glad it worked. It's always a gamble. Now I just need to let these pages dry and I should be able to read them." "Will you be having your dinner in your sitting room to continue reading?" "Yes, I will, thank you. I'll try to dry this off now with my hairdryer." Mrs. Fraser nodded as she emptied the pot into the sink. "Okay, Lady Cate, I'll bring your tray to you when it's ready. Thanks. Oh, here, let me dry that before I go." Mrs. Fraser whipped a towel from her shoulder and waved Cate from the kitchen. "No need, don't fuss with that, Lady Cate. I've got it." Excited that her trick worked, Cate hurried back to her room to dry the pages. A few minutes on low heat with the blow-dryer, and the pages were soon dry enough to read. She returned to her sitting room as Mrs. Fraser brought in her tray with her dinner. "Did you get it dry?" "I did. I was just about to read it." "Perfect timing with dinner." "Happy reading, Lady Cate," Mrs. Fraser said, as she left the room, pulling the double doors slightly closed. Cate sat down, taking a few bites of dinner, before diving into the exposed entry, finally able to read an entry that was longer than a page. Refreshing herself on the previous page's entry, she read, "As I continue these excursions, I cannot help but feel the unveiled page," continued the sentence. "Tremendous responsibility to pass along to Gertrude. I can scarcely wrap my head around it sometimes. Yet I cannot deny the proof, right in front of my eyes. Since my husband has passed the timepiece to me, a mere caretaker of the awesome object, I've struggled to comprehend the enormity of the responsibility that has been given to me, and that I will pass to Gertrude. I have documented what I have learned so far, and planned to keep a complete record, which Gertrude will surely need to destroy after gleaning any information that she can from my writings. It is the only way I can pass a complete record to her. While this task was thrust upon me because of the direst of circumstances, I vow to do all I can to make it easier. The page ended. The remaining pages were torn away, leaving another incomplete record. What little remained on those pages still left Cate stunned. Mary created the journals to establish a record for Gertrude. What it was a record of, Cate did not know. All that she read seemed to have been meaningless descriptions of parties, get-togethers, and other castle happenings. It didn't seem to be earth-shattering information, yet Mary seemed to think it was significant enough to be documented. Phrases and words like tremendous responsibility, enormity, awesome object, and direst of circumstances lent gravity and importance to the writing. Yet what Cate had read did not seem important in the least. Maybe the torn-out pages included the important information. She scanned the entry again. Mary also specifically mentioned the timepiece that now hung around Cate's neck. This object seemed to be of immense importance to Gertrude and Mary. The words about Gertrude destroying the journals echoed in Cate's head too. Could this explain the missing pages? Perhaps Gertrude destroyed the journals or the relevant parts that tied the entries together in any meaningful way. Had these pages been left because they were stuck together? Cate turned to Riley and said, "What in the world is this about, buddy? Rather mysterious way to refer to this old timepiece, huh?" Cate wondered what in the world was so special about it, and what enormous truth Gertrude was protecting by destroying the journal pages. She eyed the timepiece, willing it to share its secrets. Sighing, she realized she could learn nothing from it. Were the journal entries somehow connected to the slowing of the timepiece? Was there some meaning behind that? Or was Mary just mentally unstable and took to writing fanciful stories in her journals? If this was the case, why did Gertrude destroy so much of the books? Cate finished her meal, reading the rest of the journal. She gleaned no more relevant or useful information. The words from the journal rang in her mind as she attempted to sleep. Mary considered whatever she was referring to in the journal to be a huge responsibility, and someone, perhaps Gertrude, as suggested in the hidden entry, thought it important enough to conceal. Cate stared at the timepiece she held in her hands. Apparently this was a vital part of the puzzle, but how did it fit? What was its importance? With a deep inhale, she let her hand holding the timepiece fall to her chest, rubbing it as thoughts raced through her mind. It wasn't long after she let it rest against her that she heard the now familiar loud ticking and slowing of the watch. She bolted upright in bed, opening the timepiece. The second hand crawled again. As Cate stared at it, an idea struck her. She rubbed the watch again. The second hand sped up until the timepiece kept perfect time. Cate's brow furrowed. Was it possible she was causing the watch to malfunction? Could friction from the rubbing cause it to slow? That didn't explain the loss of cell phone signal, but it could explain the malfunctioning timepiece. Perhaps no one else in the family had trouble with it because no one else in the family had developed the habit of rubbing the watch like Cate had. Cate pondered it for a moment. She wanted to try again, to see if her theory was correct, but she was afraid she might damage the watch. Perhaps it was best left untried until she ran her theory past Jack and his grandfather. She would text him in the morning. Cate relaxed back into her bed, determined to go to sleep. After a bit of a struggle, she drifted off to sleep, dreaming again about the past occupants of the castle. She sent Jack a text early the next morning. "I may have a theory about the watch. Meet for lunch to talk?" As she waited for a response, she scanned her notes, deciding the next logical step would be to gather information from locals. She opened her laptop and searched for the local historical society's information, finding the town's librarian, Mrs. Isla Campbell, listed as president. She navigated to the library's website and dialed the number listed, asking for Mrs. Campbell. Isla Campbell, the woman answered after the call was transferred to her. Mrs. Campbell, hi. Cate Kensie here. Oh, Lady Cate, how are you? Settling in well, I trust? Cate tapped her pen on the desk. Yes, I am. I'm actually doing a bit of research into the castle, as you know, and I hope to meet with you about it. With me? Yes, I saw that you were listed as the town's Historical Society president, and I thought you'd be a fantastic resource. Do you have some time to spare? You've come to the right place, Lady Cate. I have loads of information, and, of course, I'd make the time. Great. When's the next opening in your schedule? Could you come down today, say in about 30 minutes? Absolutely, that'd be perfect. Thank you. Of course, Lady Cate. I'll see you soon. Cate jabbed at the phone to end the call before gathering her notes, a pen, and a blank notebook. She gathered Riley and stepped into the cool, cloudy weather. As she slid in behind the wheel of her car, her phone chirped with a message from Jack. In town on errands. Won't be back for lunch. Later? Cate texted back. Heading to town for a meeting. Meet at pub for lunch? Before she fired the engine, her phone chimed again. Jack responded. Deal. Noon? She answered with an affirmative and fired the engine, easing off the brake and heading for town. After cracking a few windows, she left the car behind in a space near the library and headed inside. The assistant behind the desk glared at her as she approached. Cate offered her a penitent smile. The librarian emerged from her office, allowing Cate to bypass the circulation desk and avoid the angry assistant. She waved her around the desk. Lady Cate, a pleasure to see you again. Please, come into my office. Hello, Mrs. Campbell. Nice to see you again, too. Thank you for meeting with me so quickly. Cate followed to a small and dimly lit space, filled with boxes of books and other library paraphernalia. The librarian motioned to a chair opposite the desk. Cate eased into it and tugged a notebook and pen from her bag. Mrs. Campbell settled in behind the wooden desk, folding her hands on the top and leaning forward. Well, Lady Cate, I'm very excited to be of some assistance to you. I understand from your call that you're doing research into the castle's history. Cate dug a recorder from her tote and waved it in the air. Yes, that's right. Do you mind if I record our conversation? Oh, no, not at all. Thanks. Cate clicked the button to record. I've been doing some research into Dunhaven Castle. It's of great interest to me as a historian and the new owner. I'd like to get a better sense of its history from anyone who may have lived in the area and who knows of any information or sources of information. I believed you'd be a great starting point since, as a town's librarian, you're the Historical Society president. Oh, Mrs. Campbell began coyly. Well, I'm not sure I'd call myself a historian per se, but yes, I'm the Historical Society president, so I've got a lot of information. Then you'll be a great starting place. So, Cate said, turning to her notes. I've got the basics of who, what, where, when, and why with the castle. I was hoping you would share some less objective details about the castle. For example, local stories that have passed along about why particular things were done, or anything else that might be connected. Mrs. Campbell leaned back, her chair squeaking, and raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean the, legends. Yes, if there are legends, I'd love to hear them. They're exactly what would be a perfect addition to my book. Well, Mrs. Campbell began, settling into her chair with a cat who caught the canary look. You've heard about the hauntings, haven't you? I read a short blurb about it in the book you provided on my last visit. Yes? Of course, I didn't say anything when we first met. I didn't want to ruin your experience in your new home. I don't believe in such things, but... She paused. There have been, stories. She paused again, narrowing her eyes at Cate. The woman appeared to be enjoying the suspense. Cate fed into her excitement. Stories? Please go on. Yeah, stories, tales, legends of spirits, ghosts, terrors in the night, phantom sounds, shrieks, and screams of the dead but not gone. She waved her hands dramatically. Some say they were ghosts of the builders. Someone was murdered during construction, you know.
Others say various spirits of staff who died on the estate come back to haunt their employers long after they were put in their graves.
Any description of those spirits? What they looked like, where they appeared? Cate glanced up from her note-taking to study the woman. Mrs. Campbell raised her eyebrow at Cate again.
Any particular form you'd like more information about? You haven't had a run-in with any of the dearly departed, have you, Lady Cate?
She offered her a devilish grin. Cate swallowed hard, her odd experiences flitting through her mind. Perhaps those legends were true. Perhaps there were ghosts at Dunhaven Castle. Cate forced a smile on her face as she considered her response. Should she tell her about the phantom maid she'd spotted in the foyer? Chapter 19. Cate stared at the woman as she considered her question. No, she answered flatly. Cate wasn't sure what run-in she'd had when she'd encountered the maid in the entryway, but she wasn't going to admit it to Mrs. Campbell. At least, not yet. Mrs. Campbell leaned back and shrugged. Well, there's the tale of the young man who disappeared during the construction. He's rumoured to roam the halls, with various sightings across the estate from the gardens to the castle's interior. He's described as a tall, dark-haired figure in tattered clothes, with a menacing expression. Then there are tales of phantom maids appearing all over the place, endlessly bustling around, continuing their household chores long after their deaths. Cate stiffened, her pen freezing in place, as she discussed the phantom maid. The woman continued, ignoring Cate's reaction. And of course there are the tales of those who have lived there, those who have been sent screaming into the night when they're awoken by ghastly howls, screams, and shrieks that seem to come from all directions at once. Interesting, Cate commented, as she jotted down notes. Do you think there's any truth in these tales? Mrs. Campbell frowned and shook her head. Oh, not me. I don't believe in such rubbish. But that doesn't stop the tales from circulating, of course. Or from being printed in books, Cate quipped. Speaking of, I noticed in that book that Lady Mackenzie chose not to comment when contacted by the author. Do you know the reason for that? Lady Mackenzie despised the talk of the ghosts and goblins haunting the castle. My guess is primarily because it was her family home. She took a lot of pride in the place, as she should have, and it bothered her to hear people talk negatively about her family home. Was that common for all the Mackenzies, or just Lady Gertrude? Mrs. Campbell offered another shrug. I'm not sure. I think Lady Gertrude was more of a recluse, particularly toward the end of her life, than her father was, for example. Those who knew him described Lord Mackenzie as a very personable and outgoing sort. Did she take after her mother? Again, without personal knowledge, my understanding is no. The previous Lady Mackenzie was known as gracious and friendly. Very interesting. Any interesting tales about any of the residents? A smirk crossed the woman's face, and she leaned forward, placing her clasped hands on the desk. Well, there is a tale about Lord Randolph Mackenzie. I think he was the third proprietor of the castle. Yes? Well, he travelled extensively. The rumour was he brought back a girl from one of his travels. He kept her locked in the tower room and used her to fulfill some of his more base desires. With another wiggle of her eyebrows, she offered Cate a coy smile. Cate summarized the story in her notes, doubting any of it would prove true. Another interesting tidbit. So, Mrs. Campbell said, lifting her chin to peer over Cate's notepad, will you be able to use anything I've said in your book? Cate scribbled a few more notes before flipping the book shut. Oh, yes, you've been very helpful. Oh, excellent. I'm so glad I've been of help. And how exciting that some small part of what I've said may end up in the book one day. Is there anything else I can help with? She shoved a notebook and pen into her tote bag. Not right now. If I think of anything, though, I'll contact you to follow up as I begin writing. Oh, please, feel free. I'm happy to provide you with anything else that might help fill in gaps. Well, thank you so much for your time, Mrs. Campbell. I'm sure I'll be in touch, Cate said as she stood. Mrs. Campbell rose with her. Of course. I'm happy to help. And please don't hesitate to contact me if you need more. Cate extended her hand to shake Mrs. Campbell's and told her that she would find her own way out. Exiting the office, Cate skirted around the circulation desk, with the library assistant still giving her the evil eye, and headed for the door. She had about 30 minutes before she planned to meet Jack for lunch, so she collected Riley from the car for a short walk around town. He enjoyed visiting some of his favorite shop owners, and he appreciated getting treats from them even more. Before heading to the pub for lunch, Cate settled him back in the car for an early afternoon nap. "You wait for me here, buddy. I'm going to meet our pal Jack for lunch." Riley acknowledged the mention of Jack's name with a wag of his tail. "I'll tell him you said hello." She found Jack already waiting in a booth at the pub. He waved her over. "Thanks for meeting me," she said as she sat down. "Riley says hi."
"Oh, no problem. I'm dying to hear your theory about the watch. Oh, and tell the little laddie I said hello too, and I look forward to another game of fetch very soon."
Before they could discuss anything further, the waitress arrived at the table to take their order. Jack stared at her, his face wrinkled with confusion.
"Fish and chips again? Really?"
"It's good, and I'm not very adventurous, I guess." This generated a hearty laugh from Jack.
"Oh, right, that's coming from the lassie who moved to a new country and castle, sight unseen."
Cate shook her head as she unfurled her napkin. "Well, not true. Mr. Smythe showed me pictures, so I saw it." She punctuated her statement by sticking her tongue out at him.
"Ah, you're right. Not very adventurous moving to a new country when you saw pictures."
He laughed again.
"Okay, down to business. What's your theory on the watch?"
Cate leaned forward across the table and grinned. One word. Friction.
"Friction? Care to elaborate?"
"Yes, friction. I've developed this kind of habit of rubbing the watch in my hand. I think the friction from my fingers may affect it. It happened again last night, just after I was rubbing the watch. When I think back, I believe every time it happened, it's been when I've been handling the watch like that. Here, let me show you." Cate grabbed the watch and began rubbing it. Nothing happened. She frowned and tried again. Again. Nothing. She gave a disgusted sigh. "This is what I was doing last night, and when I rubbed it again, the watch sped up and went back to perfect time."
"Are you sure it wasn't just a coincidence?"
"I thought of that, but from what I remember, it's typically happened when I've been rubbing the watch." Jack flicked his gaze to the working timepiece.
"Except now."
"Except now. Yes," she said, trying again. "Except now." Jack leaned back, slouching in his seat.
"I'll run it past my grandfather and see what he says. Assuming, though, that we've got something here. Maybe it worked last night because it built up all day with friction. How does that explain the mobile signal loss?"
Cate bit her lower lip, as her forehead crinkled in thought. "Well, that's the only piece that doesn't fit into this scenario. I don't know. But maybe I'm onto something, even if this isn't exactly it. You could be right. Maybe it's a build-up, although it's happened earlier in the day, too, so that wouldn't fit well there."
"Well,"
Jack said, as the waitress returned with their food,
"perhaps we're moving in the right direction. Keep tabs on it. For now, though, let's enjoy our meal."
After lunch, Cate returned to the castle with Riley, planning on taking him for a long walk after he'd been cooped up in the car for most of the morning. While she walked, she pondered the situation with the watch. She thought she'd been onto something with the friction idea, and she'd been disappointed when she wasn't able to reproduce the phenomenon at lunch. She frowned down at the watch. She wasn't doing very well on any of her mysteries since moving to the castle. At least she'd gotten some good information for her book. She focused her thoughts on her conversation with Mrs. Campbell. Much of what she told her would add a good deal to the book. It was interesting to interweave historical facts with accounts from people who'd grown up with legends and lore. Cate started piecing together how she would pepper in the quotes from Mrs. Campbell with the topics in her book. She could gather quotes from a few other people, too, like Mrs. Fraser and Jack's grandfather. Both had a lifetime of experience with the estate and would be excellent sources to interview. She was sure there would be others from the town who would be interested in giving her some information. Perhaps members of the Historical Society. She resolved to ask Jack if his grandfather would mind doing an interview for the book. As she walked, another idea formed, and she decided to email the author of The Mysteries of Scotland to see what details he could provide about Dunhaven Castle. As the path turned her back toward the castle, Cate contemplated some other sources that she planned to use in her text. It reminded her that she still needed to finish reading through the letters she'd found in one of the bedroom closets, and to continue to look through the castle for additional personal sources that could augment the facts she'd gathered already. Upon returning to the castle, she opened her laptop and searched for information on how to contact the author of the book that mentioned Dunhaven Castle. It didn't take long to find the author's webpage and information on contacting him. Cate opened a blank email and typed a brief message, introducing herself and requesting from him any information about sources he used in putting together the entry on Dunhaven Castle in his book. She stated that she was requesting the information since she was researching the estate. She did not mention that she was the new owner, not wishing to be asked to provide a quote for his next book or blog post. After sending the email, Cate scanned the list of new emails that appeared in her inbox. Most of them were junk, but there was an email from Gail, with the subject, "Thank you." She opened it and read, "Dear Cate, thank you so much for the thoughtful gift. I love the little porcelain dog figure. I have him, I assume it's a him, set on my desk. He reminded me of Riley, so I named him Wiley, after the funny story you told me about your neighbor's insistence on calling him by the incorrect name. Each day I will look at him and think of you and Riley. I hope you're doing well and enjoying castle life. By the way, I hope to have some information for you soon about the birth records for your grandfather. Best, Gail." Cate smiled at the email, glad that Gail enjoyed receiving the small figurine and finding it amusing that she'd named it Wiley. Her mind wandered to the other 2 postcards she'd sent, wondering how those from her old life were faring. She glanced back at the screen, spotting the email from Gail. In the few minutes that she had before dinner, she typed a quick answer back, telling Gail that she was glad she liked the figurine and that she loved the name. She just finished the email when Mrs. Fraser appeared with a tray of dinner. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Fraser," Cate said, as she stood and strode to the armchair near the fireplace. "Oh, before you go, I hope to ask a favor of you." "Ask away, Lady Cate." Cate eased into the chair and pulled her napkin onto her lap. "I was wondering if you'd let me interview you sometime for my book on Dunhaven Castle. Since you've been here all your life, I suspect you have some great insight into the castle and how it's changed over the years. I'd love to have some personal accounts and a few quotes for the book I'm working on from someone with as much knowledge as you." Mrs. Fraser pointed a finger at her chest, her eyebrows raising. "Me? Well, I don't know how much use I'll end up being for you, but I'd be happy to help if I can." "Oh, great, thank you. Would you have some time tomorrow morning after breakfast?" "Well, I can make the time whenever you'd like to do it." "I don't want to inconvenience you if that's not the best time." "Nay, that's a fine time." "Okay, great, we'll plan to do it then. Mrs. Fraser, thanks again." Cate admired the sunrise from her bedroom window, eager to complete her interview with Mrs. Fraser. After breakfast, she took her tray to the kitchen and assisted Mrs. Fraser with cleanup, as much as the woman would allow. As they sat down with steaming cups of tea, Cate brandished her recorder, asking if she could record the conversation, and after receiving an affirmative from Mrs. Fraser, she clicked the recorder on. Cate flipped open her notebook and uncapped her pen. "So, Mrs. Fraser, you've been on the estate your whole life, correct?" "Yes, I was born here, daughter of a maid and groundskeeper. Lived my whole life on this estate." "You must have a great deal of knowledge of the place, and its inhabitants, I assume." Mrs. Fraser lifted her chin with pride. "I know the castle inside and out, know every hallway and back stair, every nook and cranny. No, I didn't have much contact with the people, being a child, but when I got older and took on a position here, I got to know their habits and preferences. I started here when Lady Mary was still overseeing the household, and, of course, I was here for Lady Gertrude's entire time as mistress of Dunhaven Castle." Cate asked some specific questions about each, asking Mrs. Fraser to provide some details on their habits and preferences, how the 2 women differed, and how the estate changed in the years that Mrs. Fraser had been there. Emily Fraser provided a wealth of knowledge on the inner workings of the castle and how it had changed over the years. Her interview took almost 2 hours, with Cate getting several pages of excellent information to add to her book. At the close of the interview, she thanked Mrs. Fraser again, telling her she provided so much information she was certain to have enough for an entire chapter. The news stunned the woman, and she admitted she was happy to provide enough information to be quoted in a book. Cate gathered her things, discussing a potential interview with Mr. Fraser on a rainy day. She departed from the kitchen and headed upstairs to retrieve the old letters of Victoria Mackenzie for her next piece of research. Along the way, she checked on Riley, finding him contentedly napping on the chaise lounge in her sitting room. She eased the door close and headed for the bedroom closet. She settled in amongst the boxes and trunks, grabbing the handful of letters to read. She read through the love letters from Randolph Mackenzie to his future wife, Victoria. The difference in discourse between men and women during courtship in the distant past, as compared to today, was fascinating. Apparently, the young suitor had been quite taken by the young woman's beauty and wrote her several poems about it, sending them along with his official wishes to court her. It was like reading a real-life romance novel, and Cate found she couldn't tear herself away. Given the language in the letter, she found it hard to believe the man had kept a woman locked in the tower. He seemed thoroughly in love with his wife. About a third of the way through her reading, the familiar loud tick of the timepiece resounded, and Cate found the second hand creeping around the face. She tried to remember if she'd been rubbing it, and concluded that she likely had been. This time, she hoped to show Jack exactly what the watch was doing, and they could both test her theory that friction was responsible for slowing down and speeding up the watch. Cate picked up her phone as she left the closet, intent on texting Jack to find his location. She hoped that she could locate him quickly. She pressed the button to toggle the display on, only to be greeted with white lettering that read, "No service." Cate groaned. Not only was it impossible to text Jack, but if the cell signal was in any way related to the slowing of the watch, her friction idea just went up in smoke. She gave up on piecing it together and concentrated on finding Jack, hurrying from the room and down the hall. She peered out the windows in search of the groundskeeper. Window after window passed, but Cate caught no glimpse of Jack. With a frustrated sigh, she hurried around the corner, peering through windows which overlooked the back garden. She spotted a tall figure working and stepped to the window, knocking rapidly on the glass. Attracted by the noise, the man spun to glance up at the windows. Cate swallowed hard, stumbling back a step. It wasn't Jack. It was a man she'd never seen before. She swallowed hard and approached the window again as the man returned to his work. Cate studied him. He was dressed curiously, and the equipment he used looked like a peculiar choice, considering the tools she'd seen Mr. Fraser and Jack using. She glanced at the watch again. It still ran slow, and a check of her phone showed no service. Her goal had been to find Jack and show him the watch in its slowed state. If she found him, she could also ask him about the man in the back garden. She continued down the hall, not spotting Jack anywhere. She clutched at the watch bouncing against her chest as she retraced her steps and peered again through a few windows, finding him nowhere. With a sigh, she popped open the face of the timepiece. To her amazement, the watch ticked away at normal speed. She just rubbed it, she realized. Couldn't be coincidence. Too bad she couldn't have demonstrated it for Jack. She glanced at her cell phone, finding it now had a signal. The two occurrences must be related, but then her theory made little sense. Frustrated, she shoved the phone in her pocket and took a step down the hall. She glanced out the window overlooking the rose bushes and stopped dead. Jack trimmed a rose bush just outside the glass. Tools and clippers were spread around him. It looked as though he'd been there for quite a while. Cate wondered if she could have missed him when she hurried past the windows. She couldn't see how she had. She knocked at the window and pushed it open. Jack twisted, spotting her at the window. "Milady!" he shouted. "Why dost thou beckon from the window?" Cate shook her head, but his extravagant bow elicited a chuckle. "Very funny. I beckoned from the window because I've been looking for you." "That sounds ominous." "Did you just get here? I went past just a few minutes earlier and didn't see you. That thing happened with the watch again. I wanted to show you."
"I've been here for over 2 hours, and I can tell you it's true. Every rose really does have its thorn, maybe even 2 or 3 of them."
Kate's brow furrowed in confusion. She couldn't have missed him, but where had he been when she walked past moments ago?
Everything okay, Cate?
He hollered, when she didn't respond for a moment. Yes, I think so. It's just that, well, I just came past, and I could have sworn you weren't here. Jack looked equally confused.
I promise I've been here for about 2 hours. Haven't left.
No, I believe you, but I'm surprised I could have missed you. Hey, speaking of working, did Mr. Fraser hire some extra help for the garden trimming?
Extra help?
He furrowed his brow, placing his hands on his hips. Yes, I saw a man a few yards down working outside the garden. I was wondering who he was.
Ah.
He glanced around, rubbing the back of his neck.
There's no one else working with us today that I know of. If he hired someone, he didn't mention it to me. I haven't seen anyone all day.
A chill ran up Kate's spine. Had she just spotted yet another ghost roaming the estate? Chapter 20. Cate stood frozen at the window as she processed the information. Her knees wobbled underneath her. No one else was on the estate, so who had she just spotted moments ago working in her garden?
You okay, Cate?
Jack shouted from the garden below. She licked her lips and forced a smile onto her face. Yes, I'm okay. I'll let you get back to your roses.
I believe they're your roses, Lady Cate.
He gave a salute to her as he returned to his trimming. Cate shut the window, hovering a moment more as she stared out of it. How had she missed Jack moments ago? She shifted angles, studying another view. There was no way she wouldn't have spotted him, but he hadn't been there. What had been there was another man. She lingered another moment before heading back to her room. Was she losing her mind? Riley bounded off the chaise as she pushed into the room, prancing over to her with his tail wagging. She scooped him up, shoving aside the unexplainable events. Did you have a nice nap, Riley? Ready for a little walk before lunch? Riley's tail wagged furiously, and he lapped Kate's face appreciatively when she mentioned a walk. Despite the outing and the online shopping she did afterward, tension mounted as the evening hours approached. Cate lounged in the library's armchair, trying to focus her attention on a mystery novel. She rubbed at the back of her neck as she let the book drop into her lap for the umpteenth time. Her unease grew with every moment. She suspiciously eyed every dark corner, expecting a ghost to come popping out at any second. With the recent ongoings at the castle, she began to question her own sanity. She crawled into bed at 1 a.m, hoping a few hours of sleep would settle her mind. The rest did little to ease her tension. She swung her legs over the side of the bed as the sun peeked over the horizon with heavy eyelids. She still eyed the dark corners suspiciously as she tugged on her robe, deciding to spend the day in town away from the castle. After breakfast and a long walk, Cate loaded Riley into the car and headed for town. Warm sunshine shone on the buildings as they wandered along the streets. She ducked into the shop she'd bought the postcards from on her last trip. Good morning, Harry. A broad smile crossed the man's face, and he waved from behind the counter.
Oh, good morning, Lady Cate. And little Riley, too.
Riley stared expectantly, waiting for a treat that Harry quickly produced.
I'm glad to see you. How are you today?
Well, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I can't complain. I got my wife helping me today. Just a minute. I want you to meet her.
He held up a finger, twisting his head to the back storage area.
Helen? Helen?
Yeah, what is it? A voice answered.
Come out here and meet Lady Cate,
he called back. Helen appeared in the doorway, dusting her hands off. Cate? She asked, then spotted Cate standing near the counter. Harry waved a hand at Cate.
Aye, Lady Cate, the newest Mackenzie, our new castle owner.
Oh, Lady Cate, Helen said, making her way over with a smile. Cate stuck her hand out to the woman. Hi, Helen, I'm Cate, and this is Riley. Hello, nice to meet you. I've heard about you from Hattie and Isla. I'm a member of the historical club, too. Oh, great. I was hoping to stop by one of your meetings to discuss the castle with the group. I'm writing a book on its history, and it'd be great to get some stories about it from the folks here. Helen swept a lock of her auburn hair from her forehead. I'm sure you'd be welcome at a meeting. You should speak with Isla about when the best time might be. There are definitely stories about that place, that's for certain. Yes, Mrs. Campbell was telling me some of those stories. About the hauntings and so on? Helen nodded at her as she shoved her hands into her apron pockets. Those tales have been told around this town long as I can remember. After listening to some of them, I'd venture to say you're quite a brave girl, Lady Cate. Cate furrowed her brow. Brave? You'd not catch me in that castle all alone at night. That's a fact. Cate lifted Riley into her arms, stroking his fur. So you think there's something to the stories? Helen crossed her arms, giving a shrug. Well, I cannot say if they're true or not, but I can say I dinna think they just came from nothing. Something happened up there at that castle to cause such a stir of tales in the village. I guess much of the stories are embellished upon. Even still, you'd not get me alone up there. Helen gave an emphatic shake of her head. Harry waved his hands in the air. Now, Helen, stop filling this poor girl's head with tales. Nothing she hasn't heard before, sounds like, Helen retorted. No sense in stirring her up more. Poor child doesn't want to hear about how she's sharing a new home with ghosts. She'll barely be able to walk around without checking every shadow after you're done. Helen waved her hand at him as though she didn't agree, but changed the subject. How are you settling into your new home? Oh, very well, thank you. It was quite a change for both of us, she said, motioning to Riley. You're from the States, right? Yep, born and raised. I'd never even traveled outside of the country before I moved here, so it was quite a change. I'm still getting used to it. Helen looped her arm around her husband's. Well, welcome to you. I hope you find Scotland as charming as we do. Oh, thank you. I am finding it very charming. Everyone's been extremely welcoming to me. I'm very grateful. Well, I'll let you get back to your day. I just wanted to stop in and say hello. Thanks for stopping by, Lady Cate, Harry said, offering Riley another treat before he left. Cate waved a goodbye from the door. Nice seeing you again, Harry, and it was nice meeting you, Helen. I hope to see you at a historical club meeting. Nice meeting you too, Lady Cate. Cate left the shop, wondering if she would ever get used to being called Lady Cate, and continued down the sidewalk, stopping to visit several other shops and returning to the castle just before lunch. After lunch, she spent the day outside, enjoying the warm sunshine, walking and playing with Riley or lounging on the lawn by the loch and reading a book, while Riley napped in the sunshine. Anything to avoid the castle halls. On her way back to the castle in the late afternoon, Cate caught sight of Jack frowning at one of the rose bushes. She called a hello from across the lawn. Hello, Cate, Jack answered as she reached him. And hello to you too, Sir Riley. He patted the dog on the head as Riley stood with his front legs planted on Jack's leg. You don't look happy. I'm not. This little lad isn't doing so well. Jack showed her the shriveled leaves on the plant. I was trying to determine what might be wrong with it. I might have to call in reinforcements. My grandfather might have a better idea than I. Oh, speaking of, Cate answered, I was hoping to interview him for my book. Since he's lived here and worked on the estate, I think he'd have a great wealth of knowledge about it. If he's coming to look at the rose bush, would you mind asking him for me? I'm sure he'd be happy to talk for as long as you'd like about the castle. Maybe even longer than you'd like, he said with a laugh. He's probably got loads of information to share. He's out of town, so I'll ask as soon as he's back. I'll bet. That's why he's a perfect source for my book. Jack pointed a finger at Cate. Say, speaking of people at the castle, did they track down the extra helper you saw yesterday? Cate frowned, studying the sick rosebush instead of Jack. No. Now you don't look happy, Cate. Cate hesitated, unsure if she wanted to discuss her experience. It was the second time she'd seen a person on the estate that no one else had seen. She avoided eye contact, afraid she'd sound crazy. Jack leaned forward to catch her eye. Cate, is everything okay? I think so. Riley leapt onto his hind legs, scratching at Jack's leg. He leaned over to tousle the little dog's fur. You think so? You don't sound so sure. Cate watched Jack absent-mindedly petting Riley as they spoke. The little dog seemed attached to him. Riley trusted him, so Cate decided she would, too. It's just that this is the second person I've seen on this estate that no one else has seen, and no one else but the Frasers, you, and I have been on the estate. The second time? Yes. I saw a woman in the entry hall. I spoke to her, but Mrs. Fraser said there was no one else in the castle when I asked her about it. Jack said. Cate stared at him with pleading eyes. I'm not crazy, and I didn't think I believed in ghosts, but I'm wondering about those tales floating around town about this place. I don't think you're crazy, Cate. I certainly don't believe those tales from town.
Those people like to talk, that's all. That's Scotland. Everyone's got a haunted something or other in their back pocket around here. That's just idle chatter. Don't let it get into your head.
But then how do you explain what I saw? If they're not ghosts, am I really going crazy? What other explanation is there? He put his hands on her shoulders, staring into her eyes.
Cate, you've just moved from another country into a giant castle. I'm sure your nerves are on edge and your imagination's just playing tricks on you. You're primed to see something.
Kate bit her lower lip, unconvinced, but willing to accept the explanation for now. You're right, it's probably an overactive imagination combined with the unfamiliar setting. Plus, it can be kind of spooky here at night.
I'll bet, but I wouldn't know for sure. I'm too afraid to be here at night.
Jack shivered as he shot a glance at the castle. Kate offered him an unimpressed stare. Funny, you should be afraid during the day. That's when I see all my ghosts. She scooped Riley into her arms. Well, time to get Riley his dinner. I'll leave you to your sick Rose. I hope it's okay. Jack tickled the little dog's chin.
Okay, Kate. Enjoy your dinner, Sir Riley.
Kate waved and strolled back to the castle, pondering Jack's statements. He was right, it was her overactive imagination, coupled with some sleepless nights. Had to be. She probably just imagined she saw someone. At least, that was what she would keep telling herself. The first rays of morning light painted the night sky with bright streaks of orange as Kate awoke. As she admired the sunrise through her bedroom window, she glanced down at the watch. Another mystery that had her questioning everything. What is your secret? She asked it. Impulsively, she rubbed the face. The timepiece ticked loudly, the second hand slowing to a near stop. The rubbing must be doing it somehow. What else could affect it? She stared at the second hand as it ticked ever so slowly. She counted the seconds between its movement, 15 seconds between every tick. A woman's voice echoed in the hallway. Kate bolted upright. It was only 5:30 a.m., and Mrs. Fraser never arrived before 6. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, wondering if something was wrong. She glanced down at the slowly ticking watch dangling around her neck. She swiped at the face, and it picked up speed. After a moment, it returned to its normal timekeeping. She pulled on her slippers and tugged on her robe, hurrying to the doors of her suite. She pulled the door open and scanned the empty hall. She wandered out a few steps, peering around. "Mrs. Fraser," she called. She received no response. "Mrs. Fraser!" she yelled again, straining her ears. Nothing. With a shrug, she returned to her room and dressed for the day before gathering Riley for his morning walk. She pushed into the kitchen through the back door. "Good morning, Mrs. Fraser. How are you?" Kate asked. Mrs. Fraser shoved a tray of cookies into the oven. "Good morning, Lady Kate. I'm doing well. How are you?" "I'm good, thanks. I can't wait to eat one of those cookies." "Is everything okay?" Mrs. Fraser wiped her hands on her apron before she gave the oatmeal a stir. "Okay, what would be amiss?" "I don't know, but you were here so early this morning. I thought something might be wrong." Mrs. Fraser glanced up from pouring the raisins into a bowl, confusion on her face. "Early? I was here just after 6. My usual time." Kate sealed the package shut as she set it on the counter. "You weren't here around 5:30 this morning?" "Nee, I wasn't here that early." Kate's stomach flip-flopped as she realized she hadn't heard Mrs. Fraser's voice in the hall earlier. Chapter 21. Kate collapsed onto a chair, her face blanching as Mrs. Fraser answered her. Blood rushed into her ears, and her stomach somersaulted. She clearly heard a woman's voice in the hall this morning. If it hadn't been Mrs. Fraser's voice, whose was it? Mrs. Fraser stirred the oatmeal, frowning at Kate's reaction. "Is everything okay, Lady Kate?" Kate closed her gaping jaw and swallowed hard, forcing herself to stand and smile. "Yes, I must have been hearing things." Mrs. Fraser tugged open a drawer and set a ladle on the counter. "Oh, I don't doubt that. I'll bet the castle has a whole host of noises you'll discover. Well, I'll have your breakfast ready soon." "Thanks, Mrs. Fraser." Kate scooped Riley into her arms and wandered from the kitchen, remaining unconvinced that the sound she heard was the random groaning of the castle. It was a woman's voice. While Mrs. Fraser's explanation was far more logical, it didn't fit with what she'd heard. After breakfast, Cate took Riley for a long morning walk around the grounds. As they toured the gardens, Riley suddenly bolted around a set of bushes, disappearing from sight. Cate rushed to keep up with him, rounding the row of shrubs to discover the reason for Riley's sudden excitement. She found Riley, his tail wagging furiously, enjoying a game of tug-of-war with Jack and a stick. With his keen sense of smell, he must have sniffed out Jack and raced over to say hello. Jack waved at her as he tugged against the branch.
Good morning, Cate. I thought Sir Riley had let himself out for a walk.
Cate closed the distance between them. No, but he's faster at dodging bushes than I am.
I'll bet he is. He's not too shabby at tug-of-war either. He's got quite the grip, this little one has.
Jack gave a hard tug against Riley's grip. Riley adjusted his bite and yanked on the stick, backing farther away from Jack. With a mighty tug, he wrangled it from Jack's grip. He pranced back to Cate, the stick extending from both sides of his mouth. Jack climbed to his feet.
You win, big guy. You win.
He faced Cate.
And how are you today?
Cate shrugged and forced a smile as she stared out over the scenery. I'm fine.
Haven't seen any ghosts today, have you?
She rolled her eyes and shot him a glance. No, I haven't seen any ghosts today, thank you. But I made the watch slow down again and speed up. It has to have something to do with friction. Jack rubbed his chin.
Rubbing it, but that didn't work last time.
No, but it did this morning. It reacted both times I rubbed it. It can't be a coincidence. Jack wagged a finger at the pendant.
Try it again now.
Okay. Cate grabbed hold of the gold timepiece, popping it open and rubbing the face. Nothing happened. Cate frowned at it. Come on, you. Jack arched an eyebrow and grinned.
Talking to watches? Now I think you're crazy, Cate.
Kate's shoulders slumped as she tried twice more. It just worked. It wasn't more than 2 hours ago. Oh, this is so frustrating. She flung her arms in the air.
Maybe it doesn't like me. Maybe it's shy. Did you lose your mobile signal again when it happened?
Cate sighed as she let the timepiece flop against her tunic. I don't know. I didn't check. I thought I heard Mrs. Fraser talking in the hall, so I got the watch back up to speed and went to see what she wanted.
And what did she want?
Nothing. She wasn't there. When I asked her about it this morning, she said she wasn't in the castle. Jack pursed his lips, his hands on his hips, and a concerned expression on his features. Cate shot him a glance and shook her head. I'm not crazy.
I didn't say you were, but I'm a little concerned that someone might have been in the castle.
Kate's stomach flip-flopped, and warmth rushed over her. Who would have been there, and why? Jack pointed a finger at her.
That's a £1,000,000 question. Whoever it may have been, I can't imagine they were up to anything good at 5:30 a.m. in someone else's home.
A chill shot up Kate's spine. In all her preoccupation with haunted castles and ghosts, she had failed to consider that she may be seeing and hearing real, living people wandering the estate. The rambling castle provided the perfect hiding place. Another person could live inside and she'd never know it. She bit her lower lip as she held back a shiver. Okay, that's creepy on a different level, but that would make sense with some things I've been experiencing. But again, why? Jack crossed his arms, waving a hand in the air as he ticked off reasons.
I can come up with 1,000,000 reasons. A free place to live, hiding out from someone, trying to scare the new owner. Who knows? But I'm getting concerned that maybe it's not your overactive imagination and your big move.
Do you think I should call the police? Jack shook his head.
We don't have proof of anything. Do you mind if I look around?
Not at all. I'd feel better if you did, in fact. And I'd like to help. I want to see with my own eyes that no one is here.
Okay, let's check it out, top to bottom. If your ghost is in there and alive, we'll find him.
They headed for the castle with Riley in tow. Jack suggested starting at the bottom floor and working their way up. They wandered down to the servants' area for a thorough search. With no evidence of anyone having been in the castle there, they moved to the main level.
Where'd you see that woman?
Jack inquired, as they climbed the stairs. Cate led him to the foyer, heading to the spot at the bottom of the stairs. She was right here. She came from that way and was walking toward the library. Cate pointed toward the sitting room across the space. Jack rubbed his chin as he studied the marble floor.
Okay, let's take a look, particularly in the closed-off wing. Though I always kept it locked, so I'd be surprised if we find anything.
They searched through each room on the floor, looking for anything disturbed or evidence of anyone's presence in the castle. But they found none. Not sure if I feel better or worse that we haven't found anything yet, Cate said, as they finished looking in the last room. They climbed the stairs to the next floor.
Hopefully we'll find something definitive by the time we're done searching so that you can rest easier.
I'm sure we can rule out my bedroom, unless they're living under my bed and I don't know it. Jack wiggled his eyebrows with a laugh as they reached the landing.
I certainly hope they aren't.
They searched every corner and closet upstairs for signs of an intruder. They climbed to the towers, unlocking the doors and making a sweep of each space. The search turned up nothing. With one bedroom left, Cate assumed they'd wasted hours and come to no new conclusions.
One bedroom left,
Jack said, as he thumbed toward the door. Cate shambled next to him, tired and frustrated. Yes, I doubt anyone's in there. I've been in and out of that room dozens of times. I would have seen something.
Let's check it out just to be sure.
With a shrug and a sigh, Cate agreed. Okay, sure. Jack pushed into the bedroom, scanning the space. Cate crossed the room and pulled open the door to the walk-in closet, stepping inside. I'll check in here. She glanced around. Everything was as she had left it. No signs of anyone. I don't see anything, she called, but this is one place this watch loves to do its trick. Maybe it'll work here and you can finally see it. She rubbed the watch, and this time it worked as she expected, slowing down to a crawl. Ha! She exclaimed. I was right! Come and see! She grinned at the watch, then glanced at the door, waiting for Jack. He didn't come in. Jack! She called. But there was no answer. Jack! She yelled louder. She received no response. She strode to the door and popped her head into the bedroom. Jack? She repeated as she scanned the room. It was empty. No Jack. No Riley. Where could he have gone? Cate frowned as she wondered what had happened to her search companions. She stepped back inside the closet, scanning the space. Had she missed him and the little dog? She'd done it before. She scanned the area, checking behind trunks and the mirror. She found nothing. With a sigh, she stared down at the slowly ticking watch, rubbing its face. It ticked faster, speeding up to normal speed. She scoffed at its behavior, wondering if Jack may be correct about it being shy. She spun and took a step toward the door when she collided with Jack. He caught her just as she stumbled backward, almost falling over a trunk. He stared at her wide-eyed.
Cate, where have you been?
Cate drew her chin to her chest, an incredulous look on her face. Where have I been? Where have you been? She poked a finger in his direction. His jaw dropped, and he pointed at himself, his face scrunched in bewilderment.
I've been right here the whole time. I called and called you, but you didn't answer. I looked in the closet and you weren't here.
Cate narrowed her eyes at his statement. I heard nothing. I called and called you, and you didn't answer. I looked in the bedroom and back in here, and both you and Riley were gone. The two stood for a moment in stunned silence, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Cate fluttered her eyelashes as an idea flitted across her mind. Do me a favor. I'd like to test something. Go out and close the door, wait about 10 seconds, then open it and see if I'm here. Then close the door and wait another few seconds before opening it again. Jack's expression betrayed his confusion.
Cate, what are you talking about?
Just trust me. Try it. He cocked his head and shrugged.
You're the boss.
He wandered to the bedroom and closed the door behind him, leaving Cate alone in the closet. She began counting in her head to 10 as she rubbed the watch. It slowed down to a crawl. She waited for the door to open as she got to the 10-second mark. Nothing happened. Before she could start her second count, voices interrupted her. She raced to the door and flung it open. She found no one there. Heat washed over her as she stared at the empty room. The bedroom door stood open. She wrinkled her brow at it. It had been closed before. Did Jack leave? He must have. Why? She crossed to the open door, peering into the empty hallway. "Jack?" she called down the hall. She got no answer. She listened for any sounds. She'd heard voices only moments ago. Had Jack taken Riley outside? Was the little pup ill? She wandered down the hall, peering out the windows. She spotted no one. A stairway led down. She hovered at the top and called down it, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "Jack?" Again, no answer. Where could they be? She shook her head as she wandered back to the bedroom, checking for signs of Jack and Riley. Faced with an empty room, she trudged to the closet and searched inside. Empty. She pulled the door shut, checking behind it. Nothing. She grabbed the watch dangling around her neck and rubbed it. It returned to normal speed, as expected. She turned to continue her search for Riley and Jack, when the door popped open. She stumbled back a step as Jack stepped through into the closet. "Oh, please tell me this is the first time you've opened that door?" Jack furrowed his brow, glancing around the closet.
"This is the second time I've opened the door. The first time you weren't here. Cate, where'd you go? Is there a secret passage in there?"
Cate swallowed hard. The words made no sense as they came out of her mouth, even to her. "I don't know where I went, but I think it has something to do with this watch."
"You don't know where you went? What could it possibly have to do with the watch?"
"I was standing here in the closet, but the door never opened. I heard voices. I assumed it was you and opened the door myself, but no one was there. I walked all over searching for you and Riley, but I couldn't find you."
"What?"
Jack laughed, his brow furrowed.
"Cate, are you playing a prank on me? Come on, where's the secret passage or secret panel?"
He peered around the room. Kate's face blanched as she stared at him. "I'm not joking. I wish there was a secret passage, but there isn't, or if there is, I don't know about it. You two were not here." Jack put his hands on his hips, shaking his head.
"Cate, I can't believe that."
"I'm not sure I want to believe it either, but it's the truth. I didn't see you, and the only thing that changed was this watch's speed." Jack stood speechless, his lower lip bobbing up and down as he searched for an answer.
"I don't know what to say. I can't think of a relevant question to ask. I don't understand any of this."
Cate ran her fingers through her hair. "Well, me neither. But I can think of one question to ask."
"Well, what's that?"
She looked him dead in the eye, a worried expression on her features. "If you didn't see me here, where was I?" Chapter 22. Cate sank to sit on a trunk as a wave of nausea passed over her. Jack hadn't seen her moments ago when she'd been standing in the closet, then wandering through the bedroom and hall. And she hadn't seen Jack. Where'd she been? Jack rubbed his neck, shaking his head.
"None of this makes any sense to me, Cate. If you never left, where were you? You weren't here."
"None of it makes any sense. You're right. Are you sure you didn't miss me?" Cate glanced up at him, hope filling her eyes. Jack gave her a look.
"Cate, there's no missing you. You're standing here plain as day in front of me. I didn't miss you."
"Is it possible there's some mechanism that moves this closet? Perhaps there's a secret passage or panel that we aren't aware of that interacts with the watch." Jack glanced around the room, studying the walls.
"Okay, but the closet looked the same, just minus you. So an identical space must be replacing it. And if we're moving, what mechanism is so quiet that no one would hear it? And how could the watch control it?"
"I don't know, but something strange is going on." Jack rubbed his chin.
"That's the only thing we know for sure. Something strange is going on. Damn, fine time for my grandfather to be travelling. He'd be the perfect person to ask."
Cate let out a shaky breath, drawing Jack's attention back to her.
"Cate, are you okay? You're white as a sheet."
"Yeah, well, I mean, other than me disappearing with no explanation, I'm okay. I just don't know what to think anymore."
"Well, until we know what to think, it might be best that you're not fiddling with this watch. We don't want you disappearing for good."
A wave of panic swept over Cate. "Well, maybe you're right. We do not understand what it's doing or where I'm going. Maybe I shouldn't mess with it."
"I'm not even sure you should keep coming to this closet. It may be something similar to what you suggested earlier, being triggered by something we don't know of."
"Good point." Cate stood up to leave, but sank right back down onto the trunk when her wobbly knees gave way. Jack thrust out his hands to steady her.
"Whoa, you okay, Cate?"
"Yeah, just a little woozy. I think I'm letting my fear of the unknown get to me a little too much. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation for this."
"Maybe you should lie down."
Cate considered declining, but her rolling stomach said otherwise. An eerie pall hung over her, and she couldn't shake it. With her breakfast threatening to rise up in her throat, she nodded her head in agreement. Maybe you're right. Jack wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Here, let me help you to your room. She struggled to her feet, unsteady at first, then, with Jack's aid, made her way to her room. Riley trailed behind, his tail lowered as he sensed Cate's anxiety. Jack placed the little dog on the bed as Cate slid under the covers. Riley raced to her side, curling tightly against her. I'll tell Mrs. Fraser you're not feeling well and to bring your lunch here. Cate traced the outline of the silk comforter. Thanks. Don't worry, Cate. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. We'll figure it out. Cate forced herself to make eye contact with him, and nodded, a weak smile on her face. As he disappeared, she let her head sink back into the pillows, her hand stroking the fur down Riley's back to relax them both. She sucked in a few deep breaths, trying to clear her mind, but she found it impossible to push the thoughts of what happened from her mind. Jack's words echoed in her head. You weren't there, Cate. You weren't there. The terrifying experience still disconcerted her. Where had she been? Wherever she was, Jack and Riley weren't. Had she crossed over to some spirit realm? Nothing made sense. Riley stared up at her, still unsettled by her strange behavior. It's okay, Riley, I'm fine. At least, I think I'm fine. I don't know which way is up anymore. She thought of her disappearance, of little Riley left behind, searching and not being able to find her. Dizziness swept over her again at the notion. Footsteps sounded in her sitting room. She bolted upright, startled by the noise. She held her breath until she heard Mrs. Fraser call out, Just me coming in, Lady Cate. I've got your lunch. Cate silently scolded herself for being so silly. Of course it was Mrs. Fraser. Come in, Mrs. Fraser, she called back. Mrs. Fraser pushed the door to the bedroom open, carrying a tray. Well, what's this about you being sick? Cate waved it away. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just felt a bit woozy. Probably too little sleep or something. Mrs. Fraser set the tray down on Cate's lap. Well, lucky for you, I was making some of my famous chicken soup. It's just what you need for whatever ails you. And I brought a bone up for Riley, too. Keep him occupied while you rest. Now, here, lean forward. Let me straighten your pillows. Oh, that's unnecessary, Mrs. Fraser. Thank you so much for the soup and the bone for Riley. Mrs. Fraser waved her forward. Come on, don't make me ask twice. Cate shimmied forward, allowing her to fluff and straighten the pillows. Leave it to a man to just dump you off in bed and not bother to get you settled. There we are, that should do. Now you just sit back and enjoy your soup. I'll be back to check on you later. Before leaving, Mrs. Fraser set the bone down on the floor and settled Riley with it. Cate pushed the noodles, chicken, and carrots around in the bowl as she stared at it. The delicious scent of chicken noodle soup wafted past her nose. She forced a little broth down, understanding why people referred to the soup as famous. She glanced over the bed at Riley, gnawing on his bone. It seemed he was enjoying Mrs. Fraser's lunch, too. She managed to finish the entire bowl of soup. Her stomach settled as she set the tray aside. Her mind settled, too. She couldn't have disappeared. People didn't just disappear and reappear. A plausible explanation existed. She just needed to find it. Mrs. Fraser returned, just as Cate was climbing out of bed. What's this? Up already? Cate straightened the covers on her bed. Yes, I feel much better. Your chicken soup does work for whatever ails you. I was going to bring the tray down on my way to the library. Mrs. Fraser pulled them down, as Cate finished and waved her back into bed. Nay, I won't have it. Back to bed with you. But I feel fine, Cate whined. Mrs. Fraser wagged her finger at her and pointed to the bed. You need rest. Young Jack says you were white as a sheet. Could barely keep to your feet when he brought you in here. I'd say you still look a mite too pale for my taste. Now, back to bed. Cate glanced across the room into the full-length mirror, arching an eyebrow at her pale skin. I always look too pale for my taste. Besides, I can't just sit here. I need something to do at least. I'll get my laptop and my notes, and then I'll get back into bed. I promise.
I'll have none of that. You'll not be running around the place ill on my watch. I'll send young Jack with it or fetch it myself.
Cate sighed, realizing she wouldn't win the battle, and climbed back into bed. Mrs. Fraser pulled the covers up over her, turning them back to rest on her lap. There we are. Now, I'll send up a plate of cookies for you. Got to keep your strength up. As Mrs. Fraser bustled from the room, Cate had to admit the treatment wasn't too bad. She hadn't had anyone worry over her strength for a long time, and she'd been dying to try the cookies. Thanks, Mrs. Fraser, she called. She drummed her fingers against the duvet as she waited in bed for her laptop and other research materials. Jack appeared in the doorway a few minutes later, his arms laden with materials. He slid a plate of cookies onto the bedside table. I've got cookies, a laptop, and a folder marked Castle Research. Did I get everything? Cate accepted the proffered materials with a smile. Yep, you got everything. Sorry, but Mrs. Fraser wouldn't permit me to get out of bed to get it myself.
I heard. The old toughie has forbidden you to leave your bed. Sorry, that's my fault. I'll admit I was worried, and I told her you were awfully pale. You look better now, though.
I feel better. I think I just panicked. There must be a reasonable explanation.
Well, we don't have to solve it today. I'm with Mrs. Fraser on this one. Take the day to rest.
With everyone fussing over me, I'll be back to normal in no time. Jack glanced at the materials spread across the bed.
That's the spirit. Is there anything else you need?
No, I think this is everything. Thank you.
You're welcome, Cate. If you need anything, just call.
He tousled the fur on Riley's head before he strode from the room. Left alone, Cate opened her laptop first to check her email. She found 3 emails waiting for her amidst the junk mail, one from Gail, one from Molly, and one from the author of The Mysteries of Scotland. She opened Molly's first. Cate, OMG, I just got your postcard. I'm glad to hear that you're doing so well. Is the joint haunted or not? I posted your postcard in the department office for everyone to see. Don't be surprised if you get a few emails from people asking to visit. I'll be the first. Can I visit yet? LOL. Enjoy your new adventure. Molly. Cate chuckled at the exuberant email, pressing the reply button and sending a brief answer telling her she could visit any time she'd like. She sidestepped the haunting question, now not sure if she could send an honest and dismissive answer. Cate moved on to the email from Preston Scott, the author of The Mysteries of Scotland.
Good day, Cate. Lovely to hear from one of my esteemed readers, and thank you for your inquiry. I gather the information from my stories from visiting the local towns themselves and speaking with residents. Many castles have tales to tell, and many of those living near them love to tell those tales. I find this the most effective way to gather information, and fun, too. Good luck with your research project. I wish you all the best with your book. If you need a critique, I would be happy to provide one for you. My highest regards. P. Scott.
Cate rolled her eyes at the non-answer and moved on to Gail's email. Hello, Cate. Hope you're doing well. I have the information that you requested about your grandfather. We searched the records to find the birth certificate for both your grandfather, Charles, and your father, Logan. I had digital scans sent, and I attached them to this email. As you can see, your grandfather was born in Scotland as Charles Mackenzie to Lucas and Amelia Mackenzie. Additional information, including dates, are in the attachment. Your father was born in Dublin, Ireland, to Charles and Sophie Mackenzie. Your grandparents' name changed, deliberately or not, from Mackenzie to Kensie when they emigrated to the States. I hope this information helps you in your search, and if I can be of any further assistance, again, please, reach out. Best, Gail. Cate bit her lower lip as she grinned at the information. She dug through her folder for her family tree. She scanned the tree for the names listed in Gail's email. Lucas Mackenzie. Kate's great-grandfather was the brother of Rory Mackenzie, Gertrude's grandfather. Her grandfather and Gertrude's father were cousins. This made Cate and Gertrude second cousins, once removed. Cate filled in the remaining piece of the family tree that had been covered by the ink blot. The stain had obliterated her grandparents and anyone in their line. With one mystery solved, Cate eased back into the pillows. She'd established her relationship to Gertrude. She crossed the question off her summary sheet with a smile. The only questions that remained in this column revolved around why she'd never known about these relatives, and why the family's surname had changed. She may never know those answers, she realized, but she took satisfaction in gaining some information. She pulled her laptop onto her lap and sent Gail a reply. Dear Gail, thank you so much for providing the information. It helped immensely with my research. Using the information that you sent, I filled in the family tree that I've been working on and determined my relationship with Gertrude. Second cousin, once removed. I now have a sense of how we fit into the family puzzle, although I don't know why the surname was changed, and this side of the family was never mentioned. Again, thank you for your help. I hope you're doing well. Please send my regards to Mr. Smythe. I hope you can find some time to visit in the summer so I can thank you in person. Riley and I would love to have you back with us at the castle. Cate. P.S. Riley and I are doing great. He's made a new friend in Jack. He loves to play fetch with him. She shoved the laptop to the side and studied her summary sheet. Her mind snapped back to the mystery unraveling around the timepiece and the events of the morning. She frowned as she recalled the unnerving experience. She nibbled on the corner of a cookie, finding even its rich, buttery flavor could not distract her from the eerie sensation hanging over her. She tossed the note sheet aside and pulled her research notes from within the folder, spreading them across the bed. She started a proposed table of contents for her book, but found herself unable to get past the 3rd chapter. She tapped her pencil against the almost blank page. Her mind whirled from her disappearance to the odd encounters she'd experienced. She forced herself to continue working until Mrs. Fraser bustled through the door with her dinner tray. Cate shoved her materials aside, clear a spot for the tray. Mrs. Fraser slid it onto her lap. I hope you're managing to rest amid all that work. Cate tidied her papers and stuffed them into the folder. I'm trying to distract myself. Well, put that distraction aside and eat your dinner. And you, Riley, come with me. I'll take you out to do your business. Mrs. Fraser gathered the little pup into her arms. Oh, no, Mrs. Fraser, that's too much. I can take him. I'll not have you roaming around the estate in your condition when you could take ill at any moment. I'm not that ill. I'm not even sick. Honest. Mrs. Fraser jostled the little dog in her arms. You just concentrate on eating your dinner and saving your strength. She spun to leave the room, Riley in tow. Now, little pup, I will not take you on any long and luxurious walks like your mum, but at least you'll get some fresh air and the chance to do your duties. Come along, little fella. Let's let Lady Cate have her dinner in peace, and I'll give you a nice dinner downstairs. Cate smiled at the conversation, pleased that Riley was in good hands. She glanced down at the tray on her lap, finding another cup of chicken soup, a soft-boiled egg, and a bowl of tapioca. Mrs. Fraser returned with Riley as she polished off the bowl of warm tapioca. Here he is, all walked and fed and happy. She eyed Cate's dishes. Glad to see you got everything down. Protein's what you need. Cate handed the tray to her. Thank you, it was delicious, as always. And thank you again for taking care of Riley. I appreciate it. My pleasure. Now, we'll stay overnight. That way we'll be here if you need anything. Cate shook her head adamantly. Oh, no, now, Mrs. Fraser, that's where I draw the line. I will not have you staying overnight here and putting yourself out. I'm fine. Mrs. Fraser propped the tray on her hip. Suppose you get ill again and need something. If I'm that sick, I can call you. I've got your number right here on my phone. I'll keep it right here by my bed all night and call if I need anything. Now, I'll not have this. Mr. Fraser and I and young Jack are all staying here. Between you being sick and Jack wondering if there's someone roaming around this place, we're not about to leave you here alone. Relief coursed through her at the idea of not being alone in the castle, and she gave in. Thank you, Mrs. Fraser. I appreciate that. Cate smiled at her as she disappeared from the room. Her smile faded as she went over the events she'd experienced since she'd arrived. She'd found herself locked in the tower room. Mrs. Fraser had known she was there. She'd seen a woman in the foyer. Mrs. Fraser insisted they were alone. She'd seen a man in the garden, but Jack said no one was on the estate. She'd heard voices, and Mrs. Fraser assured her it was only the wind. She disappeared, according to Jack. A ghastly notion danced across Cate's tired mind. Were her new staff members gaslighting her? Chapter 23. The idea floated around in Cate's mind as she worried she'd made a huge mistake, allowing them to stay at the castle. She didn't know the Frasers or Jack that well. Were they setting her up? Cate shook her head. How could they make the timepiece react to her touch? And besides, why would they do it? What would they gain? Even if they shipped her off to a mental institution, they wouldn't inherit any money, or the castle. She tucked her laptop onto her lap as she chided herself for her paranoia. They had no motive. She tugged Riley from the floor onto the bed. He settled next to her as she browsed through a few movies, selecting a comedy to stream, hoping it lifted her spirits. Doors opened and closed in the hall as Jack and the Frasers retired for the evening. She settled back in the pillows, happy not to be alone in the castle. If her staff wasn't doing this to her, it meant something else was going on, and whatever it was, she preferred not to face it alone. Despite the distraction the movie provided, as soon as Cate put away her laptop and attempted to sleep, she found her mind preoccupied with the mystery of the timepiece. She tossed and turned, as one question burned in her mind. Where was she when Jack opened that closet door? Cate palmed the timepiece, staring at it as she lay in bed. She kicked off the covers and paced the floor, settling on the windowsill to stare out at the moonlit grounds, cast in a white blanket. She rose from her perch and paced around her sitting room, settling on her chaise for a bit before rising to her feet again and peeking into the hallway. Nothing moved. The Frasers and Jack were likely asleep. She tiptoed down the hall, winding around to the bedroom where she disappeared. She scrutinized every inch of the walls, doorways, doors, and woodwork, any surface that may conceal a mechanism for moving the room or opening a passage. She considered the dimensions of the room. Did it conceal a secret passage? Though difficult to detect, the room dimensions would reveal the fact that a passage existed to a trained eye. She found no evidence of that. The dimensions of the room and its closet didn't seem to suggest that there were any hidden spaces. Cate sank onto the bed, narrowing her eyes at the closet. Her mind wandered through question after question. If she slowed the watch again, would she disappear from existence? Would she find her staff asleep in their beds in her altered state? Was she losing her mind? She stared at the watch in her hands, pondering if she should try to slow it again. Jack's warning echoed in her mind.
Until we know what to think, it might be best that you're not fiddling with this watch. We don't want you disappearing for good.
He had a point. She didn't know what was happening, and it could be dangerous. What if she ended up stuck in the netherworld or wherever she was going? She quit for the night, shuffling back to her room. It was almost 2 a.m. when she crawled into bed and drifted off to a restless sleep. She woke up a few hours later in a cold sweat, having dreamt of disappearing into a spirit realm where no one could see or hear her. She screamed to people who continued about their daily business as though she wasn't there. But no one could help her. After the nightmare, she had little interest in going back to sleep. Despite not being real, it struck terror into her heart. She cuddled Riley closer to her, as though contact with him would tether her to this world. She crawled from her bed just after 5 in the morning and headed to her chaise, waiting for the sun to rise and banish her fears. Her mind wandered to the timepiece repeatedly. She flipped on the lamp next to the chaise, squinting in the blinding light. As her eyes adjusted, she caught sight of Mary's journals. She grabbed the top book and paged through to the longest entry she'd read from the stuck pages. She reread it, piece by piece, trying to glean any information. As I continue these excursions, I cannot help but feel the tremendous responsibility to pass along to Gertrude. The entry began. Was Mary's reference to the excursions a reference to wherever Cate was going when the watch slowed? She referred to the timepiece, calling it an awesome object for which she was a mere caretaker. Then she discussed an enormous responsibility that she must pass along to Gertrude. None of this pointed to what was happening when Cate disappeared earlier, but they all had to be connected. Cate snapped the journal shut and tossed it on the table. She was missing something, but she couldn't put her finger on what. She wandered to her bedroom, finding Riley still sleeping. She slid her research folder off the nightstand and crept back to the sitting room, freeing a page to jot down a few notes. She wrote, to her best recollection, when and where the watch had slowed, including details such as what she'd been doing when it slowed, what happened between the watch slowing and speeding up, and anything else relevant that she could remember. She also noted the time she tried to slow the watch, and it had not slowed. With only a few data points, she wasn't sure it would help, but it did appear that the timepiece only slowed inside the castle. Perhaps she should try the watch again outside and see what happened. She noted that, according to Jack, she had disappeared the last time she slowed the watch, despite her never having moved, at least not to her knowledge. She also noted that twice before, when the watch had been slow, she'd seen what she thought to be people on the estate. She used the term loosely, since she had no evidence that anyone else had been on the estate, and it seemed that these people, or whatever they were, could see and hear her, since both of them reacted to either the sight of her or a noise she'd made. Odd they could see and hear her, but Jack couldn't. As she reflected on the information, a quiet knock sounded at the door. "Yes," she called out. The door creaked open a slit, and Mrs. Fraser peeked in. "Out of bed already, Lady Cate? Did you sleep? How are you feeling?" Cate set the notes aside. "I feel much better, although I'm afraid I didn't sleep much. Did you and Mr. Fraser sleep well?" "Aye, we both slept well. Too bad you didn't sleep. I'll have your breakfast up to you soon. You stay here and rest." "If you don't mind, I'd like to have breakfast with everyone this morning. I'm tired of my own company." "We'd be glad to have you, Lady Cate." "Great. I'll be down soon." Cate rose from her chaise to dress for the day and walk Riley. She met everyone in the kitchen for breakfast, just as Mrs. Fraser was setting the table. "Well, good morning again, Lady Cate," Mrs. Fraser said. Cate sank into a chair at the table. "Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well. Thank you all for staying last night."
"Good morning, Lady Cate,"
Mr. Fraser said. Jack rocked on his chair as he shot her a grin.
"Good morning, Lady Cate. I hear you'll be gracing us with your presence this fine morning. Did you sleep well?"
"I didn't sleep very well, but I was glad everyone was here when I couldn't sleep." The foursome made light conversation over breakfast, providing a nice but fleeting distraction for Cate. She lingered in the kitchen as Mr. Fraser and Jack pushed through the door into the summer day to work. Cate pulled a few dishes from the sink to dry them. "You don't need to help, Lady Cate. I can do it." She swiped a dish towel inside a pot. "I'd like to, if you don't mind. I'd like the company." "Well, if it's company you're after, you don't have to do dishes to get it. Why don't I make you a nice cuppa you can sip on, and we can chit-chat?" "Oh," Mrs. Fraser paused. "That'd be a cup of tea to you, Lady Cate." "Oh, I'd appreciate some tea, but I can make it while you take care of those dishes." Cate started to fill the kettle Mrs. Fraser kept on the stove. "Would you like a cup as well?" "Oh, yes, please," Mrs. Fraser answered, already readying 2 cups with tea bags and setting out sugar and milk. Mrs. Fraser finished the breakfast cleanup just as the kettle boiled. "You timed that well," Cate said, pouring the steaming water into each cup. Mrs. Fraser untied her apron and tossed it over the back of a chair. "I usually do. I never miss my morning cuppa. Couldn't get through a day without it." Cate smiled at her as she carried the steaming cups over to the table, surprised Mrs. Fraser let her do that much. Mrs. Fraser arranged a plate of cookies from a tin. "Are these the cookies you sent up for me yesterday?" "Those were excellent." Mrs. Fraser dunked a shortbread into her tea, after stirring in milk. "Indeed they are, Lady Cate. Perfect cookie with tea, if you want my opinion." Cate tapped her cup with her fingertips. "Do you bake often?" "I do. I find it a good pastime. And a tasty one, too." Cate chuckled at the joke. "Well, you're good at it, Mrs. Fraser." "Well, thank you, Lady Cate." "I don't bake much myself. I'm not good in the kitchen. Once in home ec class, I burned—" Lady Cate, sorry to interrupt, but I know the reason you want a distraction is that you've been experiencing some strange things on the estate. As much as I'd like to talk about baking, I'd like to find out why young Jack was so concerned about someone being on the estate. Cate chewed her lower lip, her mind also dwelling on the subject, despite her babbling. Oh, yes, well, I mentioned to him I've seen a few people around the estate, and I think he became concerned that it was more than my mind playing tricks on me. People around the estate? Oh, you mean that maid? Yes, her and the man working in the back garden. And the other morning I heard a woman's voice in the hallway before anyone was here. I understand you both searched but found nothing yesterday? Cate nodded as she sipped her tea. Yes, we checked everywhere but found no evidence of anyone in the castle. Mrs. Fraser pulled another cookie onto her saucer. The cleaning company has mentioned nothing to me about seeing anything unusual, but you just experienced a major life change. Every place has its own quirks, and the castle's quite large and full of them. Give yourself some time to adjust, Lady Cate. Cate nodded, then tried to change the subject. Mrs. Fraser, do you know why this timepiece was so important to Lady Mackenzie? Or if it has any special significance? None that I know of. I recall that she wore it around her neck all the time. Never saw her without it. Beyond that, I don't know. I assumed it was just an heirloom. I found a passage in Mary Mackenzie's journal, the one I had to steam to read, and it mentioned the timepiece. She called it an awesome object, so I was wondering what was so special about it. Mrs. Fraser nibbled on the corner of her cookie for a moment before answering. Maybe on account of it being so old. It's my understanding that it's been a family heirloom for generations, almost dating back to the building of the castle, I think. Maybe, Cate said as she finished her tea. I think I'll take Riley for a nice long walk. Thank you for the tea and conversation, Mrs. Fraser. You're most welcome, Lady Cate. Oh, and Lady Cate? Yes, Cate said, turning back toward her after collecting Riley. Try not to worry too much about it. I'm sure it's nothing. Cate smiled at the woman's kind attempt to be reassuring, but deep down she knew it wasn't nothing. The thought that her staff may be involved flitted across her mind again. Cate spent the morning outside, playing ball with Riley and visiting the loch. But it did little to distract her thoughts from the mystery. She stared at the ripples in the pond, wondering what dark secret the beautiful landscape hid. She grasped the timepiece in her hands, studying it. She rubbed the face. Nothing happened. She tried a second time with the same result. More evidence that it only happened inside the castle. She collapsed back in the grass and gazed at the fluffy white clouds as they rolled by against the blue sky. She'd established the timepiece did not slow outside. She needed to test it inside again. Was that wise? Jack would say no, but her curiosity overcame most of her fear. With her confidence bolstered by her own nosiness, she gathered a yawning Riley into her arms to return to the castle. The little dog stretched in her arms and relaxed. Oh boy, Riley, you're getting lazy. Castle life suits you. She started back on the path toward the castle, passing through the back gardens where Jack trimmed another row of bushes. Good morning again, she said as she approached. Good morning again. And what do we have here? Sir Riley too tired to walk? Jack gave him a scratch under the chin, as the little dog opened his eyes to slits. I'm afraid I tired him out playing ball this morning. I'd have thought he'd have you tired out after your sleepless night. For what it's worth, I heard nothing last night. Neither did I, Cate began. I'm not surprised, though. I think all those incidents are connected to the watch. I made some notes this morning, and if I'm correct, I encountered people on the property when the watch was slow. I tried it again this morning out here by the loch, but it didn't react. So that's the third time that I've tried the watch outside of the castle, and it didn't slow. I'd say that means that it only works in the castle itself. What it's doing, I don't know, but... Jack interrupted her. You tried it again this morning. I thought we agreed that you wouldn't mess around with that until we learned more about it. Cate wrinkled her nose, pulling her lips into a frown. How are we going to learn anything about it unless we test it? Cate, this is not a good idea until we determine what's going on, which
may never happen. But yesterday you disappeared. You were not there. It's not wise to keep fooling around with something so strange. What if you get trapped somewhere and we can't find you?"
Cate puckered her lips, irritated by Jack's lecture. "Well, I hope we have some answers soon."
"Me too,"
Jack agreed.
"Until then, do nothing."
Cate forced a smile on her face and waved a goodbye. "Well, I better be heading back. I'll talk to you later." Cate strolled toward the castle, glad to leave the conversation behind. Jack's scolding had not convinced her that doing nothing was the right approach. The watch didn't seem to cause any ill effects on anyone else who'd worn it through all these generations. Lady Mackenzie wore it last and lived to a ripe old age, dying of an aggressive cancer and stroke, not from disappearing. As she stepped onto the marble floor of the foyer, she convinced herself to experiment with the timepiece after her lunch, hoping it would not be her undoing. She sped through her meal in nervous anticipation of her experiment. She waffled between calling it off and pressing on. As she polished off her salad, she decided to risk it. She thanked Mrs. Fraser for lunch when she came to collect the tray, then headed back to her sitting room to leave a note, just in case. She left Riley in the library. She hated to do it, but she didn't want the worry of losing him again or having him become trapped. She took a deep breath as she looked at him sleeping, before closing the doors to the library. In her sitting room, she took out a sheet of paper and, with a shaky hand, scrawled a note explaining that she had tried to recreate the phenomenon that she and Jack had experienced yesterday. She also told the reader where to find Riley, just in case. She propped the note against the lamp on the table and stood, steeling her nerves. She swiped her sweaty palms down her leggings as she strode to the bedroom and entered the closet. With a pounding heart, she picked up the pendant, pausing a moment before continuing. "Here goes nothing," she said, rubbing the watch until she heard the familiar loud ticking and witnessed the second hand slow. She waited until it slowed to a crawl. Then she unlatched the closet door, peering into the room. This time she had a plan. She would observe as much as she could to make a record to study later. At first glance, nothing stood out as different. She pushed her mind to remember every detail of the room. The furniture sat in the same places. Was that the same bedspread? Maybe. Was there a lamp missing? She wasn't sure. She wondered if Jack or either of the Frasers could see her, if they'd been in the room. She strode to the mirror and gazed at her own reflection. She still looked the same. She waved to herself in the mirror. At least she still existed somewhere. Her experiment had worked, for better or worse. She considered ending it, but instead, she ambled to the bedroom door and cracked it open, peeking into the hall. It didn't look much different. She took a few tentative steps out into it. She crept down the length, her ears straining for any noise. She approached the intersection with another hall of bedrooms. Voices sounded from around the corner. She pressed against the wall and peered around the edge. 2 women approached her. Cate ducked back for a moment, then risked another glance. The women appeared to be in old-fashioned maid uniforms, black, long-sleeved, floor-length dresses covered by a white apron. Each of them had their hair pulled into a bun. Cate held her breath, afraid of giving herself away. What was she witnessing? The women laughed as they approached her. One said, "I dare say we better not be late again with her ladyship's tea. She was so cross I thought that the vein in her neck would pop." "I wish all I had to worry about was me tea time," the other woman answered. "If we're not on time, she might have to spend another second with her own child, lest Nanny not take him away fast enough." The 2 women giggled. Cate retreated down the hall, sneaking back into the bedroom. She eased the door closed and pressed her ear against it. Her heart rose to her throat. The 2 women chattered away as they passed the door. She breathed a sigh of relief as they continued without stopping. She was about to retreat to the closet and return the watch to its normal speed, when a new voice bellowed down the hall. "Edna! Lorna!
Are we to idle our day away with chit-chat and giggling like two schoolgirls? Have we no work to be done?"
Cate heard no response, after a short pause. The woman's voice boomed again.
"Then we better get to it, hadn't we?"
Another moment passed, but no other voices spoke. She figured she'd pressed her luck far enough. She rubbed the watch, intending to return home from wherever she was. Nothing happened. Chapter 24. Kate's heart skipped a beat, and panic washed over her as a second hand crept around the watch face. Her pulse raced, and her breathing turned ragged. Her knees wobbled, threatening to give out as she tried again, rubbing the timepiece's face. Nothing happened. Panic built inside her, and she gnawed her lower lip as tears welled in her eyes. She'd been warned, and she still chose to do something reckless. How could she have been so irresponsible? Her thoughts turned to the note she left. She imagined Mrs. Fraser finding it, asking Jack about it. She pictured Jack's reaction and all of them trying to find her. She was gone. Perhaps forever. She pictured poor little Riley, roaming the castle in search of Cate, never able to find her. Mrs. Fraser doing her best to console the poor little pup, but not succeeding. Cate wandered to the bed and sank onto it. She'd pushed her luck one too many times. The watch had never slowed when Jack was around. Why couldn't it have failed again, before she became stuck? Her brow crinkled as she recalled previous failed attempts. Then it struck her. Some of her previous tests of the watch had not worked on other parts of the estate. Perhaps it didn't work in this area either. Maybe she needed to be in a specific spot. She knew at least one spot where it had always worked in the past. Hope filled her as she hurried to the closet. She pushed the door shut behind her, closed her eyes, and with a silent prayer, rubbed the watch. She opened her eyes to slits and glanced at the watch's face. Her heart leapt as the second hand sped up. She placed a hand over her clenched stomach, enjoying a measure of relief. Within moments, the second hand ticked normally. Cate yanked open the closet door and raced into the hall, down the main stairs, and into the library. She ripped open the doors and scanned the room. Riley lay sprawled in the same spot she'd left him. She rushed over and scooped him up. A startled Riley wriggled before giving Cate a big lick on her cheek. "I'm happy to see you too, buddy," she said, as she ambled down the hall toward the stairs leading to the kitchen. She peered in. Mrs. Fraser stood at the sink, washing the lunch dishes. "Mrs. Fraser?" she murmured. "Oh!" The woman jumped, grabbed her chest, and spun to face her. "Oh, dear Lady Cate, I wish you wouldn't go about startling me so. You creep up so silently I never realize you're there. Did you need something?" Relief washed over her. Mrs. Fraser could still see her. She hadn't disappeared. Everything appeared to be back to normal. She resisted her urge to fling her arms around the woman in a giant hug. "Lady Cate, everything all right? What do you need?" Mrs. Fraser said when Cate did not answer. "Oh, yes." Kate's mind shot forward, searching for a reason for her visit. She only wanted to make sure that everything had returned to normal. She didn't need anything. Cate tried to call to mind something she could ask for. Do you have any more cookies? My sweet tooth is bugging me for an after-lunch snack." "Of course," Mrs. Fraser said, taking the tin down from a shelf. "You should have told me you wanted them when you finished lunch. I could have brought them up to you." "Oh, well, I just got the craving now," Cate fibbed. "I wasn't thinking about it after lunch." "Well, that's rather fast. You just finished your lunch a few minutes ago." Cate cocked her head. It had been at least 20 minutes since her lunch. "What?" "I say I just saw you not 5 minutes ago. Your cravings come fast." "Really? Has it only been a few minutes?" Kate's forehead wrinkled as she considered the statement. It must have been longer than that. She calculated the timeline in her head. Between checking on Riley, writing the note, traveling to the bedroom closet, spending at least 15 to 20 minutes wherever she went, it must have been over 5 minutes. She checked her watch. It read a few minutes past the time it had been when she slowed the watch. "Yes, God, it's only been a few minutes." Do you want some milk or tea with them? Mrs. Fraser handed her a plate with 4 cookies on it. No, thanks, just these. Thank you again. Confused, Cate took the cookies and Riley back up to her sitting room. There the note sat, undisturbed. She picked it up, recalling writing it with a shaky hand, and crumpled it up into a ball. Cate picked up her note sheet and began adding to the information already there. She tried to be as detailed as possible, writing everything she witnessed. She wrote a few tentative conclusions and additional questions. Thus far, the watch always worked in the closet. It also worked in a few other places in the castle. Did other places exist where it always worked? Those she encountered did not look like they lived in this era. The new information that she collected from her daring experiment satisfied her. She figured that was enough excitement for one day, though, so she didn't plan to do it again, despite the remaining unanswered questions. She marked today as a win. Her watch read a few minutes past 2. She still had plenty of time before dinner to work on her book research. Retrieving all her materials and her laptop, she spread everything around her in the sitting room, pushing a coffee table aside and planting herself cross-legged on the area rug. Riley ventured over, excited to spot Cate on his level, and climbed into the space between her legs to curl up for another nap. Cate picked up where she'd left off before dinner the day before, continuing to fill in information on potential chapters, raise new questions, and pinpoint where she needed to fill in additional material. She concluded that she'd accomplished enough after working for 2 hours, and took a now restless Riley out for another walk before dinner. She returned to the kitchen, cookie plate in hand, and thanked Mrs. Fraser again for the delicious cookies. "Heading out for a walk with Riley?" Mrs. Fraser asked her. "Yes, just a quick one before dinner." "Have fun, Riley. And you too, Lady Cate. Oh, Lady Cate, before you go, would you like us to stay the night again? It seems like you're feeling better, but if you don't feel quite at home yet and want someone around at night, we're happy to stay. I just want to make the arrangements." Cate no longer felt afraid of disappearing, and she didn't believe any grifters were hiding on the estate. Although she couldn't be certain about what was going on, she didn't feel as though it would bring her any harm. Perhaps she was viewing a window into a spirit realm, and if this were the case, she didn't believe spirits could hurt her. They didn't seem to have harmed any of her ancestors. No matter what the explanation was, after her post-lunch adventure, she sensed she was likely safe, unless she used the watch again. "I'll be fine, Mrs. Fraser, but thank you so much for offering." "My pleasure, Lady Cate." She hovered in the doorway, extending an open invitation. "Oh, if it's ever easier for you to stay the night, Mrs. Fraser, please do so. You're welcome any time. You don't need to ask. Just let me know you'll be staying so no one is startled in the middle of the night." "Thank you, Lady Cate. I shall do that if we find it easier to stay. Perhaps in bad weather or the like." Cate smiled at her as she pushed the door open. "Great." Riley bounded out into the yard, racing over to greet Jack and Mr. Fraser. She wanted to share her afternoon adventure with Jack, but with Mr. Fraser nearby, she preferred not to. She also didn't want to hear any lectures about experimenting with the timepiece. She waved and continued to the lock with Riley. During her dinner, which she took in the library while watching a few episodes of her favorite program on her laptop, she got a text from Jack. "You okay? Mrs. F said you didn't need us to stay. Are you sure?" Cate answered, "I'm sure. I don't think anyone is on the property. I should be fine. Thanks." Jack returned the text. "Okay, if you're sure. Text if you need anything." Cate answered a simple, "will do," and continued eating her meal. As night approached, though, she second-guessed her choice in sending everyone home. The castle could be spooky at night, and the idea of disappearing into a spirit realm proved frightening. She retired to her sitting room, content to settle there with Riley before bed and watch a movie. As she relaxed on the chaise, her mind focused on the day's events and on the watch. Despite the movie playing on her laptop, she couldn't help but wonder about the scene she'd witnessed after it slowed. What did it all mean? She wondered if she should try the watch again. She'd presumed once was enough for the day, but now, alone in the castle, with her mind wandering from notion to notion, she considered another experiment. Impulsively, she rubbed it, Nothing happened. Cate sighed. It didn't appear to work in her sitting room either. The closet was the only place she was certain it worked. She drummed her fingers on her laptop before she fished her note sheet from under her pen. It had worked a few times in her bedroom. Would it work again? With the movie still playing next to a sleeping Riley, she tiptoed to her bedroom. Perched on the edge of the bed, Cate considered what she was about to do. She wondered if she should leave another note just in case, or perhaps wait until daytime, when others were on the estate. She licked her lips, deciding not to wait. With a shaky hand, she rubbed the watch. The second hand slowed to a crawl. She sucked in a deep breath and glanced around. Nothing seemed different. She considered bringing the watch back to normal speed, since she'd proved her point that it worked in the bedroom, but her inquisitive nature pushed her to take at least a brief look around. She strode to the sitting room. Two major differences struck her. Both Riley and her laptop were missing. Wherever she was, Riley was not. A momentary pang of panic settled on her. Losing Riley was upsetting, but she remembered she'd lost Riley once before. She'd found him in the same spot she'd left him, after the watch returned to normal speed. She considered returning, wanting to be sure she was right about Riley, but instead, she pressed on to do more investigating. She crept out of her bedroom and down the hall, trying to note any differences, but she failed to notice any. Wary of who or what she might encounter, she snuck around the castle, reluctant to run into anyone. The halls seemed deserted. She crept down the main staircase, worried she may not hear someone approaching over the pounding of her own heart. She reached the marble floor. Voices came from the nearby sitting room. She crept toward the doors and peered in through the small crack between the doors. Inside, several people milled around, some sitting, some standing near the massive fireplace. They all wore some form of evening wear and chatted over drinks. Their clothing looked out of place, seeming to come from another era. Cate shifted around, trying for a better view. With the limited field of vision, she identified them as fashions popular in the 1920s. Odd, Cate reflected. This didn't match at all what she'd seen earlier. The scene intrigued her, but her nervousness drove her to retreat. She spun on her heel and inched back toward the stairs. She stepped onto the first stair, twisting back toward the sitting room doors. Why were these people dressed so differently from the ones she'd seen this afternoon? Who were they? And where was she? She climbed up the stairs, lost in thought. Halfway up the staircase, a loud voice interrupted her musings. "Why, what do you think you're doing there, miss? Who are you?" Cate froze, her knees going weak and her pulse racing. She swallowed hard as she spun to face the voice. A man, a butler or footman by his dress, stared at her with a stern look, his hands on his hips. In an instant she learned the answer to one of her questions. Wherever she was, the people could see her. He approached from the far side of the entryway, striding toward the stairs with wide steps. Cate hesitated as she wavered between two choices. She could stay and explain, or make a run for it. While he was still at a distance, Cate chose the latter, leaping up the stairs two at a time, rather than face him. She cursed her impulsiveness as she ran down the hallway toward her room. Heavy footfalls raced behind her. The man shouted for help from anyone within earshot. Cate barreled down the hall, skidding into her sitting room and pushing the doors shut, locking them behind her. Out of breath, she went to the bedroom, not bothering to shut the doors this time. She hoped that the first set of doors brought her enough time to get home. She rubbed the watch, and the second hand started to pick up speed. Men shouted in the hallway. The sound of doors opening and closing reached her ears. They approached her bedroom. She closed her eyes and held tight to the pendant. Chapter 25. Shouting voices approached, closer and closer to her location. She wondered if she could hide somewhere, She vetted explanations she could use if they caught her. With her eyes still closed, she strained to listen to the noises of the nearby rooms being searched. In an instant, the voices changed. They no longer shouted. No doors opened and closed. The new voices emanated from somewhere much closer than the hallway. Cate snapped her eyes open, searching for a hiding spot. Something seemed familiar about these voices, Cate realized as her eyes darted around the room in search for a place to hide. Finding nowhere obvious, Cate opted for under the bed. She crouched on the floor, lifting the bedskirt when she realized to whom the voices belonged. Relief washed over her, and she sunk her head into her hands as she knelt on the floor. Cate, you silly girl. The voices belonged to two famous actors, arguing on screen about who would do the dishes. In her panic, she'd forgotten about the romantic comedy still playing on her laptop. Confident that she was safe and alone in the castle, Cate ambled to the sitting room doors. Her laptop sat on the chaise where she'd left it, and little Riley lay next to it, curled in a ball, fast asleep. She stared at the pup for a few moments as her heart rate slowed and her limbs stopped feeling like jelly. She sucked in a few deep breaths as she recovered and shuffled to the chaise, cuddling Riley into her arms and letting him settle back to sleep on her lap. She left the movie playing, finding it a comforting background noise as she annotated her note sheet regarding her latest adventure. She noted that this time, the people wore clothing from a different era than in her previous experiences. Also, one of them interacted with her, reprimanding her, and eventually following her when she did not respond. After jotting down everything that she remembered, exhaustion set in. The burst of adrenaline after being caught in the run through the castle had left her spent. She closed her laptop and gathered Riley into her arms, carrying him to her bedroom. She crawled into bed next to him, dozing off within moments. When she awoke the next morning, she wondered if she dreamt it all. She tried to recall all the details from her evening experience. In her first waking moments, they'd been hazy, and she almost concluded it never happened. But upon climbing out of bed and gathering her notes from the side table of the chaise lounge, she found the experience detailed in them. She wasn't dreaming when she wrote the notes, nor was she detailing a dream. She studied the information on the sheet. She'd encountered people that looked from their clothing to be from around 1850. The group she spotted last night appeared to be from the 1920s. Why did she encounter people from two different time periods? She stared at the information, teasing it apart. Two differences existed: time of day and location of the room where she'd slowed the watch. She cocked her head as she tried to make sense of the data. She tapped her pen against the notepad before she wrote two words in capital letters at the bottom of the paper. Time travel? She set the sheet down and went about her morning routine, but the words rattled around in her mind. Was she experiencing time travel? Was that even possible? That would explain the people dressed in clothes from a different era. At first, she conjectured she was seeing a spirit realm, where ghosts of the past still carried out their daily duties. But with the discovery of seeing several people from yet another time period, she no longer supposed that explanation made sense. Cate's thoughts on the subject ranged from a small measure of certainty to sheer disbelief that she was even considering this. Even if she was correct, unanswered questions and unexplainable things abounded. She could barely count this as an explanation. Cate's mind was abuzz with so many queries and thoughts that she couldn't concentrate on anything. As she slouched in her leather armchair in the library, she glanced down at her little dog. "What'd you say, Riley? Is time travel even possible?" The little dog cocked his head, as though considering the inquiry. "You aren't giving much feedback, are you?" Cate said. "I might have to enlist the help of someone else on this one. What do you say, little guy? Should I tell Jack or not? Do you think he'll have me committed?" At the mention of Jack's name, Riley sprang to his feet and raced to Cate, tail wagging intensely. She smiled at his enthusiasm. "I have my answer. You trust him, don't you, Riley? Well, that's good enough for me. I'll tell him and see what he says." Cate opted for another long walk to the lock, with Riley to gather her thoughts, and with the hope of running into Jack, after only a few steps down the path. She found him. "Got a minute?" she asked. She hoped she could find the words to tell him her theory.
"I always have a minute for Lady Cate and Sir Riley,"
Jack answered. Cate shoved her shaking hands into her pockets. "Mind taking a walk with us?"
"Sure,"
Jack said, setting down his trimmers.
"Everything okay, Cate?"
"Yes, everything's okay. Well," Cate stammered, searching for the right words to begin. Jack stopped walking.
"Cate, what is it?"
"Well," Cate began again, kicking the gravel around as she studied the ground.
"Yeah, got that part,"
Jack joked to lighten the mood. "The thing is," Cate danced around the subject, second-guessing sharing the information. After a pause, she said, "I used the watch again, twice. I have a theory, a crazy theory, but still a theory, and I'm not positive, but—" Jack's jaw dropped open, and he ran his fingers through his dark hair.
"What, twice?"
"Cate, you promised. We won't get any information if we don't look for any."
"I can ask my grandfather when he gets back. He might have some information. He's worked here a long time."
"But if he can't help, we have nothing." Jack rubbed the back of his neck before shooting a glance at Cate.
"What if something happens to you while you're experimenting with this? Then we've really got nothing. And no Cate either."
Cate frowned at the last statement. "But that's just it. I think I know what the watch is doing." He sighed, his displeasure evident from the frown on his face. But he scrunched his eyebrows and waved a hand in the air.
"Okay, I'll bite. What do you think it's doing?"
"Two words," Cate exclaimed. "Time travel." Jack stared at her for a moment.
"Time travel? Time travel? Cate, are you being serious?"
Cate wrinkled her nose at his reaction. "Yes, I'm being serious. Sounds crazy, but just listen to what happened when I tried it yesterday." He slid his hands to his hips and puckered his lips as he considered it.
"Okay, I'm not okay with you trying this out, but since you already did, I'd like to hear why you presume you're time traveling."
"Okay," Cate said, a smile forming on her lips. "Well, yesterday afternoon, after lunch, I decided that I would try the watch. I was responsible and left a note just in case. I went to the closet, the one I disappeared from. I rubbed the watch, and it slowed down. I started by looking around the closet and bedroom, but nothing looked different to me. So, I ventured into the hallway. I made my way to where the hall branches off, and spotted two women walking down the hall talking. They were dressed like chambermaids, not present-day maids. From what I glimpsed of them, I'd put their clothes around the 1850s, give or take a little." Cate continued rambling about her experience at lightning speed. "I didn't want them to see me, so I snuck back to the bedroom and waited till they passed by. Then I heard someone else talking to them. I caught their names, and I wrote them down in my notes. I figure I can check the records to see if they worked here in the past. Anyway, I didn't stick around after that. Well, I did, only because I forgot that the watch only works in certain areas. I tried to come back from the bedroom, and it didn't work. I panicked, but then I remembered it worked in the closet. So I went back there, and voila! It worked. I was back, and only a few minutes had passed. Mrs. Fraser said she saw me only minutes before I tried it. When I tried it last night—" Jack waved his hands in the air, his face pinching in confusion.
Whoa, Cate, slow down. I need a moment to process what you've told me. You think you saw maids from the 1850s walking around the castle, then you couldn't get back, but then you did? My head is spinning."
"No," Cate said. "I don't think I saw them. I saw them, Jack. Plain as I see you standing in front of me." Jack frowned at the statement. Cate crossed her arms. "You think I'm crazy?"
"I don't know what to think, Cate,"
he said with a huff.
"But no, I don't think you're crazy."
Relief washed over Cate. "I did see them, and they weren't mists or vapors or random shapes. They were plain as day, people walking and talking."
"And when you tried again last night, did you see the same people?"
"No. That's where things get interesting. I remembered that the watch always slowed down for me in my bedroom, so I tried it there. No one was in the bedroom or sitting room, but my laptop and Riley were both gone. I took a walk around the castle to investigate, and Jack scrubbed his face with his hands.
You took a walk around the castle to investigate? Cate, you do not know where or when or whatever you are, and you're gallivanting around like you're at the local fair.
She shrugged. I was careful, for the most part.
What's that mean?
I heard people in the sitting room. I peeked in and several people were there. But they weren't dressed like they were from the 1850s. They were dressed like they were from the 1920s.
Now you're in the 1920s. With different people.
Yes, they were different people, and yes, I put the year somewhere in the 20s based on the clothes they were wearing. Who says being a history professor never paid off, right? Jack cocked his head with a nod.
Funny, yes, seems right handy to identify the era you're time-traveling to.
Cate dismissed his sarcasm with a wave of her hand. Well, anyway, I didn't stick around. You know, to be safe and all. I was heading back up to the bedroom, but someone spotted me. A footman, I think. I raced to the bedroom and set the watch back to normal speed, and there I was. Back in my bedroom, in this time. Jack's jaw dropped.
You got caught?
No, I didn't get caught. I ran away and escaped, Cate corrected.
Oh, right, my mistake. Someone spotted you. Somewhere in, some time. But you ran away and escaped. Sorry, I'm just envisioning the next time when maybe you can't run away.
Cate scowled. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Anyway.
So, there will be a next time?
Well, Cate wasn't sure how to answer the question. It was true they didn't have solid information and were only working from theories. But theories needed testing. Even if it wasn't only a theory, she'd still want to investigate. Immersing herself in the past would be an appealing proposition for any historian. What better way to discover the past? It would be akin to doing an immersion when mastering a new language. Jack lifted his eyebrows at her as he awaited an answer. She raised her gaze from the gravel below and shrugged. Yes, I guess, is the long and short answer. Jack rubbed the back of his neck as he shuffled along the path.
Oh, Cate, I know I must sound like a broken record, but I don't think you should mess around with this stuff until we know what's going on. And maybe not even then. What if you get caught or stuck or whatever can happen when you play with that watch? You're a nice lassie, Cate. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Well, I appreciate that. I do, but
you've no intention of listening.
Well, if I'm really time traveling, how exciting is that? It's an opportunity you can't pass up, right?
That's a big if, Cate. You're talking as though you're sure that's what's happening.
Okay, point taken, we're not sure. But I strongly suspect I'm right. Nothing else makes sense. I mean, at first I hypothesized seeing a spirit world or something. But 2 different spirit worlds? That theory doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah, time travel makes way more sense than spirit worlds. Although I missed the part where time travel made any sense.
Funny, Cate groaned. They reached the loch and settled on its banks. Cate stared out over the scenery. It seemed their conversation had ended. Neither of them were able to make any further conjecture, and both of them were at opposite ends about whether they should test the watch. They sat for a few moments, each lost in their own thoughts. Breaking the silence, Jack said,
My grandfather's coming back at the end of the week. Can you at least not experiment any more with that until we can talk to him?
Cate considered it. It was only 2 days. While she was anxious to learn more, maybe she should wait. Her encounter with the footman last night was still unsettling. Perhaps she shouldn't be taking any more chances at the moment. Still, she knew herself well. If she promised, she'd regret it. If you just saw how it worked, I think you'd... she began. Jack leaned back on his hands, stretching his legs out in front of him.
I'm not sure I want to see how it works. It's bizarre, even if your explanation is correct. It's downright scary if you ask me.
But I think if you tried it, you'd see that it's... She started again.
Cate?
I just think... Cate! She wrinkled her nose, crossing her arms. This could be the greatest discovery of all mankind, and you don't want to even discover how it works.
We don't know what it is. Can't you wait 2 short days?
It's possible your grandfather won't know anything.
Or he'll have us fitted for straitjackets.
Just let me show you once how it works, and you can decide how dangerous it is for yourself.
I feel like if I don't agree, you're just going to do it on your own anyway.
Cate reflected for a moment. Probably. Jack scoffed, picking up a fallen leaf and tossing it away.
As much as I don't want to do this, I'd rather not have you do it alone.
So you'll do it? Cate clasped her hands together under her chin.
Well, Lady Cate, since you're twisting my arm, I suppose I will.
Cate grinned. Meet me in the library after lunch. The morning dragged by for Cate. After Jack returned to his landscaping, she spent a good bit of time with Riley, playing and enjoying the morning, before heading back to the castle. With 2 hours still left before lunch, Cate tried to fill her time with research, but she found her mind too distracted. After what seemed an eternity, Mrs. Fraser appeared in the library with lunch. She had little appetite, but Cate forced most of her lunch down. Mrs. Fraser came to collect her tray, and within a few minutes of her departure, a knock sounded at the library door. "Come in," Cate yelled. Jack pushed the door open.
"Reporting for duty,"
he said, as he came through the door, saluting. "You will not be disappointed. Come on," Cate exclaimed, hurrying out. "Well, at least, I hope not."
"I hope I'm still around not to be."
Cate shot him a glance over her shoulder as she hurried to the stairs.
"Sorry, bad joke,"
he said.
"I'm just making sure you really want to do this."
She chuckled at his reluctance as they climbed the stairs. "Out of the two of us, I don't expect it's me who doesn't want to do it."
"Okay, I'll admit this is not the greatest idea I've ever heard, but I'd rather you not mess around with this stuff alone."
They arrived at the bedroom door, and Cate burst through. "Come on." She headed straight for the closet. "Close the door," she instructed. "Okay, here we go." She held the timepiece and rubbed it. Taking a deep breath, she waited for it to slow. Smiling, she glanced up at Jack, starting to speak to him. Before she could, he disappeared right in front of her eyes. Chapter 26. Cate stood alone in the closet, her heart pounding. Where was Jack? Jack? No answer. She glanced down at the timepiece in her hands. It had completed its circuit and was now scarcely ticking. She speculated that he must have stayed in their own time. She rubbed the pendant again. The second hand sped up. When it approached its normal speed, Jack reappeared in front of her. He grabbed hold of her, his eyes wide.
"Cate!"
"Jack, sorry. I'm not sure what I was thinking. I lost you when the watch slowed. I don't know why I assumed we'd just both go. Perhaps we both need to touch the watch. Let's try that." Jack's face bordered on horrified.
"Cate, you just disappeared in front of my eyes. 1 minute you were here, the next you were gone. I'm sorry, I need a minute. I realized you disappeared once before, but not right in front of my eyes. That was weird."
Undeterred, Cate responded. "Here, try holding onto the watch with me. Maybe then I won't disappear." Jack placed a shaky hand on the timepiece, with Cate's, wrapping her hand in his. "Okay, now rub it," Cate instructed. Their thumbs moved in unison, and the second hand began to slow. Within seconds, the timepiece was hardly ticking at all. Both she and Jack stood in the closet. "You made it."
"I did, I guess,"
he said, pressing his hands on his body in a few places, as if checking to make sure it was still there. Cate grinned and headed for the closet door. "Want to look around?"
"Do I have a choice?"
"Nope, come on. We won't stay long, but see if you notice anything different." She inched open the closet door, peeking out to make sure no one was in the bedroom. Spotting no one, she pushed the door all the way open. "I didn't recognize much difference in this room, only that the lamps were missing, which makes sense if we're in the 1800s. Jack nodded in agreement without vocalizing a response. "Okay, let's check the hall." Cate pressed her ear to the door for a moment. Satisfied, she unlatched it and nudged it open, glancing up and down the hall. She spotted no one and tiptoed into the hallway, motioning Jack to follow her. "Let's head toward the front stairs," she whispered. Jack nodded, and they crept down the hallway. They rounded the corner. Cate whispered that she'd seen the maids there the day before. She was about to take another step down the hall when Jack grabbed her arm, pulling her back around the corner. He pressed a finger to his lips, motioning her to be quiet. His reasoning became apparent as voices floated down the hall. She peered around the corner. 3 women strode down the hall. 2 of them were the maids she came across yesterday. The 3rd woman was not a maid. Cate guessed by her dress and keys dangling around her waist that she was the housekeeper. She ducked back around the corner and signaled Jack to look. He glanced around the corner, then nodded back to Cate to demonstrate that he saw them. He motioned to her to signal they should return to the bedroom. She nodded in agreement, and they crept down the hall and back into the bedroom. Jack eased the door shut as the voices continued to approach their location. They froze, standing stock still inside the doorway, as the group of women turned the corner and passed their door. The staff seemed to be discussing a cleaning schedule, while the owners were away visiting relatives in London. They passed by the bedroom, continuing down the hall, with the housekeeper giving a long list of orders. The voices faded down the hall. Jack breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing against the door. "Should we head back?" Cate asked.
"Yes, please. That's enough excitement for one day."
Cate took a step toward the closet, then stopped without warning, and turned toward him, saying, "This is where I was yesterday when I couldn't get the watch to work." Jack waved her forward.
"Let's talk about this after we're back."
"Oh, right. Okay." They stepped into the closet and closed the door behind them. She held the timepiece up, and Jack put his hand over hers, rubbing the face with their thumbs together. The second hand returned to normal ticking. Cate grinned up at him. "Okay, that should be it. I told you, these people are real. Do you believe me now?"
"I witnessed it with my own eyes, but I still can't say I believe it."
Kate's smile broadened. "Amazing, isn't it? Encountering people who shaped the history of this castle. It's every historian's dream." Jack swallowed hard, stalking around the room as he rubbed his neck.
"I'm not sure I would call it a dream."
"There isn't a historian alive who wouldn't give anything for 5 minutes in a room with some of the biggest influences in history." Jack stopped his walking and put his hands on his hips.
"There must be a reason no one knows about this, Cate. I don't think we should use this thing or tell anyone about it. Maybe my grandfather will have some information."
Okay, I promise not to use it. I feel better knowing someone else experienced this. Now I'm sure I'm not crazy."
"Oh, I experienced it all right. You're not crazy, or if you are, so am I."
"Mass hysteria? I don't think that's the case here."
"How are you so excited about this? That's enough excitement for me for the day. Time for me to put my own sheep on the castle, starting with those bushes."
"Okay, yes, you're right. And I've got to document that experience."
"Okay, Cate. And you promise no more trips, right?"
"This time I promise. Scout's honor," she said, holding up 3 fingers. Cate and Jack parted ways. Cate headed downstairs to an office filled with family records. She searched through book after book until she found one from the 1850s. After several tedious hours, she stumbled across 2 maids, named Lorna and Edna. A smile spread across her face as the find added fuel to her theory. Cate awoke to a rainy, miserable Saturday. The cool, damp weather kept her inside. She planned to spend the day wrapped in a blanket, binge-watching a few movies. As she stretched out on her chaise, her phone chirped to life. The lock screen showed a text from Jack.
"My grandfather's home. Meet for dinner?"
Kate's mind buzzed with excitement. Perhaps now she would get some answers. She texted back, "Sure." "Where?"
Jack answered. "He said at the castle, if that's okay."
Cate considered it for a moment. Given the weather, she'd given Mrs. Fraser the rest of the day off, figuring she could fend for herself. She regretted the choice now since she was having company for dinner. She was a horrible cook, but she wanted answers and she was willing to cook dinner to get them if she had to. She answered, "Yes, that'll work. No promises on dinner. I'm a terrible cook."
Jack answered. See you around 4? I can cook. You two can talk.
She answered, Deal. I politely decline and cook myself, but no one wants to eat my cooking. Jack answered with an emoticon of a tongue sticking out. Cate settled back in the chaise. She still had a few hours to kill before they met, so she played a few of the movies she'd selected. The hope that she might have answers to her questions overwhelmed her mind, and she found herself a ball of nerves all day, checking the time every 5 minutes. A few times, Cate wondered if she'd accidentally slowed the timepiece because time seemed to be standing still. After what felt like an eternity, her clock read 3:30 p.m. Cate had enough time for a quick walk with Riley. She arrived back at the castle a few minutes before Jack and his grandfather arrived. She was still shaking off her soaked raincoat and removing Riley's sodden jacket when there was a knock on the heavy brass door knocker that hung on the front door. Cate pulled the heavy door open.
Lady Cate.
Jack bowed theatrically. He held a bag of groceries in his hands. Oh, come in and get dry, Cate said. Good to see you again, Mr. Reed, and thank you for coming.
It sure is wet out there. How are you enjoying our lovely weather, Sir Riley?
Jack asked, bending over to give the small dog a scratch under his chin. He doesn't mind the rain so much, he's all boy, but he hates storms. Jack jiggled the groceries in his arms.
So we head to the kitchen.
Cate motioned for them to follow her. Sure, and thank you again for offering to cook.
I was worried you cooked cereal for dinner.
Oh, come on, I'm not that bad. I'd have opted for peanut butter and jelly at least. Jack shot a glance at his grandfather over his shoulder.
Oh boy, I wish I hadn't offered. We missed out, Pop.
Mr. Reed trailed behind them, offering Cate a grin.
I'd have taken anything this pretty lassie fed me. I'm no picky.
Well, thank you. How was your trip? She asked as they descended the stairs.
Great. Nice to get away.
Cate asked where he'd traveled and some general questions about his trip as they settled at the table. Jack bustled around the kitchen, gathering materials for his meal like a professional. Cate offered to help, but he refused, suggesting instead that she plow into her interview questions. Cate glanced up at the elder Mr. Reed. Well, thanks for coming. I'm not sure if Jack mentioned it, but I'm putting together materials to write a book about the castle's history, and I figured you might be a good source of information. So I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. Jack seasoned his pot of stew with salt before adjusting the temperature on the stove.
Oh, come on, Cate. Skip to that juicy stuff. Ask him about the theory you have about that watch of yours.
Cate shot Jack a glance. I wasn't going to lead with that, but okay. I guess the real reason I wanted to talk to you, not that the other reason isn't legit, it is. But, well, I mentioned to you before that the watch was slowing down. You looked at it and told me nothing was wrong with it, and I now agree because I deduced the watch should operate that way. Cate stammered around, trying to find the words to make her theory sound less crazy. Mr. Reed continued to stare at her as she spoke without offering much response, which made Cate more nervous. She continued to babble. Well, what I mean to say is, Jack mentioned to you that I hypothesized friction induced it because I developed a habit, a tic, no pun intended, she laughed nervously, of rubbing it, and I postulated that maybe somehow that messed with the internal workings. But now my theory is it's not just some random event, but that it's the watch's purpose.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Cate.
Jack interrupted her.
She thinks she's time-traveling by slowing the watch down, Pop. Ever heard of anything like that?
Color rose in Cate's cheeks as she shot a demure glance at the older man. Yes, that's what I concluded. That's my theory. Nothing else made sense, but I kept seeing random people dressed in old-fashioned clothing when the watch was slow. Am I just going crazy? Mr. Reed chuckled, a wide grin on his bearded face.
So you figured that out, young lassie. Good for you. Lady Mackenzie didn't know if you'd be bright enough to catch on to it. She didn't leave you with many clues. Wondered if the secret might be best left to die with her, since she couldn't tell you herself. Said if you were clever, you'd figure out the secret. She had faith that if anyone could solve it, a Mackenzie could.
Cate's mouth dropped open. She wasn't sure if she felt relieved or not. Her theory was correct, but hearing that was more of a shock than she had prepared for.
Wait a minute, Jack said, collapsing into a chair next to Cate. She's right?
Cate snapped back to reality. Hey, you saw it too. You agreed with my theory.
Well, it's a shock to hear that we were actually time traveling. We?
Jack's grandfather raised an eyebrow.
Well, you're off to a right start, I'd say.
Yes, Cate answered. We tried it together, well, after a total fail when I disappeared for a few seconds without him.
Like I said, you're off to a good start. You figured out quite a lot, Lady Cate.
Mr. Reed nodded his head. I'm just shocked that I was right. I mean, I was convinced of my theory, but how has this been such a well-kept secret?
Ah, good question. The family never speaks of this secret to anyone outside of themselves. And whatever Reed is working on the estate.
Jack's grandfather continued.
Long ago, when the castle was built, the new owners detected what they called anomalies. This led to the rumours of the castle being haunted, and the builder, Douglas Mackenzie, you've no doubt come across his name during your research, was the curious sort. He, along with his construction manager and later estate manager, Jamie Reed, my ancestor, spent countless hours studying these anomalies. Almost drove them crazy, but after some work, Douglas devised a mechanism that could interact with what he termed rips in the fabric of time. He, along with Jamie, built the watch with this mechanism and used their invention as an instrument to control these rips. The secret has been passed from generation to generation, always passed verbally, never written. You understand, if the wrong person discovered it, it could lead to disaster. The preceding caretaker always passed the secret to their heir. This time was different, since no one knew what you'd be like, and no one could find you before Lady Mackenzie passed. She tasked me with guarding the secret, until we were sure you'd be able to take on the responsibility.
So, Cate began. Wow. I'm sorry, I need a minute. I have so many questions. I can't believe it. I mean, I've done it. I've time traveled. But I still can't believe it. Jack continued making dinner, but chimed in from across the kitchen.
You and I both. It's still surprising, even after experiencing the phenomenon for myself.
Lady Mackenzie knew. Did her mother, Mary, also know?
Aye, lassie. I worked on the estate when Lord Mackenzie passed, and left the responsibility to Lady Mary, since Lady Gertrude was too young.
Cate nodded. That explained the journals. Mary's adventures weren't parties that she hosted. They were events at the castle in different eras. It also explained why pages were missing from the journals. Anything Mary wrote regarding the watch had to be destroyed, so the secret was not recorded anywhere. You mentioned not knowing if I'd be suitable to take on the responsibility. Then the secret could have died with Gertrude?
Aye, as I mentioned, it's quite a responsibility, and Gertrude would have rather seen the secret die with her than fall into the wrong hands. Not that she doubted you, but never having met you and not knowing anything about you, well, I guess she erred on the side of caution. You can imagine the repercussions if this fell into the hands of someone who would exploit it for their own gain.
Cate reflected for a moment. Yes, I can see your point. I found some journals Mary kept from when she'd inherited the watch, and while they were redacted, she described the secret in the same way. As a responsibility. I see it as a gift. What historian wouldn't love to immerse themselves in a different era? The learning potential is unlimited.
You're eager, I see, but you must temper your eagerness with caution. You must be careful with this gift, Cate. You don't always understand the repercussions of changing too much in the past. You must follow the rules that have been passed through the generations. Striking a balance and following those rules are the responsibility that both Mary and Gertrude spoke of.
I see your point. Again, I guess my enthusiasm got ahead of me.
Aye, it can be exciting, but you have to be careful. You've got to consider what you're doing before you start changing things. Caution like that requires a cool head and a steady hand,
Mr. Reed warned her. Silence fell over them for a moment, while Cate collected her thoughts. Do you know how many rips exist?
I'm not sure if we ever had an exact count. The rips exist in different places throughout the castle. Different rips connect to different times. Lady Gertrude disliked travelling, unlike her mother. If I remember, Lady Mary identified at least 4 sports.
Do you remember where they are?
Aye. One of them in the bedroom Lady Gertrude stayed in, one of them in the bedroom down the hall, another in the downstairs office. That's a tricky one, since you never know who might be in there. And the 4th she found exists in another bedroom they call the Blue Room.
Cate fell silent for a moment, mulling over her questions.
There may be more, but those were the ones she identified. Her husband took ill and passed her the watch, and the secret with little information. Oh, that reminds me, there's a hallway that seems to work in any time to return. Handy to remember in case of an emergency. That's the one that looks out on the back garden.
So my theory was correct. The watch only triggers in certain locations, and each location leads to a different time.
Aye, correct, lassie.
And you said the secret is passed down in both the Mackenzie and Reed families? Kate asked.
Yes, the Reed's duty is always to protect the secret, right along with the Mackenzies. It was a pact made between Douglas and Jamie.
So you helped Mary and Gertrude protect the secret?
Aye, lassie. Took many a trip with Lady Mary back in my younger days. As I said, Lady Gertrude was not a fan of travelling as much as her mother.
He turned to Jack, who was seasoning a pot of whatever steamed on the stove.
Now I'm officially passing the mantle to you, lad. The secret is now yours and Kate's. It's up to you to protect it. And Kate. Thanks, Pap. I've my work cut out with this one,
he said, nodding toward her. Kate twisted to face him. Hey, I'm not that bad. He's been doing a good job so far. So, only the 3 of us know?
That's right, lassie.
Mr. and Mrs. Fraser?
Charlie and Emily. Nay, I dare say she might faint dead away if she found out.
Kate laughed at this joke, although she agreed that might be the exact reaction from Mrs. Fraser. That reminds me, Kate said. Once I'd traveled back, and when I came back, Mrs. Fraser said she'd just seen me. But I was gone for at least 15 to 20 minutes. Does that make sense?
Aye, and a good observation on your part. When you travel, the time where you're from almost stands still. That's why the watch is slow. The watch keeps time from your time. Now, I said almost. We calculated the ratio to be about 15 minutes in the past to 1 minute here. Tempting as it may be to spend a lot of time in the past, you must remember that you can't go disappearing from your own time for too long. People will wonder.
Always keep an eye on your time. It's the inscription on the watch, and it was in Lady Gertrude's note. Now it makes sense.
Aye, lassie, that's right. The warning from Douglas Mackenzie himself had the phrase engraved on that watch to remind everyone.
Kate's thoughts absorbed her for a few moments as she tried to piece together the puzzle, when another query struck her. On a different note, do you know why my family branch became estranged? I found a family Bible with an ink blot over my branch of the family. As you mentioned, I wasn't easy to find. I found evidence that Gertrude visited my parents before my birth, but then it seems like all contact was cut off.
I can't help you there, lassie. Lady Gertrude never mentioned it. Never discussed your side. She knew your family, but not exactly where to find you. Only had an old address for your father. I got the impression that your grandparents moved and changed their names around the time a spot of trouble cropped up. The castle secret was almost discovered. Perhaps they moved to protect your family from being sought by any undesirable people. My guess is Lady Gertrude stayed away after your birth just to keep your family safe.
That makes sense and seems reasonable. This is a lot to digest. But thank you for the information. This is incredible.
I'm sure you're still reeling. No doubt you'll have more questions. When you do, I'll be here to help you as best I can,
Mr. Reed said, smiling at her. Jack delivered full bowls of what he called his famous stew. Kate had to admit, the meal smelled delicious.
Well, there you have it, Lady Kate. Your theory was right. Mystery solved. Now we can relax.
Relax? My mind is whirling with the possibilities. Do you like history, Jack? Kate asked.
Oh, boy.
Jack groaned.
You sure you don't want your old job back, Pap?
Oh, come on, Jack. The adventures are just beginning, she said, a gleam of mischief in her eye. This has been The Secret of Dunhaven Castle, Written by Nellie H. Steele. Narrated by Naomi Rose Mock.